Uno, dos. Good morning, world of wake surfing. You are joining us at Bodaski in Madrid, Spain, at the heart of this beautiful country for the 2025 Nautique European World Wake Surfing Association, rather. It is the European Wake Surf Championships, and we're getting crack-a-lacking with our first rider. Let's see if I can get that name up. Out on the water is Val Shashkov, one of our WWA team here on site. My name is Matt Crowhurst. I'm going to be your host for this next 2 days of European Wake Surfing Championships here in the beautiful Bodaski. We are literally just getting started here. A couple of categories already underway while Val gets to grips in the 40 plus. Oh, 360 coming at you when he slides out in the 40 plus skim style category. As with all Wake 7 competitions, contests, we have got skim style and surf style, and we've been having a mixture of both so far with our junior boys. Skim and junior boys surf so far. We've also had beginner men's surf, just 3 categories already gone. We got started nice and early, bang on 8 o'clock, Central European time, and there you can see they're rather stunning, they're rather awesome, they're rather quite amazing wave-making machine that is the Super Air Nautique Paragon G23, pulling power behind the weekend. This thing is an absolute beast. Was lucky enough to have a little surf on it last night, and even without the supplementary ballast, that thing kicks out a monster wave. So let's give you some stats. So that particular boat right there running the PCM ZZ8, that's 630 horses under the hood. Supercharged as well, which means this thing is getting up to speed straight away. 5 ballast tanks, and at the moment it is 1,134 kilograms, 1,134 kilograms, so just over a ton. With the supplemental as well, it's 1,678. So on top of a dry weight of 3,500 kilograms, this thing can get up to 5 tons of wave-making machine. Okay, Val back in action for his second pass. Trying to scoot his feet forward. Oh, he's trying to get that front hand down and maybe get that front foot up, just replacing foot with hand, or hand with foot rather. Val needs to hustle a little bit. Coming towards the end of this second and final pass, just in this first round of riding. All of our riders will ride twice today. Oh, going for a little nose over. Lip slide, as it's called in wake surfing. Frontside board slide, as it's called in other board sports. And there's the wide shot of this beautiful second lake of the 2 lakes here at Bodaski, just southeast of Madrid by about 30 minutes. This place has been the home of some of the biggest water skiing competitions the world over. Almost a purpose-built lake by the Boda family. Ricardo and his family just behind me, helping out with the live stream. You will be able to see my beautiful face very shortly, just as soon as we get the studio camera up and running. Meanwhile, we've got changeover, and that looks like it is on the dock. Our current, or rather I say 2-time European 40-plus men's surf champion, Raymond Colhoun, as Val makes his way back in. So there's not qualifying as such. There is just battling it out for running order in the final, which will be tomorrow. There he is, the Man Mountain, Raymond Colhoun. Raymond actually one of our many Nautique crew, and by Nautique crew, I don't just mean people who love the boats, which is pretty much everyone. If you've ever been anywhere near one, looked at one, sat in one, and certainly ridden behind one, you'll love them. But he is actually the main man, alongside his business partner, Goody of Scotland Nautique, the dealers for Scotland, as well as the Balearics, and one of Nautique's official worldwide dealers for the super yacht world, and as well as being the main man for Scotland Nautique in that particular business, also runs our wakeboard, water ski, wake surf school up on Loch Lomond, up in Scotland, and loves his surfing time. So where we go, Raymond going for a hat trick, a 3-4. Can he get 3 back-to-back victories as he comes into the scoring zone? Now, the scoring zone signified by a couple of big Nautique buoys. Raymond getting straight on into it. So let's break down the technical. With wake surfing, you're looking to use all of the wave, every single part on which to play that's provided by that massive old boat, beast of a Paragon. Right in the pit right now. Raymond just taking the time, trying to use all of the wave. Could do with working his way a little bit further back, which is looking what he's liking to do right now. 360 coming in. Oh, he's going to get pumping. No. So difficult to control the spin. Here's a little replay of that very first pass by Mondo. Getting nice and deep, nice and low. Taking it nice and easy for Mondo. He can put a little bit more. The 360 didn't come off. That is your benchmark first trick, first start on your wake surfing career to get the 360 and to get it consistent, particularly on the skim style board. So what you've got is 2 different types of board. Skim, which is exactly as it's described. It skims along the surface of the water, much more slippery, much more skittish, far less control and grip than you get from the surf style boards. But then because of that, those particular boards allow for a little bit more movement in terms of rotation. Raymond actually preferring the skim style, although we'll be seeing him in the surf style later on today as well. All right, so now he's in the pocket, handle released, going for the transfer, and he goes too soon. So the incredible things about wake surf boats these days is that you can surf either side. For any of those out there who've been around as long as I have, will know that when we started surfing, it was a case of loading the boat up in one corner, like as much weight as you could get at the back and in one corner, and then you could surf that wake on that side. But it meant that surfing on the other side meant transferring all that weight across, so it wasn't so easy to do. But now it's a case of just a tap of a button, and the Nautique Paragon and all the Nautique surf range allowing just a quick flick of the switch. The wave side will change, and you can hop on the other side. So that is Raymond's first fall with still some time left. He will not get another fall. He'll be done after his next fall, so hopefully there won't be another one. And also, if he falls... If he hadn't used up that fall, but then fell to near the end of the scoring zone, he wouldn't get a chance to get back up because the boat wouldn't have time to get back up to speed. Mondo now opting for a backhand wave. A little bit more difficult when you start out surfing. You always start out on your toes, which is strange for those potentially come from wakeboarding, where a toe side edge is the more difficult edge. A heel side is more difficult. Oh, he's going for the transfer. No, absolute nose cleaner for Mondo. He was over and in the right place. Just didn't quite handle the drop of that massive wave. So Mondo's job is done. Here we see the replay. Looking good backside. Probably could have spent a little bit more time there. Getting a few up and downs. Not moving too far forward or back. Just popping up and down, but looking really comfortable at that point. Then he raises his hand in a moment right now. And dropping of the hand is when the driver, in this case, John Ackerman, the famed, the rather legendary wake surfer that we'll be seeing in action later today, John Ackerman, at the helm. Now it is Ted Peters. Ted Peters, rather. I apologize. In the pocket. So Ted no. Ted very early on. Now that is his first fall, so we will get to be picked back up. But I was just about to say, Ted, one of our American crew, joining us here for the European Wakesurf Championships. Just to describe exactly what went on there, that there may be a replay pop-up, there may not, but that is probably one of the more common falls that you find in wake surfing. So at the bottom of the wave, especially on these really, really big, meaty waves that you always get with our Nautiques, the bottom apex where it curves, where it goes from steep on your toes or towards the wave and then flattens out and then curls back out away from the boat, you get this trough that if you let the wave push you out and push your body weight over your heel edge, that heel edge up near the nose of the board always catches. So you've got to try and keep that heel edge out of the water and keep your body in the middle and let the board swing like a pendulum underneath you, up the wave and out of the wave into the flat where your body stays in the middle. Okay, Ted is back up in action. As said, stated, just his first fall. For any of you watching out there, I do get panic attacks when I see riders, surfers, coiling the rope like that. You're always best off just keeping it in two hands and then throwing it to one side or throwing it into the boat without coiling it. We have friends, people out there good surfers, who've coiled it and then fallen out of nowhere and nearly taking their arm off. No, Ted goes down again. So he got some good movements in there to start with. Was moving around nicely. And then just a similar fall, just his body weight out over his heels, further away from the wave than the board. And so as the board reaches the bottom, his body's way out wide of that wave, and there's no way of him getting his body back in and over his toes in order to catch it again. So that's his first pass done. Ted's going to get a pickup for a second run, where he'll get another crack of the whip. Here we are on the two lakes of Botaski, as Ted rather unceremoniously wrestles with the back of the Nautique, John and crew at the helm. Okay, John gets that Paragon right up to the top of the lake, so Ted will get a full pass. He's going to throw himself back in. I think we've got a little bit of sharing of equipment. Raymond seemingly sponsoring many of the riders in this category by bringing a whole bunch of boards and vests over for everybody. We saw Val on his Liquid Force Blade. That is Ted borrowing a Hyperlight that Raymond managed to bring over as well. I think Scotty Broom, our main man indeed, our contest director from the WWA, is going to be bringing up the rear. He's going to be following up next. Oh my gosh, we've got a who's who in the world of old schoolers still to follow. Scotty Broom, then the big boss man himself from Naughty, Greg Maloon. No, Ted, what happened? Hey, you know what? I'm glad he's okay and that there was no catching of his hands in the rope. But you can see how quickly, how easily a fall can happen out of nowhere. Ted wasn't even in the scoring zone. Or he was in the scoring zone, but wasn't even thinking about getting into his run. If he'd had his hand coiled then, the hand would have gone through. So, let's hope he can lock in a little bit more in this second run. Okay, he's got the push. No, he had the push. Oh, Ted, that's going to be frustrating for him, man. Oh, so no, that was the first fall. I'm watching a replay. Confusing myself right there. Sorry, kids. Okay, so this is Ted's second and last attempt on this second and final pass in this semi-finals, where our surfers, our riders are literally just competing for running order in the final. Here we go. Ted looking a little bit more locked in, just trying to keep his body weight, his shoulders, his upper body down that center line. As you're looking down the wave, imagine a line just going straight down the middle and the board swinging either side of that line and the body staying in the middle. Yeah, the body moves more than that, but if his shoulders end up out over the heels, oh, he almost got caught then. Can he save it? Yes, he can. So you saw the board dive. He managed to pull it out, but he's getting some nice movement. Oh, he's gone wide now. Gives us a peace sign to sign off at the end of the scoring zone. And actually, Ted pulling it together nicely. In that second pass, a few wobbles, but managing to save it and getting some connected turns. Here we see the replay. As he gets into his swing finally, once again. Just his first qualifying run. All competitors in this category will be moving through to the final. They're just vying for running order, for placings off the dock. That is where he nearly lost the board, but saves it. Could possibly do with moving a little bit further to the back of that board. And then he just rides away, end of scoring zone, onto this next cat. You'll have seen that live post before. That was on Raymond. As I said, sponsoring most of the riders. That's also Raymond's board as well. So Scotty Broom went out for a ride last night on a Surfstar board and just said, oh, I probably should have gone for a session on the skim, which he has not been on in forever. I think Scotty is an incredible wakeboarder. And as you'll see, amazing surfer. When I say surfer, I mean out in the sea surf. And you'll see that vibe as he takes to the water right now, throwing the board around. So little up and downs, mini floater. He's going to work his way back. Oh, nose over, front board in wakeboarding. I think lip slide and surfing. Gets himself right as the critical part of the wave. Tail out a little. Gets his pump on. Tail out a little bit more, getting close to the boat. Settles himself. Looking in good control, actually, considering he's not been skimming. Floater. Hops back out. Nose dive. Swan dive. Great dismount. 10 points all round. Going for the ollie off the top. Ollie off the lip. After the end of a floater. But a good amount in there. Now, what will be good for Scotty is getting off the dock last, because here we see that surf style from Scotty. More than at home on any kind of board. Wakeboard, yes. Surfboard, yes. And apparently skim style board, yes. Here's the floater. He's a big lad. He's like 6'3". A lot of hunker burning love right there. Looking like he's having a good time out behind that beautiful Paragon. Brand spanking it is brought in by Abel and Nautique Spain for this event, working with Bodaski, who are literally one of the homes of Nautique here in Spain. If you want the best ski you'll find anywhere, Bodaski is a place to come. And then also the home of many, many big events just like this. Not the first time they've had the European Wakesurf Championships. Oh, here we go. Whoa, that was a snappy second half to that 360. Looking forward to seeing the replay on that. But he might as well have gone for it because it was right at the end of the run. So Scotty chucks the rope. And here's the replay of what we just saw. So he's obviously thinking, I've not got much time left. I'm going to get to the street. Gets a little tail out. Hops on. Does the 90. And then just kind of snaps out a little bit too aggressively and feet slip off. But it looked pretty good. He was in the pocket. He was in the right place to bring that round. If he can just get his feet stuck to that board. Mr. Ackerman, who, as I said, we will be seeing out on the water later on today. We've got the junior men's skim coming up after the, shall I say, more experienced, or let's face it, old boys, who are out in the water right now. Mark, Matteo, Gabriel about to get going. So junior men, which is 14 to 18. Then is the women's skim, 14 to 29. As Scotty gets back into his second pass. Mini floater, moving that board around well, not stopping. That's the key. There's got to be good flow. Little bit of air. Was there daylight there? The judges will be in a better position to see. Oh, taking a fall with a little bit of time to spare. So I think the boat's going to come around and pick him up. Here we see the replay. Up to that point. Gets himself set. Shorts adjusted. Starts moving from way, way back. See how much room there is to play on this Paragon wave. Nice up and downs. Little bit of a force right there. Tries to go for the air. Gets that down. Then is setting himself up. A little adjustment of the feet as he works his way back so he can be moving forward into this next trick. Oh, the three and his body weight positioning was all out of whack again. The three was snappy. His feet actually stayed stuck that time. But he actually just whipped that last part of the 360 round. Kind of the last 90, or now the last 180. He went 90 up and the last 270. He's just whipping a little bit too quickly. He needs to drop his shoulders in towards the boat. He's going to have another go here, though, I'm sure. Ow, so close. The 360 was not to be. I would have counted as well. He'd started it before. You see the Nautique buoys there? They signify the start and the end of the scoring zone, depending on which direction you're headed. Can have another replay here. So he actually slows it down a little bit. He gets his body more in the right place. He's got this kind of stop-start 360, so nose over, then finishes it. But it was all to do with his body weight just being too far away from the boat once again. A little less than previous attempts, but too much to allow him to adjust and connect with the wave and get that push back on and get back in the scoring zone to ride that out. That is Scotty Broom done. He gets to go back to organising the rest of this competition. You see Ricard, who's getting all over the place right now. He was just here in the studio a moment ago, helping us set up here along with our incredible media team, our live stream team. And that is a Mr. Greg Maloon. About to hit it. So far, we've had quite a lineup of judges, as we will throughout both days of this 2025 Nautique WWA European Wakesurf Championship. Currently, we've got Andy Kolb, Gubraz, and Bailey done. Andy Kolb of, well, if you haven't heard of Andy Kolb, then you've been under a rock, of ridiculous wake skating fame. The man can tear up a skate. And also the debut, his one and only movie, aptly named, and it just blew the world of cable wakeboarding apart. And then Bailey Dunn, who is another one of our pros. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing, Greg? No, I can't wait to see that. I think he's going finless, so that is not going to help. So we got Greg. Oh, he's a little bit wobbly to start with. At least there's smiles there. Let go of the rope way too soon before settling himself, but needed to because he was in the scoring zone. Now he has got no fins on that thing, and once it starts to go, and you can't stop. So just the tail of the board just sliding out. John Ackerman, one of our Team Nautique athletes, so he knows everything about that boat in which he's sat, making sure it is tuned to perfection for Greg. Greg not having the most solid of starts, but that's all the wobbles out of the way, or there he is hoping. As we move into his second attempt on this first pass, every rider gets one fall and gets a pickup. There's the pocket, the point at which the wave cleans up. That is the NSS, the Nautique surf system, kicking in those paddles that come out the side of the boat, coming out on the opposite side to where the wave picks up. Oh no, Dave. Greg even. He was looking kind of a little bit more in the swing of things right then, and no, not to be again. So here we see wave kicks up. Greg not messing around, getting straight into the zone. Looking good, getting a floater. Nice little hop, another floater again. Oh, and then the tail just starts to come out again, and he loses all traction. So we're going to be hopping on the back of the Paragon, and they're going to be tootling back up to the top of the lake, away from the dock. There you can see all the fineries, the detailing of this incredible Paragon. This particular version of the Paragon coming out in 2023. The first version out in 2020. The Paragon, the name itself, the definition means next level, unrivaled, unparalleled, which it has been that. And a little bit of history for you guys out there. I mean, yeah, I'm very much biased towards Nautique, it has to be said. I have been working with them for a number of years, and the reason being is because they're the best. The G, when it came out in 2012, just blew the entire rest of the wakeboarding world apart, and all of the other boats to boot. And it has been the staple part of the sport, and the measure by which everybody else has been comparing themselves. And then the Paragon came into play in 2020, which was a boat in of itself, and then the Paragon hull got added to the rest of the Super Air Nautique G range. And then the Paragon hull got updated again, and so on and so on. And so they keep pushing the boundaries of the sport and what's possible with wave-making technology. Let's see if Greg can find that grip that has been so elusive on that very first pass. If you're just joining us, you are joining us at the very early stages of this 2025 Nautique European Wake Surf Championships, brought together by the WWA, the World Wakeboarding Association. Been the backbone of wakeboarding, and then wake surfing, wake skating as well in there, and now wake foiling, which will be part of this European Champs. Since it started, now I'm going to probably get corrected, I believe in 95, might have been 94, but 95, 94. 95, of course, the World Wakeboarding Championships when... Go on, Greg. Oh, that's when you need a fin, baby. The 3 was perfect, but that is the other most common fall, particularly when starting 3s, is you just can't stop that rotation. Those skim style boards are so skittish, and even with a little fin on the bottom, which you don't really want to ride with something much bigger, because the whole point of a skim style fin is to have a little bit of looseness about the feel, is that when those 3 start, they just do not stop. And I've yet to figure it out either. We will have an awful lot of riders still yet to follow who've most definitely figured it out, and figured a whole lot more out, which will blow your mind. Yeah, so we can't thank the WWA enough, alongside Nautique, of course, who have been the backbone of supporting this particular event, as well as a whole host of others. Of course, there are many other incredible boat manufacturers out there doing their thing within the sport. Nautique, very much, in my humble opinion, leading the charge. And it's great to have them as the pulling power of the wave-making menace that it is for this European Wake Surf Championships. Okay, Greg's got to calm down. Come on, Greg, get back in the... Right, someone needs to sort his board choice out, or just throw him a fin. Throw him a big 2.5-inch ATAC from Rainbow, for all those old schoolers out there that know what I'm on about, which are probably very few. There we have it. That is our Vetsmen done. We're going to be moving on to the junior men's skim, 14 to 18 years old. Staying with Andy, Jana and Bailey as our judges. Raymond Colhoun will be jumping out of his wets and into his dries to take the lead on driving the boat for the rest of these next few categories. Women's skim, 14 to 29, women's skim 29 plus, and then men's skim 19 to 39. And you may be wondering how the age ranges are worked out. So what we have is lots of different categories to work from. So the boys skim is 14 and under, or up to 14. And then juniors, men or women, is 14 to 18. And then beyond that, you have categories that allow for those riders who are beyond those junior age groups, but are just not quite at the standard to be in pro and have not quite reached their more senior years, as in 29 plus or 40 plus. And so that's why you have that kind of intermediary category of 14 to, of 19 and on. But in this instance, because we haven't had quite enough riders in the junior women category, we've combined the women's skim with the junior women's skim, and that's why we have a 14 to 29 category. And we are back, people, as promised. Moving on to our junior men's skims, 14 to 18. We've got young Mark. Bad state to the water. Let's see if we can get a full name for young Mark. So it's skim style yet again. You can see exactly that it is. Those of you who are not so familiar with wake surfing, but maybe you've seen other board sports, well, maybe you've seen skim boarding, a sport that's been done for a very, very long time. Little wooden thing in the shallows, in the pools, on beaches, running, jumping on boards that has gone to a whole other level, catching actual waves. And it's these boards that were some of the first wake surfing boards used. I remember when I started wake surfing way back when. In the early 2000s, it was skim boards, fiberglass skim boards we were using. Go on, Mark. Oh my gosh, that was looking good. Okay, we're going to get a little replay. I was whittering on about general stuff, and now we're going to go back to the start of Mark's run. He looked good on that 360. Maybe a little bit slow, but he's looking in good control. There it is. So he gets the 180 up, the 180 down. Or sorry, the 180 up and down, and then ends up switch, heel side, back side, fin to front, which is always a wobbly place to be. Surfing backside on your heels is more difficult. And then surfing switch, backside, more difficult still. And then having literally no grip with the board the wrong way around and no fin in the water. I'm not sure whether he's running any fin at all, but the board does have a preferred way of riding. The teardrop shape that it is. The wider part being at the tail. And with it the wrong way around, it would not have bit so well. So Mark taking the first fall, but just his first. He goes again. See if we can see any fins on there. No, can't quite. Mark from the Ukraine. Good to have our Ukrainian crew in the house. And making his way out to the side, just a drop in. Boat turns to the left. He carries on out to the right, or vice versa if he was on the other side. Oh, gets the shove. This is the replay of how he fared leading up to that point. The shove was really as easy as well. So coming up with the board, the actual wrong way round to allow that shove to happen. As you can see, it's the correct way around there. Goes a little play pop shove to round off. Mark coming up with a great first run. And as far as what our judges are looking for, just double checking who are our judges. Has there been a switcheroo around? We've got Andy Cole. No, still Andy. Gui and Bailey done. But this time with Raymond Colhoun, who we saw riding in the 40-plus men's skim. So those three judges, Andy, Gui, and Bailey, will be looking for a mixture of things. So yes, it is how difficult the maneuvers are that you're pulling. It is also where in your run and where on the wave you pull them. So that, to start with already, starts off with the fin the wrong way round. He's now switch with his uncomfortable foot forward, but the board the correct way round. He started with his comfortable foot forward, which is now right foot forward, but you can see the tail of the board there with that kick pad up in the air. Shove again. So this is a lovely put together run. Obviously planned it. Here's the three. No such issue as was with the first attempt. Mark now properly in the zone. Stomping on the back foot to get him a little bit slow. Gets a nice air off the lip. The ideal for the judges is, the three shove and credit cards himself there or thereabouts. Hopefully he's still in one piece, if you get my drift. We're going to see that again. This is the latter half of what we just saw. Gets the 360. So he's right foot forward, fin at front. This is after doing the shove to get the board the correct way round. Gets the air as well. Plenty of daylight. Now he's going for the three shove. So the board doing a full 360. His body staying exactly where it is. The board made it about 270, but scooted out to the side. Unable to get that back foot on. It was right at the end of that second run. So Mark definitely piling on the pressure for the remaining two riders in this group. Those riders being Matteo Maleri Levito and Gabriel Zakarian. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. Let's see if we can go to the stream in actual fact. Where was I with the explanation of what our judges are after? So yes, technical difficulty. And in there we had a couple of shoves from Mark. We had the 360 as well. We had that service 180, that kind of floater 180 or that drift 180. Starting off right foot forward, his comfortable stance, but with the fin at the front. And then just drifting down the wave and sliding the left foot forward and left and the nose of the board underneath him to end up switch backside. Great technique. Matteo now in the mix. Getting a little ollie at the bottom of the wave. Not too much movement. This is where the actual surfing element starts to come into play, or it did fleetingly. Mini floater / nose over. Ollieing up. That's good. That's a little bit different as well. Lots of the airtime we see surfing is off the top of the wave back out. Matteo opting to mix things up a little bit, which the judges really will love. Trying to get the tail under the bottom. Is he going to go for the service 180? Ollieing out. He's still going clean. Probably getting to the end of this contest run now, or the scoring zone at least. Oh, the elusive 360. Done him like has done so many others up to this point today. Now, the one thing we'll say about Matteo's riding then, compared with Mark's, the rider before him, is that it was a little bit stop-start. So he's got some nice maneuvers in there. The key, and this is actually the same with all action sports, which are all subjectively judged, but subjectively judged within some strict parameters. So the difficulty, the technical difficulty, how difficult are the individual tricks that a rider is performing? Where, and in this case, where on the wave is the rider performing them, which we don't have in other sports, aside from surfing on waves, but where on the wave and where in his pass. So if you're doing really difficult things really early on in your pass, and then if you're also performing tricks, say like a 360 but a bit further back on the wave, you're getting in air in a place where it's much easier to drift off, there's much less room to play around with, then you're going to get scored more highly. And then the flow is what I was talking about in terms of comparison between Matteo here and Mark. Joining tricks together, moving from one maneuver into the other, is what the judges will really look to see. And then you've got the element of variety of composition. Are they surfing with their left foot forward? Are they surfing with their right foot forward? Are they using their heels, surfing backside and front side? And also, are they mixing up the sides of the waves that they're on? Most of our riders so far have only stuck to the one side. Matteo back in action. Oh, we could be seeing a shove here. If you look really closely, and you can tell, without looking too closely, that it's a bit more wobbly than usual because he's got the board the wrong way round. Fin is at the front, or tail of the board is at the front. And it just doesn't bite so well. Nice! Oh, that was good. Gets up to the top of the wave and then just slides a 180 down the base. Drifting a little bit too far across that bottom part of the wave. The closer you get to the back of the boat, the more severe the trough becomes. The trough is the bottom part of the wave, the lowest part of all of the water out there. And the difference between the wave and then it going up out the other side of the trough on the other side is what caused him the issue here. So he's going to go down and then slides it around, but just sliding with too much weight on that front foot, just digging into the outside part of the water and behind the back of the Paragon. Is he going to stay with a reverse start, fin at the front again? And Matteo's back up on the water with the board the wrong way round again. The wrong way, the other way round. There's no wrong or right here. It's just whatever is working and whatever is not. Didn't quite work the first time round. Can he make it work this time? You can see that his feet, while aren't right to the front. Oh, it was a big spin. Was it? No, we're going to see a replay then. It wasn't a big spin. I thought he put a little shove in then, but by the way the board came round, it was still in the nose at the front. Let's have a little look. So he's trying to slide. Does he try and get a little kick shove in there as well? Yes, he does. So it's like sliding it round and then a last minute frontside shove on the end of it. Not to be for Matteo on this time, but once again, I believe with the numbers that we have in this category, all of our junior men skim will be qualifying for the final. They are just fighting it out for that start list. Who's going to go off the dock last? Next and final rider, Gabriel Zakarian. We don't know where Gabriel is from. Potentially Spain. Starting off, right foot forward, front side. Gets a little air. Was that an Ollie Norse trying to take the front of the board? I like that. The slider, getting that weddle grab in. Front hand between the toes and just sliding the tail of the board into the wave. Oh, it turns it into 180. This is good. That was really good. Slides it round and just keeps that inside. Oh, this is looking really tight from Gabriel. Gets the 360. Already propelling him ahead of the rest of the competition. The shove is in. Is he going to shove out again? Yes, he is. Making that second shove. Oh, and then almost turning it into a 3. I think that was accidental, that rotation. But it would have been really fly had he pulled it off. So much good stuff in this room run by Gabriel. So watch this. Goes for the shove again. And then just drops so deep in the wave with both hands in the water. Almost turned it into another 3. That would have been some seriously skilled improv. Didn't make it work, but a great first pass. Falling only right at the very end. Gabriel into his second and final pass on this semi-final day. Oh, no. Oh, hopefully that ball didn't go straight into the derriere. Sometimes you can slip out and that ball can end up in awkward places. Hopefully not, though. First fall, as you guys are becoming familiar, of, well, first and only fall. In some competitions, you get people doing riders' briefings where they make the mistake of saying you've got 2 falls, but you're done on your second, which means you've actually only got 1 fall. So only 1 fall, because he's done if he falls again. And we're live. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us. My name is Matt Crowhurst. I am your host for this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships here at Botaski in the heart of Spain, in its capital. Well, 30 minutes outside its capital, Madrid. This beautiful, beautiful spot, literally purpose-built for any water dancing you might be interested in. Largely water skiing, 3 eventing, one of the best spots on the planet for 3 eventing, water skiing. And we're back in action with Gabriel and the second part of his second run, taking 1 fall already. Now he's just going to wind it down. He's already got a couple of shoves in the bank, a 360. Going that, oh, we like that. Can he get back in the pocket? Can he? Right on the cusp. So that will not count because it was that trick that caused him to fall off the wave. As much as he landed it and was there hanging on for a little bit, the judges will not be scoring that. Regardless, a really, really tight run for Gabriel and all the riders in that category of junior men, skim. And we move on to our women's skim. Let's just have a double check. And here we go. So we have got the following women's skim, 14 to 29. Because Nilla, I'm not sure whether that's a typo. I'm going to have a little look at that. And then Natalie Hudsalak, Adena, Bethany May, and Jana. A lot of Prince and Madonna style single name setups here for our categories. Let's see how it fares in the Rideline app. If you guys at home are watching this and you want to keep pace with everything that's going on in terms of the schedule for the rest of today and tomorrow, in case you've got some riders who you might want to check in with specifically, if you go to the WWA Rideline, download that app, get yourself a profile, and then just click the event, and you can see everything that's going on in the entire event. For those of you out there in the wakeboarding world who would like an event management system that works really seamlessly, that can give you an opportunity for promotion of everything that you're doing in your country, or more specifically in a micro way with your event, WWA the way to go, and then the WWA Rideline app that they have available to everybody for free, that not only keeps pace with the event itself for you guys at home wanting to watch, but also if you are running your own events, this can help you do so. On to the women's skim we go. And our semi-final, as it loads. It's going to be with this young lady to start. So a late entry, Michelle Kritchog, just joining us. So a late entry not on my running order right in front of us, or the Rideline app, Michelle Kritchog in the women's skim 40 to 29. Unfortunately taking an early fall, going for that 180. winding the windows pretty aggressively, but it seems to be working. Yeah, gets out of it. So a 180 both ways, getting the tail out. What the judges might also consider, and this is unfortunate because this is where the subjectivity of the sport comes into play, Michelle's style might just be one where she moves her hands an awful lot. What the judges might interpret that as is a little less control because, oh wow, she's racking the tricks up. She gets to 3, she's got the shove to get the board back the way round. So regardless of how much Michelle's hands are moving, there's a smile on her face, and that's a beautiful second part to her run. She's sucking through a straw. She put a lot in there. Yeah, so the winding of the windows, anybody who's wake surfed or done anything that's involving balance where you're a little bit wobbly, when you haven't got anything to hold on to, you use your arms to correct you. And it might be construed, it might be interpreted by our judges that Michelle is not completely in control all the time. But you know what? Park that, and let's just look at the tricks she did. That. Frontside 180, not easy to stop yourself from slipping out, slides it back round. Then a bit of surf style, ollie at the bottom, big old spray, slight nose over / floater, mini little ollie off the top. Then she's thinking about this, the 180 and then 180. Oh, a little bit of a wobble, then pulls it out of the hole. Shove, gets back in the pocket once again with the board the wrong way round. Then shove to wind it back in, and that is packing in an awful lot. It was non-stop. It was all connected, so whatever the hands are doing, it didn't really matter for Michelle. She has laid it on, and what a late entry that is. Great work, Michelle Critchok. Michelle, oh, almost getting some air popping out of that 180. Then gets the shove again. She is absolutely flying. Who is this young girl? Oh, gets out of it, can she? This is good. That is a hard way to rotate. And then going for the big spin. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing the replay on that. Okay, so she's packing an awful lot in again, particularly that maneuver just before that big spin. Thank you for joining us, whoever is out there watching this 2025 European Wakesurf Championships. You're catching the replay of Michelle Critchok, late entry, not on my start list, not on the ride line start list, in case you're watching. Gets that done. So slides the 180, then pops one back, then gets the shove. Now see, she is the board's the wrong way round here, so just does a backside 180 just in the flat. That's not easy. Now she's setting herself up nicely for this big spin. Loses board underneath her, but man, was that a put together selection of tricks for young Michelle. Ignore the Aston that you guys are seeing on the screen. It is not Natalie Hood-Saliak. Oh, she gets another shove in. Michelle is cranking it out, going for that drifter 180. Now she switch. Backside. Going for the... Oh, look at her face. Keep concentrating, Michelle. You've still got some time left to play. What else can she squeeze in right before the end of the scoring zone? She just goes crazy. She gets the big spin. That is an absolute stellar couple of passes from this young lady as a late entry. Catching the replay of everything going on with Michelle, including that big spin. So using the momentum of that frontside 180 to then whip the board into the rest of the trick. So a big spin is where the rider turns a 180, but the board rotates a 360. So I didn't realize, but for those of you at home wondering what I'm actually doing, making this announcement, because obviously if you're at home somewhere not here in Spain at Bodeski for this competition, you'll be wondering why I'm asking you to make sure the next group is ready, but the reason for that is that I'm announcing on site as well. So could we get our next group ready? That next group is Women's Skim, 14 to 29. Can you ladies get yourselves down to the dock? Oh, sorry, Women's 29 plus. We're in the middle of 14 to 29. And the rider in the water about to go should be Natalie Hudsuliak. And if I'm getting these names wrong, someone needs to come and check in with me. There we can see the start dock. Nice and chill to start with. We're going to have more riders coming out throughout the day. Natalie Hudsuliak getting into her first run. This makes a difference from your last competition, wake surfing in Scotland. There was nowhere near as many board shorts and bikinis about. Oh, gets a little back foot up in the air. Lovely flow to start with for Natalie, which the judges will like. I mentioned it before, it's worth mentioning again. If you're stopping and starting in between each trick, you lose that kind of composition, that flow. And surf is all about flow. But as Natalie starts to think about individual tricks, oh, can she get back in there? Go, 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 go. Yes, clinging on for dear life. There we go. I just don't have the flexibility for that at all. That is beautiful. I forget whether that's called the fire hydrant or something else. Goes for the shove. So that is a beautifully put together run up to that point for Natalie. We're going to watch a replay in a minute. So apparently this young lady, according to Scotty Broom, our contest director and main man for the WWA, has said that this girl has just started her own wake surf school just outside Barcelona. Another excuse to visit Barcelona. All smiles from all of our riders under the water, which is exactly as it should be. There may be a few more tense faces come finals time tomorrow, but at this stage, it is all smiles and light. So Natalie getting herself straight back in the pocket. Pocket being the word that we use to describe that part of the... Oh! She went all in to try and squeeze that shove in while still in the scoring zone. So as I was saying, pocket being the word we use to describe that part of the wave that has got the most push, that is allowing you to just surf with the wave, that you're not struggling to keep on it or getting pushed too far ahead of it. I mean, the pocket is basically anywhere where you can stay on the wave. But within wake surfing, that pocket is a much smaller area. Hello to everybody at home. This is Matt Crowhurst, and this is the 2025 Nautique European Wake Surf Championships here at the incredible, the inimitable Botaski, with in actual fact, the main man from Botaski, Ricard, just here helping us with all of the technicalities on the stream. Thanks, boys. And there you can see lots of smiles from young Natalie. Happy with that very first run. Girl done good. She really, really did. Raymond Colhoun of the Clan Colhoun whipping that Paragon round to take on her second and final pass in this semi-finals, i.e. just the qualifying. All of our riders going through. They are just vying for starting places on the dock. And the reason that is quite important, you may think, well, what's the worry? And there might be what's the worry if you're going through. Then this is just a practice session. But if you can be last off the dock, and if you are of the mindset, and I'm certainly one of those riders that has to think my way to a good run as opposed to have skills and talent enough way to just blow the competition apart. If you're last off the dock, you can see what's gone before you and you can adjust your run accordingly. So if everybody falls, you can take a chill. Look at this for Natalie. The Drifter 180. She's now left foot forward. Oh, whoa. The winding of the window is very apparent right there to steady herself. So she switch backside. Almost chinning herself on the nose of the board. Think she was thinking about the frontside 180 up onto the wave. So turning into the wave, opening out to the boat. Here we see it again. That was beautifully done. Starting off with the board the wrong way round so she can do that little slider, drifter 180. The nose of the board got no grip, so it just drifts out to the side as she gets low. She's now switched backside. I think she was either thinking about a burial. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world. Oh, you know what? The numbers just went straight up then as soon as they cut to my face. That's exactly why. My name's Matt Crowhurst, and I'm very stoked to be here. First time at Bodaski. Very impressed with this place. If you're in Spain and you fancy some water dancing, come along to this place. Center of the Iberian Peninsula. That's a rather fancy way of describing this whole spot of land that encompasses Spain and Portugal. And we are at the heart of said peninsula. The heart of Spain. No! There. I refer you back to my earlier statement. Even a rider, a surfer of this young lady's talent, Natalie, can fall out of nowhere, even while just getting set up. So if you end up pulling that line in, wrapping it around your hand, and you take one of those falls, that hand can disappear. Can't it, Alison Kilgore? One of our home crew from Scotland, who unfortunately had a bit of an incident, but luckily she's recovered and she's back at it, which is very thankful. So you guys out there, try and avoid the wrapping the handle around your hands. I'm going to keep on saying it. I'm going to sound like an old dad. I am one of those, so I'm allowed to do it. Welcome to Bodaski, just outside Madrid, southeast of Madrid. This beautiful two-lake, purpose-built, amazing spot, hosting the European Wakesurf Championships with Nautique for the second time. They've been here before, and it was so good that they wanted to come back, of course. And, I mean, as much as I'm enjoying watching the wake surfing, which I always do, I'm stuck inside this rather cool setup. But all the action's out there. So if you are watching this and you're in Spain and in the area of Madrid and can make it along to come along and hang out in the sun, get your sun tanning in, and just watch some amazing action, then please do. But if you can't, you're elsewhere in the world and you're joining us, stick with us. Just keep this on a phone, on a screen, on a TV, right the way through your weekend, wherever you are. Okay, let's do a little checky-doodah of who is up next. So from Natalie to Adena we go. Once again, just opting for the singular Prince Madonna style name. Adena, right foot forward, so goofy rider. I'm going to explain to you cats out there exactly why the term goofy is the term it is. Why does goofy refer to riders on boards who ride with their right foot forward? I'm going to tell you. Watch this space. Adena in the scoring zone. Lovely little ollie at the bottom of the wave. Then just drops a heel edge to just carve some water up at the face. Ollie out the top. Just shuffling the tail around. It looks to me that she's not rocking a pin at the back. No, she's not. And you can tell by the water spurting through the hole. Oh, that's good. That's good. Grabbing hold of that rail and then back the other way and then uses the water just to find the grip that is otherwise not there underneath the board on these all too skittish. That was, oh, can she get back in? No, she can't. And that's a nose cleaner for her. We're going to watch that replay again. But that was so nice up to there. Lots and lots of control up to that point. With that little drifter 180. Here's the replay from the start. She gets straight into it. Chugging the rope to the other side. Now this will be a lot of riders. I mean, every single rider in the competition, actually, it will be their first ride on this particular specific setup. Many, many riders will have ridden a Paragon and a Nautique before. And all of these riders are at such a level that they can wrestle with the wake. It's there and it's big and it's fat and there's plenty to play with. This is that drifter 180 there and back. Stops herself from rotating too much. Now this, I love the way she does this. She goes out really wide and then slides a 180 way earlier. I've not seen many people try a 360 like that. Usually you start back, you shoot forward, and you've got the option of just squatting down low, sticking your hand in the water, and then just skimming a 360. Or you've got this other technique where you kind of turn a 90 degrees up the wave and then drop the 270 coming back down the wave. But, the old switcheroo does the varial. Board stays in the same spot. Feet change. So now the board is exactly where it should be. She's riding switch backside, and the judges will love that variety. Using all the, gets a tail out. That is a great finish. Looking forward to seeing the replay on that. Great work from Adena. So our judges in the boat want to see riders going left foot forward and right foot forward, using all of the edges, which is slightly different in practicality to when we say that referring to wakeboarding, because you're not really putting in a big old toe side edge or a big old heel side edge, but you are to a degree. So that basically means we want to see riders surfing backside and front side, as well as rotating in both directions. There is our start dog. Nice and chill to start with. That's Michelle, who had such a barnstormer to start things off. And we move into the second and final pass for Adena. With still 2 riders left. We've got Bethany, May, and Jana before moving on to the women's skim. And actually moving through this day very swiftly indeed. Had the pleasure of going out in the beautiful local town, which I'm going to look up because I want you cats out there to know exactly where we are. So if you type in Bodaski, oh no, Paul went too far across on that Adena. So going for the shove, kind of going up, which is a little bit of an in-betweeny place to do it. A lot of the time you're doing the shove kind of at the top because you can get a little bit of pop and you can land on what is a square bit of water, a little bit more solid bit of water. She kind of started it on the face of the wave and popped up, and while also that making it a bit more difficult, hey, and if she can do it that way, cool. Whoa! And that's exactly what happened, just seeing the replay there. If you can do it that way, that's cool, but she just scooted the board far too far underneath her, didn't have enough out in front of her front foot to be able to catch the wave and drop in again. And it is time to go again. Now, I'm looking at my phone, not because I'm rude and not concentrating, because I want you guys at home to type in to Google or whichever map reading device you have and type in Bodaski and then look at the local town that we're in, which is stunning. Apparently, a former palace of the King and Queen of Spain a good while ago, I believe. Yes, the burial the other way. Oh, and that's going to be a second fall, and all she wrote for Adena. Second fall, done. So we tried again in 1 fall in each pass. Going to be seeing the replay now. She was running out of time. She had a great first run, and now it's just a case of kind of squeezing a little bit more to pile the pressure on the rest of the riders to follow, which we have too. Bethany May. And just kind of the same issue with the board sinking into the wave because of where her feet landed on it. Her feet landed too far forward. She didn't have enough momentum forward towards the boat to carry her, and just losing it, board sinking, and it's a little swim home. Not an unpleasant swim, though, in these beautiful lakes. The water's bath warm here. Nice and calm, nice and close to the bank. Great for viewing here, too. On to our next rider. This is Bethany May. So Bethany May, of British citizenship, but her and her family living out here in Spain, living in Malaga and spending a lot of their time, which you will see by the branding on the vest of Bethany, spending a lot of time at Extreme Gene. So hello to all of our Extreme Gene crew, Matt and Debbie. Little point of interest, Matt's brother, anybody who's in Spain knows Extreme Gene. Anybody who's in Europe who's into boat riding, in particular surfing as well, will know Extreme Gene. Another great spot. There's a good few incredible boat riding spots across Spain and Portugal. We've got Maven, we've got Sideway, we've got Extreme, we've got here at Bodaski. We've also got Enrique Dosta's place, which I think is just outside Barcelona as well. Hello, Enrique. How you doing, boss? And this is Bethany May repping for Extreme Gene as well. These guys spending an awful lot of time up there, making the trip from Malaga to just outside Cordoba, Almodovar del Rio. Great little night spot. And she's straight into her scoring zone. I believe the family said that this is Bethany's first ever contest. So for her to just get out there, awesome, job done, ticking the box. And then for her to actually move around fairly confidently and in control. There's been no window winding, no arm flailing, no wacky waving arm flailing inflatable tube man. Oh, the leg's coming out. It goes out of the front. Getting her Jackie Chan on. So replacing that back foot with her rear hand. That looked all too easy. Flex. No! She gets swiped. Rogue wave came in and gets the front of the board. Don't know how that actually happened because she was looking so good. But up to that point, really, really smooth. I mean, this is a great textbook explanation of what your riding should be when you're just getting into the swing. Far too often, when I'm taking people out or when you're seeing people out on the boat, they get up, they chuck the rope, and they start doing all crazy stuff. You just got to get in the zone. This is Bethany's first ride of this weekend, first ride on that boat. She's got to get a feel for that wave, which is exactly what she's doing. Tail coming out nicely near the top as well. Here comes, and someone of the Wake 7 community is going to have to tell me, I don't know whether that's a fire hydrant. I think the fire hydrant's the other one where the leg goes back. Front hand, front leg going back, which we saw from, who did we see that from? That was from Natalie, who was a couple of riders previous. And we move on to Bethany May's second run. Now her brother rode earlier on. Let's see if I can find him. Was it her brother? Maybe not. But her teammate from Extreme Gene rode earlier on. And he will be riding again. As I said before, there's no actual qualifying. So our numbers are such that we've got about 79 riders in play here this weekend. Few of them riding in more than one category, so a good few of them riding in both skim and in surf. And of course, we've got foil as well, which is very, very cool. First time I saw foil in competition. Obviously, I've seen it before and love doing it myself. It's a lot of fun. If you're not giving it a go, then you definitely should. But you definitely should with the right coaching and the right foil setup, because it's an absolute minefield foiling of what particular foil and front wing, rear wing, mast size, and the placement of those bits on your board. And to get going with it off your own back with a crew that haven't done it before, don't do that. Go to somewhere with someone who's done it before, who's got a nice, easy-going foil that'll help you get up. And once you get to grips with it, then you'll absolutely love it. And we've got foiling in the competition. The first time I saw it was at a WW event earlier on in the year, back in May, in Phoenix, and we had strapped foiling, which I think is what we're going to have here in this competition. So foot straps, which will allow our foilers, even without straps, they're getting up in the air, doing silly things, doing 3 shoves, which just boggles my mind. They're going to be strapped in on this occasion, which means they're going to be going round and round and upside down. Bethany May back into play. Oh, we'll get rid of that rope girl. You give me the heebie-jeebies. Off the rope goes to one side. Scoring is on. Moving around. So she's right at the tail end of that board. It's quite a big board for her size, but that makes it a little bit more forgiving. Okay. Uh-oh. A little bit of goat boating. Get in there. Just a little sit down. It's been a hard day so far. Yes, yes, yes. And then to the knee. What? Stay in there. You've got it. You've got it. You've got it. So she just needs to stay on her knees on the inside edge. Oh, just enough time to blow the nose and crack on. Go on, Bethany. She's going to get back up. That is a sweet combo. Just climbing all over that board like it's a jungle gym. Bethany is still fighting and riding. Now she can start to throw it around north. Throw caution to the wind. Give it some, Bethany. Oh, almost dives the nose. Working her way back. Now this young lady probably weighs 8 stone wet through, so plenty of wave to play on, and that is a clean second run. Probably could have ridden that thing all the way to the dock. Geared up for Bethany May at the very first ever contest. Now, up until this point, I didn't realize I was actually on the live P8 on site. Here we get to see that full combo. We got Greg in the house. You need a fin on that board, bro, or a different board. Okay, surf's where it's at. How good did this girl do for her first ever contest? Can you imagine climbing around on a board like that, Greg? I just do not have the flexibility. Or let's say, or the balance. Oh, let's face it, skill as well to do that as well. She absolutely bossed it. The lady's killing it in this category. Okay, moving on to our very last rider? It is, I'm a little bit getting ahead of myself. Where are we? Bethany May onto Jana. I like how wake surfers don't have a surname. Very rock star. Very rock star. I love it. Jana straight into it. Now the running order has been thrown into the Ride Line app, and those riders with the top seed ending out later on in the running order. And I can already tell that this girl has got some skills. She is not stopping. The flow, the intensity is going to be through the roof for this young lady. Ollieing out the top. Oh, gets absolutely worked off the drop of that big old wave. So here we see the replay of Jana getting really into it. Now, intensity is a big part of any action sports, and by that I mean it certainly involves difficulty, but it just amounts to the amount that you're putting into the actual run, and she did not stop right the way through. So intensity and composition will be great throughout that. It is her first fall, having a little conflub with Raymond and the crew in the boat. And away she goes. No, Jana taking a fall, looking for that frontside 180, which is so difficult to do, and is why you see some of our riders getting down really, really low when they do it, because it's so easy to slip out, exactly like that. I think was she trying to do a drifter or a full 180? I'm not quite sure. But with the board pointing out like that, and you weight over your left leg into the wave, it's very easy for that board to skip out. Now, as mentioned, we're at a very, very early juncture of this European Wakesurf Championships. I'm sure come the end of the day, and certainly through tomorrow for finals, we're going to have many more people just lounging in the sun, taking in all the sights and the incredible action from all of our wake surfers across all these insane number of categories. 79 riders total. But there will not only just be 79 rides, because many of our riders are riding more than once. In the surf and the skim, luckily for Greg, there is another category. Someone find him a fin. And here, Greg, come and say hello. So this is our main man. I tell you what, let's get another chair. You grab the one over there. So we'll keep it on this camera, because that's the end of that category. So hopefully we've got a little bit of time. I've only got one microphone. But Greg, branded to the yin yang, we are celebrating 100 years of Nautique this year. And tell us what it's like being a part of a brand like a company, an entity, a family like Nautique, because family is the operative word that a few people have been using.
Yeah, you know, at Nautique Boat Company, we have, as you said, 100 years this year. We were founded in 1925 by my great-grandfather. Back then, I don't think he could imagine what wake surf boats were going to be like, and us out here having fun like this in this day. Yeah, no, that would have been bad. So you know, I am focused on that surf class later. That's, you know, I figured I came all the way across the Atlantic. I might as well get in the skim class and get a little extra water time. So, but we got a surfer back on the water here, so we probably better get back to that, and we'll continue on in a minute.
Okay, Jana, hopefully she can pull a little bit more together on this second run. So we've got a shore side shot, which gives you a true idea of the size of that wave. It is hip high and some. Oh, she had the fin at the front. She had fin out front, so making it a little bit more skittish. We're going to see that right now. Couldn't see that from the side shore shot, but we're going to see it again in a minute. Once again, it is just Jana's first fall, so she will get another crack at the whip. I have to say, the other riders before her certainly put the pressure on. Talk us through that particular wave and this particular boat, Greg, while we wait for Jana to get back up.
Yeah, so you know, we're using the Paragon 23 out here. It's the ultimate boat in our lineup. I know for a lot of these divisions that are riding here in the beginning of the day, we actually are just using the factory ballast without the supplemental. So there's more wave that can actually be made out of that boat, but you know, the boat's designed basically to carve that perfect wave, to give you some flexibility. You got a scale of 0 to 10 that you can make the wave work from. So let's watch her here as she gets right back into that wave and see what she can do in the rest of the pass.
Thank you, Greg. So I think just looking, she has got the board the correct way around. Or let's say correct. There is no right or wrong. It's just whatever works. With the fin at the tail or the rear of the board at the rear. No, Jana going down again. That is a shame. So that's not going to be the best scoring performance from Jana, but luckily thankfully. And that's perhaps why she was trying to play around with different things. There is no actual qualifying because every one of our riders goes through to the final, I believe. Hopefully I haven't just shot myself in the foot there. And they're just vying for running order off the dock. And we move on to our next category. So there'll be a swift change around. So it is women's skim. It's going to men's skim. We're all on 100% ballast. So that's 1,100, thereabouts, 1,130 kilograms of ballast.
Yeah, I know that more on the pound side, as we're about 3,800 pounds in the ballast. Those of us on that west side of the Atlantic, we measure in the pound. So, but I don't know the exact kilogram conversion. I have to get my phone out here to get that done. But we get that done. But it's very a lot of wake. The boat itself is over 9,000 pounds as it sits there. So when you fill that ballast up, you get that amazing wave, and we got that supercharged GM horsepower, so 630 horsepower to push all that boat and to build that perfect wave out here. So skimming today, I was riding at a 1 on the wave. As we get into surf later today, I'll probably ramp that up to a 4 or 5 and get a little steeper wave, get a little more behind you back there. So
you didn't need any more wave on that skim. No, you didn't need any more wave. All right, on to our next category. It is women's skim still, sticking with the same style of board, but moving on to our 29 plus ladies. And this is Victoria Verbska. That's a tough one. So sorry, Victoria, we're going to have to chat about getting your name right. Into the mix already, moving around the wave. So what we talked about before is that our surfers, or what our judges are looking for, is to use all of the wave, not just to stay in one spot. We've already seen her move back, getting a slight little frontside butter slide, knee drop, being careful not to shoot far forward, which often happens when you drop that knee. She controlled it really well. Moving up and down the wave. Oh, getting a little higher, almost into a floater position. Oh, that's good. Can she drop back in and catch the wave again? Lovely stuff. Getting into the squat, we see in the 360. Often with women, and I don't think this is prejudice to say, but our women much more flexible. Oh, look how happy she is. The elusive 360. We've seen a few of our riders go down on this. Squatting down low and just spinning like a top, making it look too easy. She's absolutely buzzing after that run. Okay. Alexandra Gardner on the dock, just keeping me posted with the information.
That was a great run there. Definitely fun to watch somebody that actually knows how to skim out there, unlike myself. But it's as we talked about, the Paragon is just like that ultimate version of a G. The G series, the best-selling boat in America over the last few years, and the G23 in particular, and such an amazing boat. It's the Paragon's kind of that all-in. You got all the goodies, the big horsepower, all the luxury. I just actually got one at my dock. It's been about a year since I had a permanent boat at my dock, and they're in Orlando, and so I've got a Paragon 25 that just arrived just before our July holiday. And it's been fun getting to use that boat. I was just checking the app, and I think we got about 40 hours on it already, in over a couple of weeks. So,
that is nice to have that to play around. Know where I'm headed next time I'm going to Orlando. Okay, we have got Young. Let me just get that name up again. She's getting down low. She's going to go for another 3. It is Victoria already in. Taking a fall early on. Let's just check what happened there. So a shout out to, I'm just having a look because I'm getting some messages from Alexandra. A shout out to, we had Yana Lapikova, who was riding at the end of that last group. Shout out to all of our friends in Cyprus who are watching back home in Limassol, originally from Russia, but spending a time out in Cyprus. So going for the frontside 180, you were right, she started out with the other foot forward. But just a shout out to all that crew in Cyprus, friends of Yana who are watching. Sorry if it was a little all over the place. The technicality is always a little like that at the start of these streams, but we'll get into our swing of things. And moving on to our next rider, because that is Victoria's final fall. No, she's going to get another crack of the whip. That was her first fall. She took a fall in the first pass. This is her second pass, so she's going to go for it again. Fin up front, right foot forward. She's going to get down low and try and sweep the nose of the board, which you can see at the back. Yes, yes, yes. Go on. Oh, she's happy and puts in a nice bottom turn there as well. And another one. Her feet a little bit far forward as she adjusts that back foot right on cue. She's going to go for another 180, dropping her hand in the water to spin it back. Oh, full layback. And that will actually be her last fall. And that's a great couple of passes for Victoria. Getting that trick that she fell in. And that's our first rider done in the women's skim 29 plus. Viola. So I apologize if I'm only saying first names, but if that's all I've got in front of me, that's all I got in front of me. So you kids, when you're filling out your forms, need to get those in right. I don't know whether you heard Alexandra Gardner, our stalwart dot marshal, trying to keep me posted. So I'm trying to look between running orders. Right, let's see where we're up to. We are on to women's there. Viola, here we go. Viola Tammy, Switzerland. So our Swiss crew in the house. Johan, who is our Nautique Swiss dealer. Man, he's got a good setup out there, hasn't he? Oh my gosh. All of the amazing gigs he has in his particular spot. And this is one of our Swiss crew. I wonder whether Viola actually rides with Johan. Rope is dropped. No calling from her. Good girl. Gets into the scoring zone. Let's see what she's got. Already starting to move around. Now for you at home as you're watching, I'm sure there are many who are extremely familiar and ride yourselves. You know exactly what our judges are looking for. But those who are less familiar, just have a see on which parts of the wave that Viola uses. Oh, that was clean. Really, really clean. No real wobble at all. So now the ball's the wrong way round. She's going to shove to sort it out. Yes, she does. Back in the wave, so using the top. Now is she going to go for more tech or is she going to go for more self? Getting way back now. That's what we call the critical part of the wave where it's easy to drift off. Oh, the front side 180. That was tight. That's crazy. You guys at home, if you don't surf or you only surf a little bit, you don't know how difficult that is. And then 3 in there both ways. Clean as a whistle from Viola. Gets the varial in 2. Is this going to be a stand-up pass? She's now riding switch backside. Oh my word. One of the best runs we've seen so far today. So many different maneuvers in there. Having just been out on the skimboard and been a little bit wobbly, Greg, you can appreciate how difficult that is.
Yeah, that was a much better performance than I put in this morning. But, that was amazing to watch. It's fun to see people come out and, all this time they spend on the water behind amazing boats, having fun with friends, and now to put it in competition form. These competitions, they're great. It's fun, and it's a little nerve-wracking. It's a little bit of everything, and it's a great opportunity to get out and stretch yourself and give you a little bit of drive to come back with a new trick the next time, so that you can move up that scale and beat some other competitors. But this is all about fun at the end of the day too. And you mentioned family before. We got a lot of families out here traveling and coming to join, and so it's awesome to see the families. That's what we're all about at Nautique, is getting people together, getting people on the water, and having a great time.
It is most definitely that. Anytime you spend on the boat with family and or friends, with a big crew, and wake surfing is kind of the perfect add-on to that time in the boat. Oh, gets the Ollie Viola back in the mix. Big old slash. Almost puts her out the back of the wave, but she catches up. So we've got the Ollie, the big old surf slash. Little wide, Ollie in the flat, down at the bottom of the wave. What else has she got in her bag of tricks? Oh, that was cool. Just a full no-footer. So leaving the ball completely behind. Sometimes we see Ollie Norse where the front foot comes back off, or the back foot, but getting both feet in the air. 3 shove from Viola. This is really, really tight. She is killing it and is double pumped at all of this happening for her. This is just semi-finals time, so this will be putting the collie wobbles up the rest of the riders watching. She's like, I'm just going to call it there. Finish on a high. No, go on, throw something else. Yes. Oh, to swan dive. So does the little Ollie frontside 90, Ollie backside 90 into the 3. So much going on there from Viola. Thank you for all of you who are tuning in at home, and thank you for those of you watching at home bearing with us on the technical front and also on the name checks as well. I apologize if I'm getting any of these names not quite pronounced right. Okay, Nancy Beaters from California is our next rider. I like that, using the Loch Lomond share board, community board, amongst the few that Raymond has been brought over. What surf style board are you going to use? Are you going to use that pod, or you got something else?
I brought my Hyperlight Variant.
Oh, okay. Now he means business because he's brought his own board. Okay.
Yeah, Nancy here. She's a Nautique owner. I know I've known Nancy and from coming out to our regattas. We do these Nautique regattas around the U.S. and everybody brings their own boats. So let's see what she brings to the table here.
I got contacted by Corey about the Canada regatta. That might be happening. I haven't run it by the wife, although if she's watching this now, she knows. Okay. Nancy looking comfortable straight away. That's a Nautique owner right there. Lovely, lovely surf style flow from her. Pumping that wave like it's going out of fashion. Really, really nice flow. Needs to come a little bit further forward and a little bit further back. Use a little bit more of the distance of the wave as well as the height, but she's getting into the bottom and up to the top nicely. Now starting to move forward. That was good. So for the uninitiated, it may look that a lot what's going on is similar, and some of it is, but just having that flow up and down the wave is what it's all about. If you can keep that consistent and really controlled and looking smooth, the judges will love it. And then if you can add, oh my gosh, she threw everything at that, didn't she? That was literally her shouting in a Braveheart way, freedom. Oh, wrong replay there, but it's always good to watch Viola go again. So this is the replay of Viola at the end of the run. That was so sick. So sick. You don't see many of those. I think she's got to be riding finless. Wow, great work from Viola.
I think that's that difference we were talking about there on how that 360 can be done. You just saw the one at the top of the wave there by Nancy. You saw Viola down there in the bottom of the wave spinning around. That's kind of that skimboard style. So when you get on that surf style board, you got that big fin. It's a little harder to go spin it in the bottom. So you're going to see a lot more of those as we get into surf here in a little bit, rolling off the top. So, it's going to be fun making that transition and seeing some surf here in a little bit. I'm going to have to head back down toward the dock here in a minute. But you see that beautiful Paragon there rolling away. And it's awesome to be out here. I do want to mention, too, Botas Ski here. They're a great partner of ours, one of the best ski schools in Europe. And they run the Ski Nautique and just did a we have these amazing ski nautiques out here. We got a lot of great competitions, including the World Championships last year out here of water skiing for the senior class. They do some amazing events, and they've been grateful. We were grateful that they are letting us put on this surf event. Because water ski is their normal style here, but I hear there's about 10 meters of water out here, so good water depth, and the wave was amazing today. It's always fun to be out here at Botas.
I mean, I got to say, I know we were chatting last night with Ricardo about, oh no, Nancy had a bit of a mind fart right there just before the scoring zone. We were talking last night. It's a perfect spot for a wakeboard event as well. I don't know whether. Yes, yeah, he's not so convinced. Obviously, the faster the boat goes and the bigger that wake gets, and it starts to add a little bit of intensity to the shores of any lake. So hence us often being on much bigger lakes with these wakeboard wakesurf boats. But actually here at Butterski, they build it up really nicely with graded banks and a lot of foliage to tend to that. And I'd also say that for those parts of the world that don't have the access to these boats, getting out and wakeboarding behind a little boat. Remember the 196 days? The 2001? Oh, there's a boat to wakeboard behind.
Yeah, you know, my first back roll I learned behind a ski Nautique 196 back in the day. I think, I think we put as many garbage bags or garbage cans full of water as we could in there, and without even a pylon at that time when I got that first back roll in. So
Yeah, that was my first Rayleigh. Shorts and a rash vest, low pole. Here we go. Nancy opting for switch backside, which is gnarly. Okay. She just puts the signal up. I think she's just asking for the surf wave to be changed to 3. You are able to change the settings in the boat, and any of our Nautique owners will be quite familiar with them, so we'll be playing around with them a good bit, depending on what they're doing. Looking really, really comfortable. Switch backside, that is no mean feat. That is tough stuff, and she's got this great surfy flow about her. The California thing, that's what it is. The California factor. Oh, those legs are going to be burning. About time for a break. She loves an intense dismount. Good work, Nancy. Making it all the way to the end of that second run. Oh, Team Nautique in the house as we watch the replay. So when I say Team Nautique, obviously Nancy's Team Nautique because she's got her own boat. But when I say Team Nautique, I mean in the same stakes that we would say Raymond and Greg here are Team Nautique, because we've got Nautique's very own Shelley Walker on the water next as we watch the replay of Nancy just tearing it up on her heels with this backside edge. Beautiful stuff from her. 3 riders left. It is quite the big heat. Look at these numbers. I wonder, so there's 6 riders, so that's on the very limit of what a final can be. So luckily, I believe all of these riders will be going through. And I think I jumped the gun. We had a Jana in the previous group, and I thought it was that Jana that Alex Doc Marshall was referring to. But we've got Jana Labikova coming up shortly after Shelley. So all of our Team Cyprus crew will be watching at home. We'll be excited to see her. And then Aurélie from Belgium, meaning that we've got the US and Europe represented in fine fettle. That's Nancy looking happy on the back of the boat. That's what it's all about. Yeah, great stickering there, Raymond. Great stickering. Oh, here we go. We got some chat. Now, a lot of this chat I cannot read. But we have got the Wakeboard Academy behind Viola. I wonder where the Wakeboard Academy is. So is you guys Wakesurf Juju? Where is that? Viola. So lots of people here, Viola. We've got Pablo Henry and Pablo Creno. I'm sorry that I can't read that. Is it possible that I can translate that? No. So anyone out there who can translate that, we got Ben Afford going for Marcus. So all of you guys who got in on the chat, thank you. Please keep it coming. If you are watching this right now and you got any people out there who might be interested in what wakesurfing is all about, there's Nautique's very own Bailey Dunn working on the old rope duties as well as the judgmentalization of our riders too. Very grateful to have her and Andy Kolb in the boat judging. I mean, and you, who are more than capable of casting a discerning eye. Okay, there we go. Oh, Davy? Or is that Davai? Eric Anderson coming in from Madrid. Hello to you as well. So yeah, please get in on the ads. And also, give us an actual shout out. So we've got the Wakeboard Academy. Where is that exactly in the world? Give us a download. I'm assuming that's in Switzerland, because that's where Viola is from. But yeah, where is Wakesurf Juju? In what part of the world is that? Is that the UAE? I seem to remember. Maybe. Yeah, it is. Nice. So we've got. Oh, so she's close by, getting her European training in. Nice. Okay, there's Shelley Walker, Nautique's own, using the communal blade. Are you going to be joining us at Monaco this year, Greg? Are you going to make it out?
still working out the plan.
Come on, you put it off long enough. It's time you came over. Shelley coming into the scoring zone. So that board probably on the big side for Shelley, but it's just one that she's borrowing. It's not her own. Possibly could get that back foot back a little bit. It'll give a little bit more control and lessen the likelihood of that happening potentially. So you can hear me, Shelley, just shovel that back foot back. Don't know whether the judges are sliding the odd little bit of coaching critique in there. That probably shouldn't be. So I'm allowed to do whatever on the microphone, so I'm not sure if you can hear us from the water, but Shelley, yeah, shuffle that back foot back. That will help out a little bit. As that big old beast of a paragon comes scooting around with Raymond at the helm. Here is the replay of what unfolded for Shelley to start with. She didn't really get a chance to get into the swing of things. And so for those on site, me talking about the replay that they're not watching will be a little bit weird. But you'll just have to deal with it, I'm afraid. As I'm talking to all the people at home. Sinking that nose. Common wake surfing fall. Here's a question, Greg. When was the last time you went skiing?
Snow skiing or water skiing? You know, we have an all-new ski Nautique out this year, and I have yet to get behind the boat because I'm not really the qualified tester of that boat as I've transitioned from wakeboard to wake surf for most of my days. There's still those days out there on Lake Pickett, my home lake out behind my house, where it's dead calm and it's perfect and glassy out there, and then I pull out that wakeboard and go out there and don't do it justice anymore. But you know, yeah, I have. It's been a little while since I've been on water skis, or on a slalom ski. So you know, with that new ski Nautique, it looks pretty tempting. I'm seeing a lot of personal bests that people are putting up all around the world, and you know, we have them at ski schools all across Florida and now here in Europe as well. And so the new ski Nautique is a pretty incredible design, and so we're excited for seeing some potentially world records fall behind it, and we're just as excited when somebody gets a personal best or somebody really takes that that next step in their skiing. And this new wake, the way the boat performs and drives is just incredible. So ski Nautique is back in an all new way again, and after 6 years of the current boat, it's time for the new, and so it's exciting to see it come out for 2026.
Yeah, coming here to about a skier and hearing about that makes me want to go out for a swerve. Okay, Shelley taking a fall, unfortunately, on a top turn, just popping the board out over the wave. So she is getting an escort to the end of the lake to get started for her second run. Hopefully being able to keep it together. Hopefully to put a few more maneuvers back to back in this second run. Get those feet to the tail of the board there, Shelley. Yes, she will. And a textbook deep water start from Shelley Walker as Raymond gets that Paragon up to speed. That supercharged engine, meaning that even with the weight at the moment, it is, in European terms, you'll have to work it out in pounds, I couldn't tell you, over 4.5 ton of boat, just getting up to speed in no time whatsoever and kicking that beast of a wave out. There we go. That's more like it, Shelley. Just need to soften those knees up. No, the stiff legs did her again. So first of all, she'll get another crack. And while we wait for Shelley to get picked up and just check out the replay, could we make sure that the next group of riders is in and around the dock? It is men's skim, 19 to 39. So Nico Ferrari, Simon Nicholas Boucher, Gianmarco Vlad Gorobonsov, and Johan de Sibenthal. So that's Johan. Is that Johan as, or is Johan in the pros? I'm not sure. Shelley back in action. Needs to soften those knees up. That was the only issue with that last fall, or causing that last fall. This is more like it. Getting a nice top turn. Knees dropped. Hand dragging in the wave. That was beautifully executed. No wobbles whatsoever. Getting a little bounce on. Oh, go on! That wasn't too far off. 90 degrees far off. Right at the end of her second run. So Shelley pulling it together on that second pass. Getting a little bit more locked in and down on paper as far as the judges are concerned. Here we see the replay. Drop knee was great, doing it beautiful. Anybody out there wanting to learn the drop knee, exactly like that. You've got to get as far back on the wave as you can, because as soon as you drop your knee, you end up shooting forward. Maybe just standing up a little bit too soon. Kind of needed to stay low in that 360 to make it all the way round. There's Alex Haddad Marshall. You'll be seeing on the screen shortly, and we move on from Shelley to Ori, who is our final rider in this women's skim 29 plus. Before we move on to the men's skim, I do apologize. I've gone and done it, haven't I? Exactly what Alex predicted, saying. So, said I was going to get it right, and then we jumped ahead. So she wasn't in my first running order, but here she is, Jana Labikova. Orally still left to follow. So Jana, Labikova of Cyprus, originally from Russia, now spending her time out in Cyprus, and apparently there is a big crew watching at home. So hello to all of you. Your girl's on the water right now. Jana about to take on her first pass on this first day. This qualifying semi-final rounds of action at this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. Already using a good amount of the wave. Oh, nicely done. Getting some air time to start things off. She's going forward, she's going back, nose over, tail out. Getting ready for something. Oh. Get it in. That was you earlier on today, wasn't it? Into that backside butter slide. Oh, that's cool. Full frontside butter slide and locking it in. So she's got the 3. She's got that little 90 slide as well. Something else has happened. The shove. Oh my gosh, Jana is on fire. Then that little switch around. So she's now switch backside. Can she squeeze something else in? I think she's chill. Oh, she didn't just do that. That was easy. That was really nice. So getting boosted out to the side of the wave. And wow, what a run from Jana. Team Jana and Cyprus back home are going to be pleased with that. So apologies for the confusion of the name first. I've got a couple of different running orders I'm working off. Need to go with this one. Here we get a replay of all the action from the very start from Jana. So much going on from Jana. Getting the nose over, getting the tail out, working back away from the boat, then working up close. Here she winds up. Is this 3? Beautiful way of doing it. So 90 degrees up, 270 on the way down. A little bit of a wobble on the way out, but she schools it. Here's that frontside butter slide. Lovely. Just buttering away at the bottom of the wave. You can actually pick up more speed when you get these skimboards going like that. Shove. Really, really clean. Catching it before it connects with the water. Then the frontside 180, drift right at the bottom to get herself into that backside serving position. Hopefully some of you who are on site are watching this on the stream as well, so it doesn't sound all too weird as I commentate on the stream replay while there's nothing going on out in front of you. And we should be cutting back to action with Jana on her second pass. Fin at the front, shove out the blocks. Then a mini little ollie to follow. Winding herself up for something now. The 3 shove and a potential credit card. Is she okay? Yeah, she is. Still smiling. So the 3 shove has not yet been landed. Could be this the time with this young lady, Jana. Jana, back in play. Is she going to go for that 3-shove again? Goes for the big spin instead. So the backside big spin. The board rotating 360, the body rotating 180. But that's a really difficult place to land because you're landing switch, heels, fin at the front towards the boat in a really sort of difficult part of the wave where there's not much push. She didn't quite connect with the board, but up to that, particularly her first pass and the first half of her second pass was really, really tight. Great work from her. Aurélie Albert, getting going in a really aggressive fashion. That's what we like to see. A bit of aggro on the water. She gets close to the boat. She drifts back. A few little pumps, moving forward. Mini air, bottom turn. Almost slips out with that backside rotation, but controls it. I'm assuming, yeah, it looks like it. I love that. That was the old front of the Titanic gliding right there from Aurélie. Then getting nice and wide with the butters into the flats. She's rocking no fins, which is why you're seeing the tail of the board slip out really, really easily, but she's controlling it so well. 360. Oh, the paddling to try and get that board to stop from turning, then caused her to drift off the wave to the left, up and off the wave. That is tough. She'd done all the hard work. There's that bit. I believe I can fly. Hovering through the trough of the wave, going front side. Little cheeky tail slide as well. Now this 360, which is what she's working up to. Doing it beautifully. Starting back, so she's moving forward. Hand drag. They're good. And then that, with her body all over her toes, just causing her to drift off in that direction and missing the wave. Second pass now. Oh, no, sorry. End of the first pass now for Aurélie. She's coming back in, out of the scoring zone, so just drifting off the wave. And it's a pickup again. Back into second pass with Aurélie Aubert. Right, let's see if we can get that surname right. Aubert is probably the better pronunciation. Getting a surf on. Lovely bottom turn, getting nice and wide. We're seeing our service getting further away from the wave, out wide, and still getting back on and staying with the wave. Yes, the shove. Oh, the kick put it in a place where she couldn't quite catch it cleanly. Got pushed too far across her. So let's just have a look at that. She does a good solid kick, but maybe a little bit too much kick. It did the full 180. Usually you want to catch it before 180. Yeah, that's exactly it. When you're doing a shove on a skate or a surfer, it is so much more ideal to catch the board just before it finishes the full rotation you're aiming for, because then as you catch it, you control the last part. It had already finished the 180 by the time Aurélie put her foot back on the board, and so then the board carries on over rotating that a little bit too much. So it was going to be really tough for her to ride away from. Hopefully, though, she's going to give it another crack, because it was there. Obviously, she's got that as one of her tricks. Getting a surf Slation on. Slation with a Y. Get the tail out. Moving back on the wave. Coming forwards on the wave. Thinking about the 3. Yeah, you go. Love the head movement at that as well. That was very precise. Looks like that might be a nice little tip. The shove wasn't to be, though. So Aurélie getting the 360 in, but not the shove. Look at her head movement on this. Up and then back down. Keeping her shoulders up and not leaning one way or the other. That's a handy little hint right there for anybody out there looking to get that 360 and doing it in that fashion. So going up the wave, then down the wave. And that is that category done. And it is Nico to start. Junior men skim. Let's just double check it is exactly that. Men's skim, 90 to 39 is actually what it is. We've already had our junior boys, junior men. Into the next round of riding action, and it is Nico Ferrari taking an early fall, unfortunately, but we're going to check him with that on the replay. He's going to be followed by Alex Hudkins. Nico back in play. Gets rid of the rope. Now he is in the zone. Can he keep it together to the end of this first pass? Starting to get some momentum now. Nico, gets the ollie in after a few carves. Could do with getting a little bit further up and a little bit further back. Goes in for the front side butter, fin into the wave. Slows him up a bit so he gets to catching it again. End of this first pass. Nothing to lose. You might as well just try a 3 or something. Nicely done, Nico. Keeping it clean right to the end of that first pass. All right, Nico, what have you got, sir? Oh, I guess the 1 foot. Cheeky little hello sailor at the top of the wave, which we're now calling that trick. Floater, nice. Oh, getting some minimal daylight now. Oh, there's the nose cleaner. That is the classic. Anytime you turn your board that way on the wave, just ask for your face to get it. So that is unfortunate. Good old slapping to wake you up on a Saturday morning. Nico, the man bun is still intact, so he'll be away for a second crack of the whip on this second pass. Thanks for the few of you joining us here on the stream. Obviously, there's going to be plenty more watching as the day moves on, being your Saturday morning. Hopefully, some of you are having a lie-in after a heavy week of work or whatever activities you've been partaking in. But those of you from wherever in the world you are joining us, and at the moment, it is, from Cyprus. We got the word that Jana... Oh, no, Nico, what happened then? I was looking at my comment section, and you disappeared. I don't know what happened then, but let's have a little look in the replay if we get a chance. Well, we've got the crew from Wakesurf, Wakesurf Juju. Simon Nicholas Boucher is going to be taking on the baton of wake surfing action from Nico Ferrari. And Simon, one of our crew who's travelled some of the furthest across the Atlantic pond from Canada, he's made his way here and is inherently a foiler, but this is his first wake surfing competition. I'm sure he's no stranger to a wake surf. I don't think it's going to be the very first time he has got on one. But foiling is apparently his thing. Are we going to be seeing you? No, we're not. So it is all our wake surfing for this young cat. Simon looking at home already. Good man of energy. Oh, no. That was my fault. Blame that one on me, Simon. Saying how well you were doing. That's always the commentator's kiss of death. Simon looking good to start with, putting in a quite technical maneuver at the early juncture in his run, what we could call the critical part of his run. If you're trying more difficult tricks very early on, then obviously you're risking taking a fall and scoring less, as opposed to what a lot of people do, myself included throughout my career, on those certain tricks I wasn't so sure of. You save it to the last thing. So you get some points on the board, you rack things up, you've got few meters left in which to squeeze something. You do it right at the end, but not for... Oh my gosh, that's easy. Does it keep going? How does he make that look so easy and stop the thing dead? That is impressive. So going for that big old Ollie 180/270 or just Ollie rotation, and it just didn't work. But the rotations before that, up to that point, were amazing. Simon gets a pickup, and away he goes up to the top end of the lake. He'll get another crack. Oh, hang on. Did he make it to the end? I think he might be missing a fall early on. So that is a shame. The star, you can actually see on his board, no fins at that back, making that thing super, super skittish. Such is skim style. But you can tighten the boards up in terms of how they grip the water, just with an A-fin. Even some of the skim style boards out there coming up with 3-fin options, so that they have a good crossover for those learning and those who are a little bit farther advanced. Back in the game. Rope chucked immediately. Now, I loved his vibe before. He's nice and aggressive, nice and energetic, getting some nice turns way, way, way out back in the critical part of that wave once again, as opposed to using... Oh, my word, that was massive. And doing it way back as well, off the back of all those pumps. It wasn't a stop still, set up, take your time, and then do it. Just threw it right in the mix. Oh, the bigger spin. That was so sick. What a combo from Simon. That is some good stuff. That's just his first fall as well. So the first run didn't go according to plan, but here we see it again. Watch him just pumping, pumping, pumping. He's obviously building up to it and thinking about it. But the fact that he's linking all of these, and then he boosts one now, and straight back into it. Not too much wobbling. Catches the board with his feet in a good place. Only a minimal adjustment to move those feet around. Then the bigger spin. Oh, it was there. It was so there. That's so frustrating for him. He's got to go for that again. It's got to be. Is he going for it again? It looks like he's winding up for it. Oh, he missed it even more. The time before he caught it really, really well, but couldn't ride away. That is tough. Give it up for Simon. There is some potential right there. There's some smash rings of greatness. There's some great tricks in, and we see the replay once again. So here he really is setting up. He's thinking, I just want this thing. I just want this thing. And those pumps are kind of part and building up for it. Yeah, that board's doing an awful lot. That's crazy to keep control of. Hello, people. Welcome to this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. And while it is a European Wakesurf Championships, we do still have people from all over the world. That was a Canadian, Mr. Simon, out there on the water, and he's going to be passing on. Let's have a little look just to get that running order right. So from Simon Nicolas Boucher onto Gianmarco. Now I got some information about Gianmarco from Alex on the dock. Right, there's... Gianmarco comes from between Verona and Venice, but lives in Switzerland on a place called Lausanne. Rides at Lemon Lake. Nice. Incoming. Looking very steady. Cool, calm and collected already. Gianmarco. Mini air. Shove. Done to perfection. Catches it straight into the next maneuver. Shove again. Gets that board the correct way round. So the fin is at the tail. Or the tail is at the tail, rather. Just that extra bit of bite. Backside rotation. Done really funkily. That full 360. Oh, yeah. Puts a big frontside slash in. Turns it into a 180 by grabbing the rail. Now he's switching backside. Then the big spin back to get him left foot forward. I love that combo from Gianmarco. Beautiful stuff. Gets grab hold of the rail, surfing backside, right foot forward, which is switch for Gianmarco, and then goes to that bigger spin. So turning his body, that frontside 180, into the wave, and then at the last moment, popping the board into an extra shove. I mean, ideally with a big spin, you're looking for the board to be in the air the whole way round. As you're learning them, or as you're locking them in, or just as the way you do them, particularly on surf, where you've got this wave here. If you're on flat water, then of course you have to pop. But you've got this wave in the way, so it was pretty much, it was a backside big spin, that's for sure. So it's hard to tell with Gianmarco's ball because it looks fairly symmetrical. Oh, first fall on a 3 shove. Yeah, it's hard to tell which way round his board was. But obviously the intention, that helps things out. I mean, we all know with wakeboards, they're symmetrical. Most of them pretty much bang on symmetrical because riders are riding left foot forward and right forward. They don't want the board to feel funky one way and not the other. And I thought that he caught that. That's really harsh on Gianmarco. Hey, everyone, welcome once again. We're going to try and get the chat back up at some point. So apologies that that's down, but thank you to those of you who did join in on the chat to say hello. And hello to everyone back at home, who, wherever home is, to say back at home, my home, your home, wherever you are in the world, for joining us here on this stream. If you can, just take the YouTube page and just click the link and just copy, and then go and slam that on your social media pages just to get some more people in and watching. And or get them around to your place to watch with you on the big screen. Gianmarco gets another go. Does he? It's me losing count, but I'm not a mathematician. Yes, redemption. 3 shove, locked, box ticked. And then beautiful dismount to boot. Once again, these cats, I'm going to double check this before I put my foot in it, are less than 7 in their group, so there won't be a final as such. I mean, there won't be a disqualification if you don't make it through into the top numbers. How many have we got in this category? Yeah, there's not so many, so they will all make it through to the final. Little taste of some previous contests here at Botas Ski, as was discussed. We had Greg Maloon, who is the direct grandson of the person who started Nautique 100 years ago this very year. How cool is that? And we are celebrating with a whole ton of events and just continuing to do what Nautique do best, make the best boats, provide the best experiences for you and yours, family, friends, provide the best way for new things to be made possible. No, we've done this cat disservice because he's already charging. Vlad grabbing stuff. He's already got the 3 in. Then the shove. And the shove again to get the board the right way round for him. Backside switch. Needs to keep control of that board's tone. Wants to skip away when in that position. Yes! That is dope. What a run. Vlad absolutely killed it. Let's watch that replay again. So he's getting the nose over. And really good angle on that too. 360. Solid. What's this? Combos galore from Vlad. Rise it out. Can't quite get the rotation to turn back. That front's mobility of his heels. So I think he's just going to ride it out. There we go. Oh, no, he can get that back. Can get it back by shoving it, making it even more difficult. Great job from that guy. Vlad ollieing out the blocks. Getting some speed on. Ollie backside 1, or backside 90 rather. So nose over and ollieing into it, then finishing off the 3 in 3 stages. Oh, wow. Backside big spin as well from Vlad. He is feeling it today. Penultimate rider in this category. That was some serious amplitude from Vlad. Seeing right the way through between board and water. Oh, getting wrapped up a little bit in a backside big spin. That's his second fall, so I do believe Vlad Gotemstov will be done. Here's this riding up to that point. Oh, just the last little bit. Back foot, not quite finding connection. That is him done. And now it is on to our very final rider in this category of men's skim 90-39. And on to the water we go with more of the Nautique family who are here in their droves. And this particular family member is the family member for Switzerland. Nautique dealer in Switzerland, has his own school, has a restaurant and a school, and you should just go to his page, Nautic Wake, so Nautic Wake, and you'll see everything that this guy gets up to. Johan, spinning to win, every which way. Oh my gosh, so smooth the last time I saw him. Lucky enough to go out for a ride with him when we were at the Monaco Boat Show with Nautique. But it was not calm waters, and even then he did some silly stuff, but nothing like this. Getting drifted off after a few of those hits. More than comfortable, either foot forward, and just in any direction rotation, just seems to claw his way out. Oh, that big spin being the undoing of him there, right at the end of that run, or is he going to get a little bit more? I think there's a little bit more actually for him. Is there? Which way is that he's going now? Coming to the end of the scoring zone. Goes to the same trick again. Is the undoing of him again, unfortunately. But man, from Johan, sublime surfing from him. Just looks so at home in every direction. Johan up near my end of this second of our two lakes at this incredible spot in the heart of Spain, just outside Madrid. Bota Ski, host of some of the biggest world water skiing competitions, as well as now second time host of this European Wakesurf competition. And we are in the middle of watching Johan, a Nautique, a Swiss Nautique dealer. Oh, is he okay? It looks like his face could have connected with the board the way that ball came round and he missed his back foot. It is only first fall. No major panic stations from anybody in the boat, so I'm assuming that means he's okay. Johan now surfing backwards. I love that little lip slide, sliding the board round, continuing to rotate every which way. Now he's right foot forward, fin at front, or no fin right at front. So the board the oppo way round. Won't track quite as well. Doesn't seem to be affecting him. Oh, yeah, that was totally me. So the front side big, and it was the undoing, and he's just at the end of that run. So incredible work from every rider we've seen so far today as we watched the replay of Johan. Johan de Siebenthal is his full name. Johan de Siebenthal, but well done to every single one of them. Simon, Gianmarco, Vlad, and Nick O'Ferrari. We are going to take a short break in order to refill the boat. We're going to be back with you in not too long, so stay tuned and make sure you share that link far and wide. If you're watching it on YouTube, you can just copy and paste the URL bar and just throw that into your social media pages. Hopefully we can get some more people joining in on the fun. Thanks for sitting tight with us, guys. That goes for you here at Boda Ski 2, just enjoying the sunshine. Not too much. Make sure you get creamed up and watered up. And we'll be back with you not too long.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time. I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time. I've been on the grind, living real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent, and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, living real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women.
We have our next rider on the water, and it is George from Athens. Let's see if I can get the running order, get George's surname. Oh no, George scooting down the wave and the board just taking off without him. So we're on to our men's surf, 14 to 29 now. So changing tack in the style of board that is out on the water. Bit chunkier, big old fins on them, a little less skittish. Can get some more aggressive maneuvers out of them. Sometimes the boards don't actually move as quickly as the skim style boards, which didn't seem to be the case right then, as that thing shot out like a rocket underneath George. First fall or two. Well, sorry, first fall in this pass. He'll get a second fall in his second pass. Waiting for that wave to form. Oh, what was George going for? Was it the sit down? Was it the drop knee? Little bit too far back, and as it was wobbling back, it also put the brakes on the board. When you're surfing, you guys out there watching here on site, some of you may or may not know as you're watching the stream, that you get on your front foot to accelerate, to gain on the boat, to move towards the boat, and you get on your back foot, more weight on your back foot to slow down, to put the brakes on. And then as George sat down there, and he kind of squatted down to over his back foot, which put the brakes on, but he was also leaning out the back too, so causing him to just fall out the back. Right at the end of that second pass, though. Few turns, locked in. Second pass for George. So you're not really going to find the thruster set up on these boards. George looking like he's got 4 in there, so the 2 hook fins, and then the stubbies just behind them on the inside of the hook fins. Shorts adjusted, which means we are A-OK to get go. Thilzaz is George's surname. I'll probably just stick to George, heralding from Greece. You can see that board, and that's the case when you've got these twin fin setups on surfers, that they just are really, really twitchy. You're kind of wobbling from edge to edge. Far too much bite there. He's going to have to be way, way, way more aggressive and get the nose of the board right out of the top of the wave in order to get the board, that tail of the board to release. Where he was just maximum grip on the board, and the board just didn't budge at all. Hence him getting spat out. George getting stuck on that 360 again, which is a shame. He was getting some good movement there on that second pass. Managed to lock in a good amount of surf activity. This is surf style after all, so that's exactly what our judges are after. We're going to be moving on to our next rider, Alex Hudkins. Rides at Table Rock Lake. Doesn't that sound divine? There we can see that 4-fin setup for George. As he gets a little ride back to the dock, and we move over to Alex Hudkins. Missouri, to be more specific as to where he is from in the USA. Rides with another rider called Joey Harris, and has only been riding for 3 years, so not long at all. And it's his second year riding with the WWA. Oh, Ed Slater. Ed Slater, where are you, boss? Team UK in the house. Ed, the national surf-style champion in the UK. So wherever you are, Ed, hopefully you're here, man, and you can get yourself down onto the dock. So shout out to Ed Slater. You are out next. Oh, there we go. Alex Hudkins giving it some proper beef. Woo! Big old pop, opening it up as well. So opening it out, frontside 90, landing and squaring off again. Oh, the first half looked great there. So the backside Ollie 180, riding it out with the fins at the front, and then just letting those fins bite to bring him round, but they bit a little bit too hard, spitting him off the board. Oh, that was dope. Can he get out of it? That was so big. Oh. Hanging on for dear life. The big old aerial frontside one. Then the backside one at the end of it. He did well to claw himself back in, but just showing you exactly how much wave there is to play on. Giving him some breathing space to get back in the zone. Oh, Ed, nice job. That was a worry. Going to be losing you out of the running order. Alex Hudkin, obviously a very talented rider, looking massively at home, particularly like that big air frontside 180. So difficult to spin that way. You're turning away from the wave, so you're landing more likely on your heels with the wave at your back, which is going to make you just slip out time and again. Alex out on his backhand wave now. Yeah, getting an air out of the top. Cheeky little grab on the deck of the board too. Shaking his tail feather on that backside side. Oh, he almost landed in a nose manual then. That was dope. So front side 180 into the 360. Ollie north straight afterwards. Another big old ollie out of the top deck, getting those fins clean out of the water. So lots of amplitude and aggression and intensity. That was even better. Watching how he turned it backside. So turning his back and his bum towards the boat. Much more difficult to rotate backside. You know, some front side waves, when people get air, they naturally open up and rotate that board. Here's a replay from Alex's run. First old air. Is this going to be that front side? No. It's going to be after this. This front side 360. We saw him do the front side weight of 180 on the other side. Boom. He was almost on the toe. Look how far forward that front foot was. And the ollie north again, getting that front foot off the deck and then back in time. I mean, this is some of the most impressive riding we have seen so far today. Obviously not been a lot of surf style. Love that. Okay, we've got one more rider, but before we get to Ed Slater, Alex Draos from Athens, Greece, rides at Lolo. So shout out to anybody who knows this cat. I've been riding 4 years, medical student, started out water skiing and slalom, and got converted to the dark side or the light side, depending on which way your jib is cut. Oh, winding those windows to keep him in the pocket. Trying to get a nose over, but in order to do that with those big old fins at the back, he needs to be doing it at the top of the wave, exactly like that. On the face of the wave, those fins just bite too hard. Yes. Oh, got the release to get 3/4 of the way around. Shoulders just dipped over the toes right at the top of the wave, leaving that board behind him. That is tough for Alex, but up to that point, some nice maneuvering in. Getting the tail out, so releasing the fins at the top of the wave. That's where the water tension tends to break up in the mush, so that you can slide the board around. Here, Alex looking for this 360 drop in the hand. Oh, I need to stay a little higher on the wave in order for the nose not get caught in the trough at the bottom of the wave. Good stuff from him. Time enough for maybe something more before the end of the scoring zone. Not sure there is. No, there isn't, so he's going to have to sit tight and wait for that second run. Are we going to be seeing that 360 again? It's starting to get crispy hot out there today here at Bota Ski, southeast of Madrid, Spain's capital. Just by about 30 minutes of these beautiful spots, these two incredible lakes, almost purpose-built. Well, relatively were. The lakes are already here, and as I've been told, developments locally allowed for the need for some land to be dropped somewhere, and the Bota family cleverly getting that land dropped to split these two lakes in two, making that perfect split where I'm now sitting. No, Alex getting a bit of a buckaroo for some reason. First ball, second pass, he'll get a pickup and to go again. And then we're going to be moving on to the last rider in this heat, Ed Slater from the UK. British National Surf Style Champion, I believe. At least he was last year. Did he retain that this year at our Boat Nationals that happened not that long ago? I think so. Without doubt, one of the best UK wake surfers by far. Last chance to throw something in from Alex now. Tosses the rope. He's not got long left. Shorts adjusted. That's vital. Can't do anything unless those are in place. Gets to bobbing and a weaving, moving around. He's pausing way out back, setting himself up for something. It's going to be that 3. Oh, he's lost his momentum forward. He needs to scoop hard now. Yes, yes, yes. Go on, go on. Does that count? Oh, that's on a knife edge as to whether it does or not. But fair play to Alex for getting it done. Welcome to you at home. This is me, Matt Crowhurst, your host at this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships here in Spain, Madrid, the nation's capital. At the heart, I like saying this because it sounds clever, the Iberian Peninsula, which is basically that big chunk that makes up Spain and Portugal. And here we see the replay of Alex setting himself up. He may have left it a little bit late. The boat would have started to peel off to the left before he finished, as you see. So, does all the hard work. Brute forces those fins out. He's right there, but at that point, I think the boat is starting to peel off to the left a little bit, or he's just a little bit too far back. Yes, what was I saying? Heart of the Iberian Peninsula is where we're at. And it is Bota Ski. Incredible spot with these two gorgeous lakes. Perfect for all your water dancing. Whether it's re-eventing or in this case, wake surfing. It's the second time they've held this event here. Obviously, it went down well last time, and obviously the wake surfing crew enjoyed it here. Hence, being back. As we get a onboard action cam with Alex, just having a chat with the crew in the boat. That crew being, let's just do a little stock take of who is where. Who is judging us right now? We've got John Ackerman at the helm, Andy Kolb, Gilbraz, and Bailey Dunn are our 3 judges, with Bailey as the trick scorer. So we have another extra entry in the mix. Alex Strakov out on the water. He's going to be followed by Ed. I thought that wasn't Ed on the dock. Alex Strakov. So for those riders out on the water, I do apologize for getting these names wrong. My list isn't quite right with what is happening on the water. So anybody watching at home thinking, that wasn't Alex Strakos. No, now I know. This is Alex Strakos. Getting some air time. Nice and twitchy. Moving those legs up and down. Here comes the 3. Oh, gets caught at the 180. Tail of the board diving. Here's the replay of that 3 from Alex. A little bit of an air. Works his way back. So this is good sort of tutorial for those of you that are wanting to learn some tricks. Anytime you wanting to try something where the board is likely to slow down, like a 360 or an air or getting a fin release, where you're moving off the wave a little bit out of the power zone, you need to start far back. So big apologies to Dmitri Konakis, who was out on the water previously, who I thought was Alex Draos. I apologize. We've got a mix up between our running orders here. I promise you we will fine-tune this for anybody who is listening. And so apologies there to Dmitri Konakis out there. He had a storming run. It's now Alex Draos on the water. Getting a tow to the end near my end, where I'm situated, farthest from the start dock, where he's going to be diving in and taking on his second pass. And then we're going to be passing on to Ed Slater. Alex Draos opting for the other side. Quick flick of a button, tap of a button from John Ackerman, our resident Nautique pro at the helm for this section. Alex looking good backside. Not his backside's looking good, just to clarify. He is looking good backside, as in on the other side. Not to take anything away from that particular body part. Getting that front side opener, nose over, so backside board slide. Oh, where was the board then? Just kicked it out into the beyond. He was looking for the varial, just to switch the feet around, board staying in the same place. Pushed, and the ball got stuck. Here we see him just schooling this backside approach, getting the nose up and then getting the tail out. Mini floater there as well. Looking really, really comfy. And if you can learn backside, it is a lot of fun. It's just tricky to get started on. Hence, it's always starting front side. Here is the varial. No, it's not. I jumped the gun. Here it is. Full out swan dive out of the front. Hello again. Yes, this behind me. These are the people behind the pulling power of this 2025 European Wakesurf Championships. My name's Matt Crowhurst. Hello. We've been going since 8 o'clock this morning. What are we on? Oh, wow. Almost 4 hours in. Well, 2.5 hours in. 3 hours 45 minutes to be more precise. And we've still got plenty more riding to come. We have yet to have our rest of our surf style in the first of the surf style categories here with Alex on the water. Going for the 3. Go on. Oh, it looks like he went for the 7. Didn't stop turning. He'd done all the hard work for the 3 and was in a perfect position for it, which we'll see in the replay. So before we go to the replay, I'll tell you, we've still got foiling to come. We've still got more surf categories to come of all the categories that we've seen before. But before we get there, we've got Ed Slater from his very own wake surf school in the north of England, in the part of the world that's called the Lake District in the UK. And it's exactly what it says on the tin. It's a district with lots of lakes. Unfortunately for us, the fun police in the UK put a speed limit on many of the lakes in that part of the world, and this is one of them. But as I said at the time, last time I went there, they thought they could kick all of us boat users off the water by putting a speed limit in. They didn't account for wake surfing, did they? And that's how we stuck it to the man at Windermere, which is where Ed is from. Windermere wake surfing is his business. If you're ever in the UK and you're in that part of the world, a very, very beautiful part of the world, I might add, Ed is your man, an incredible coach, and you'll soon to be seeing, as long as this isn't the commentator's kiss of death, a rather handy surfer. So what has Ed got for us? I know we can do all the 3s under the sun. I know that he can get some big old air. I haven't personally seen him do shows on these boards, but I think that's in. Oh, no messing. 360 out of the blocks, blending it beautifully, subtly into a big old slash. There is that in the air. Tail getting out again, just linking everything. Nose over as well with a little floater. Going past 90 degrees. Then, oh, he was going to be tough to pull himself out of that. I have to say, Ed's got a bit of a Noah and a Keenan Flegal style about him, just the way he stands on the board. He's quite a big guy, quite muscular, quite aggressive. I mean, look at that. Powerhouse on that surfer. Good couple of slashes in every direction. Getting the tail out past 90 degrees. Going for the 360 again, but breaking it down into a 180 and a 180 and doing it in a different part of the wave. So the judges won't really see that as repeating. And he is up and away again. Shorts adjusted, about to get in the pocket. We see that wave clean up. Chucks the line to the other side. Don't need to worry about chucking it into the boat because there's always someone in the boat. This occasion, no less than Bailey Dunn on rope duties. Gets that Ollie 90 into 270 rotation out. Working his way back and forward all the time. More of a 3 that time, and then a lovely tuck side roll out of it. Extra points for the dismount. I mean, you don't actually, but you might as well dive in a funny way, just for the hell of it, if you know you're going down. That will be his second fall on that first pass, so that first pass is done. Loving that he was going for the full toe side, backside 360 there, as opposed to just the ollie and getting some air onto the top of the wave, rotating 90 degrees, and then finishing off the 3. It is actually going for that full 360 air. Second pass for Ed, and last rider in this particular category. Let's go back to what we've got up next. So, yes, it is the 40-plus men's serve category of next as Ed gets back into full swing. I love that. Just almost going full 180. It's not far off full 180 on the top of the wave. Floater into ollie out. Oh, they kicks that leg out hard. Big old slash with a Y, kicking a wall of water up. Loves those ollie backside ones into that service 180, making up the 3. Works his way back into the curl, powers forward. 3 shove. Nice. Full 3 shove. Missing it behind him, but it was not far off. So that's kind of what he's been needing in this category. I mean, out of all of the riders, it's Alice, and this is unofficially, of course, as I always add when I pass comment on I think who comes where within the terms of results. Let's just watch this 3 shove, see if we can see what went wrong. So where does he throw it? That's the ollie 1 into a 180. This is where he starts preparing for the 3 shove. He got a little bit of a lengthways rotation on it, which just stopped him from coming around and disappearing on it. So that's kind of, you got to try and push with a flat foot when you're doing shoves. If you push too much heel, too much toe, then the board rotates lengthways as opposed to widthways, if you get what I mean. A shove is where it's turning on its axis by staying flat. If it starts to rotate through its length, then you're totally messed up and it just won't rotate smooth and it won't be there for you to catch. As it wasn't there, full back flop for Ed Slater. His job done and that category done. Before we move on to the men's 40-plus heats. And the riders that should be ready, we have got Val from Portugal, now living in Russia. Rider second, Scotty Broom. Raymond Colheen from Glasgow. And Greg to round things off. With men's 14 to 29 done, we are moving on to men's 40 plus. After this break, I think 4 or 5 in this category, we're going to have a little gas break. And it is Val, Portuguese Val, now living in Russia, helping out with the WWA. That is riding the communal Loch Lomond wakeboard, Raymond Colhoun board, the pod. Looking good. You can see with those twin fins, I mentioned that before, you're looking at between the surf style and the skim style difference. Skim styles, they're twitchy, but they lie flat on the board. So edge to edge, they're not wobbly. They're just rotationally wobbly. Yes, no. Now, I'm going to hazard a guess that the judges won't count that drop knee because it was the drop knee that made Val fall in. So he definitely needs to go for that again. Yeah, going back to the style of these boards, looking at that surfer, as we'll see in the replay, or when Val gets back up on the water, those twin fins and the rounded edges of these boards just make them skittish lengthways, left to right. They twitch under your foot, and they want to be ridden. They want to be moved around. They don't want to sit flat. Whereas the skim boards, you can just sit on them flat in the sweet spot, and they'll feel really solid. Once you start moving around, they become more twitchy. Whereas the surfboards, once you start moving around, they become a little bit more locked in. So yes, it is Mr. Greg Maloon to round things off straight after Val, Scotty, and Raymond have done. 4 riders in this category. As Val tosses the rope, Bailey gets it out of the way. And that is the end of that pass for Val. He's going to need to add a little bit more if he's going to move himself up the pecking order for the finals running order. That's what they're fighting for right now. There's no qualifying as such because everyone goes through. It is just who comes where, who comes off the dock, in what order come finals time. And the reason that that's important, as I mentioned before, is that if you are off the dock last, you get to see absolutely everything that's gone before you and adjust your run accordingly. Val back in action. Oh, that was nice. Getting up on top of the lip way, way back. Floater, but comes across too much. Saw that happening before it even happened. And we're going to see that hopefully in the replay, but also seeing the maneuver he pulled before that. That was nice. Getting the nose over, then getting back in the wave. Just a couple of lip bashes at the back. But watch, he drops too much of an edge and doesn't start to break before he gets to the top. Doesn't start to change where his weight was at the top of the wave. So his momentum just carried him up and over and out of the power zone. It's looking pretty close to the end of that run. I'm not sure there'll be enough run. Bailey seems to think there will be. Okay, so we'll go with that. Val opting for some backhand action. No, he got caught in the mush. Always a little bit more difficult to get out on your toe side edge on these surf, especially when the wave is huge. The boat's weighted up to the yin-yang. 4.5 tons of which is plowing through that water to kick up the wave. Think that's going to be Val done. I'm not sure there'll be enough time for him to get up and pull anything. I stand corrected. There is enough time, which is great. That was just Val's first fall, I think. So he'll get to go again. Go on, Val. Power out, power out. Yes, he's out of there. Okay, in the scoring zone still. Oh, he's gone wide. He's going to have to get on his front foot. Oh, I just went too wide. Went too wide for too long. Slowed down too much. And as he came back in, his only option was to really get on it and start pumping, which didn't happen. So that's Val. His water time done for the day. Great work, Val. All smiles with him on the back of the boat. In his Team Raymond sponsored getup, jacket and board. We're moving on to Scotty Broom now. So Scotty Broom is contest director and main man at the WWA, coming on board with them over the past couple of years and traveling the world, helping them with their events. And there is no one with more experience. Scotty now needs that entire setup. Nothing like putting on a wet vest to start your day. All right, he's in. Duck starts away. Scotty Broom is in action. So the skim thing wasn't really his thing, and you'll see why in a moment, because the surf thing is really his thing. And hopefully you'll see why. He has got some awesome surf style. I mean, he's got incredible style on a wakeboard. Just a big lump of meat to be thrown around so smoothly and so in such an agile way. Look at this go. Straight away, tearing it away. Up and down. Floaters as well. Tail out. Nose over to feet quite far to the back of the board, which is a very surf style thing as well. Nice bottom turns. Ollie's out. Just about saves the nose from diving and taking him out cleanly. He was struggling with the 360s earlier on or yesterday. Can he lock it in? And he's getting his way back. Maybe going for an air this time. Does, and keeps that body weight over that center line, right down the middle of the trough. One his way back for something else now. No, too far across. And then the showstopper fall. I think that's going to be right at the end of the run as well. So we'd done all of the hard work. He'd done the 90 up onto the top of the wave. Turned beautifully, but just stayed up there too long. That is tough. Here's the replay. Look how stylish and smooth this looks. Popping and locking all day long. That's the nose over. Nice bottom turns. Could maybe on the next run think about trying to take those bottom turns out a little bit wider. Coming back with a big old frontside slash fin release. Pausing on top of the wave. Ollieing out. Almost dives it. Gets away with it. We know he can go bigger than that, but just going a little bit cruisy because he took a couple of falls on that earlier yesterday when we were doing the weight testing. Here's the three. Right, first part done, but perhaps shouldn't have started rotating the second part. Perhaps just need to drop in on his right leg with the board fins at front, switch, and then rotate it as he came down into the wave. Now he's backside. He's just scooted that front foot over to the heel edge. I don't know whether you can see that, just to give that heel edge a little bit of a better bite. Keeping those knees soft, keeping that body, it's fairly square. So even though he's bent over, he's not sticking his bum out. There is a center line, but through shoulders and knees. Oh, here with the switcheroo. Oh, he's left it late. Left it too late. So he did the countdown. And then really, as you do the countdown when you want to do the switcheroo, because the surf system on that Nautique is so efficient now that the wave changes really, really quickly. So the way I think about it is you do the countdown and you should be moving forward as you hit one, as you hit the signal to hit the wave. He hit one and then thought about starting to move. So he's static there, stationary, and then has to build some momentum to get over. You want to be moving forward, forward, forward. So start far back, then start moving forward as you hit go on the switch. And then by that point, you're at the back of the boat and can just scoot over with a bit of forward momentum because you're always going to slow down as you end up on top of that rooster. Is he going to go for that again? I reckon the 3 is needed. A little bit of a big air. Is he staying out backside? Yes, no, he's going on the left-hand side. So it's going to be a big old air and maybe that 3 to finish. Greg Maloon still left to go. Sorry, Raymond Colhoun, our reigning champion. Greg Maloon still left to go. Go on. There we go. Finally gets the 3. Absolutely worked. Scotty ollieing onto the nose and just slipping out, almost connecting with his actual nose on the nose of the board. But I can see him on the board paddling away. Let's look at that again. Let's check this 3. This was textbook. So choosing the option of like a 2-part 360. So he goes up. It wasn't really, actually. It was the full 3. But what, 90 degrees up? Love that. Full side drop, taking it to the kidneys. Yeah, that 360 goes 90 degrees up and then drops into the wave for the last 270. Hard to spot. Dayglow Darren there out on the water. But it's Raymond Colquhoun taking on his first steps towards potentially taking a 3rd European surf title in a row. Would you believe it? Just knocking out Bailey Dunn with the handle there. Not a good way to get on the same side of the judges. Raymond getting into it. Now, that run from Scotty was rather good. Now, we know Raymond can get the 3 in. If he can get the switcheroo and a little bit of an air, that could be the clincher. Scotty just that little bit more aggressive. That the tail's out from him. Working his way back. Right the way back. That's good. That's really, really good. No, all the way forward. Is it going to be the 3? It's looking like he's setting up for it. No, the knee drop. And then with everything that Raymond does, because he is Scottish, we always like the idea of him shouting, freedom! Oh, he's going for the drop. Needs to move forward now. Could work. Could work. No! Here's the payoff between going from front side to back side. Now, front side, you can get your speed well, and you can get your edge on, and you can move across really easily. Hello, everyone at home. Problem is, you're dropping on in a big wake. Backside, so dropping into it. Any wakeboarders out there who do a wall ride know it's always easier to drop into a wall ride facing the wall ride. Dropping in on your heels, you're more likely to slip out. It's the same on a wave. You've got to get over it and dive in to then come back around. Whereas if you're coming from your heel side, backside, it's harder to get going maybe, but then it's easier to drop in. Raymond's going to try that again. He needs it if he wants a top place. We've still got Greg Maloon to come, and he's rather handy too. So we're past the halfway stage on the first page of running order so far. Still plenty of riding to go. I think we probably are at the halfway stage there or thereabouts. Oh, no, still a little way to go. And when we get into our pros, it becomes exciting times because there's so many of them crawling out the woodwork they are. Here to join us at the European Wakesurf Championships, pulled by Nautique. Who else? Oh, wow. Okay, Raymond's switch. No, he's not switch. Too late. He paused too long. I thought he was wobbly then because he was switched. He wasn't. He was just adjusting his feet. So Raymond's a righty, a goofy rider. Oh, I was going to promise you an explanation of why goofy is goofy and regular is regular. Why does that mean that? While we're watching the replay of Raymond here, totally fluffed this switcheroo. You know what? Let's focus on the switcheroo. What he needs to do. I mean, he actually got his movement forward at the point at which he was crossing. right? He just paused there too long. Way too long. He didn't need to pause. He'd chosen his timing right. He just needed to carry on. Because, as you said, the wave forms nicely. Okay, while they pick him up, why is goofy? Reason being is because surfing got popularized in California. It was going on all over the world for a long time, but got popularized into the public consciousness in California. And the waves there, they are right-handers, as in they peel off to the right, which means it's easier to learn to ride them left foot forward on your toes, front hand. So everyone riding there, well, they just rode there. But then when people came from other parts of the world and rode right foot forward on those waves, because arguably those waves would have been left-handers, they got called goofy. Goofy being the Disney character at the time. All right, here comes Raymond coming in for a switcheroo. Go. Yeah, pointing at it's not going to help, Mundo. Not quite coming together. Our European champ has left himself some work to do come finals time, because I don't think that's going to put him... Well, we don't know yet. Unofficially, of course, between Scotty and Raymond, I'm going to put Scotty out on top. You never can tell. It's always different when you're sat in the judging hot seat. I always say that. I put out the challenge to all of you at home to just try and judge. What you're trying to judge, as we wait for Greg Maloon to get himself out to the wave, out to the boat, is you're looking at how many different things do they do. Are they right foot forward? Are they left foot forward? Are they front side? Are they back side? How much of the wave are they using? Lengthways? How much of the wave are they using? Heightways? Are they getting out nice and wide past the spray line, past the bottom apex of that wave for a big bottom turn? Are they getting up on top of the mush and pausing there and ollie backing in? Are they ollieing? Are they rotating? Are they rotating in different ways? Now, I know at this level we're not seeing all of that, but we're seeing some of it. And those are the ways in which you differentiate between the riders and put them in places above or below each other. What is Greg Maloon going to come up with in the fortunate position of being last off the dock? So he knows exactly what he's got to do in order to get ahead. I'd say in order for him to come out on top and have the last spot on the dock come finals time, he needs more of that. He needs a 3 that we saw from Scotty, and he needs a switcheroo. That was nice. Getting full 90 degrees and doing it far back as well. Greg looking, as he described when he was here chatting with us earlier, way more comfortable on a surf style board than a skim style board. Oh my gosh, that was too easy. That was too easy. Greg Maloon is on fire, hanging 5, which we haven't seen from anybody. And that board actually looking a little bit longer than some of the other boards we've seen of the riders. A little bit more of a traditional surf style shape. Not quite getting the full air, but still floated nice and close on the rooster, close to the back of the boat, using the full length of the wave. Oh, that was a huge bottom turn. Loving that. Exactly what we're talking about. Coming forward, there's that nose over, that board slide. We're using wakeboarding board terminology, or lip slide, I believe it's called in surfing terminology. And Greg is going to just take that for a win. Don't stress himself out too much. Favorite parts of that? Yes, the 360 that looks so smooth, but that bottom turn, where he built some speed and didn't go from top to bottom, built some speed, then took it past the spray line. Hopefully we're going to see that 360 again. This is the start of his run. This is Greg just getting into the flow of things. That was so easy. And then straight back into it. There wasn't a pause before or after. There's the hanging 5. Not sure we're going to be seeing anybody on boards long enough to hang 10. Now he gets into it again. Let's see this bottom turn. Have we got enough time to get that? That was nice. A little bit of a wobble at the top. So here it is. Build speed. Boom. Lovely. Then a big old slash at the end of that bottom turn. Love it. Love it. Love it. That front board as well. Absolutely killing it. So we are going to be having a little bit of a break after this rider right here. Greg Maloon. Big boss man, one and only from Nautique, here to support the cause as well as get stuck into the riding. Because the big part of being part of, well, this sport is if you're working in it, you got to do it. Oh. That backside air, not quite working out for Greg. But as I was saying, like we look at, here we go. We've got 3 dealers here. We've got the Spanish dealer. We have got the Swiss dealer, Johan. We have got the Scottish dealer as well. All 3 of them getting on the water. Abel from Spain, his son was riding earlier on, which is just awesome. His kid's getting out of the water. Raymond, who we just saw, Scottish dealer, worldwide dealer for super yachts for Nautique as well. He's on the water. And then Johan, an incredible rider, was already riding. He's the Swiss dealer. So the whole point of this is that it's not just about selling boats. It's about doing that which we love. And we are out on the water as much as we are off the water, getting other people on the water. And Greg leading the charge from the top of the bill. Main man Nautique, just talking earlier on about how he's got his, making us a little bit jealous. All right, don't need to gloat. Got his Paragon 25 that he has now got to play on. But that's what it's all about. If I was the head of Nautique, I'd expect to have my own boat as well. Oh, no, he went too soon. See how the wave just picked up then. He dived as soon as he dropped the hammer. And as much as the surf system, the NSS, clicks across from wave to wave quickly, not as quick as Greg went then. Is there enough time? There you can see the end of the scoring zone buoy. There'll be people flinching back home in England if they're listening to this at the sound of me saying buoy. Because in the UK we say buoy. But for the purposes of clarity, and it is a B-U-O-Y, so in this particular instance, the way the US crew have said it and have perpetuated it is actually more accurate than just saying boys. And it offers a certain amount of clarity and distinction, doesn't it? Okay, so this is going to be last bout for Greg. He's looking happy out in the water, far, far happier than he was looking on that no-fin skim-style board earlier on. Straight into it. The 360 is done. Oh, that was some better air that time. We saw clear to finish in shot. Then same again. Bye-bye. And that's all she wrote for a little bit, folks. We are going to be done. And that was the 40-plus men. And I've given you an explanation of why Goofy is Goofy. Because it was all right-hand waves in California. And anybody who turned up from any part of the other rest of the world who surfed left-hand waves and right foot forward, they were called Goofy, as in the Disney character. That's where it comes from. Sounds good, even if it's not true. My name is Matt Crowhurst. I'm your host here for this, the 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships, taking place here at Bota Ski in Madrid, Spain, the heart of the Iberian Peninsula. I keep saying because it sounds fancy. And, of course, the WWA, the backbone of the wakeboard world, the world over. Here in this form, wake surfing, we have still got lots of action to come. We're going to have a quick full stop. We're going to sign off, go to some adverts and some other content. Don't go anywhere. And if you are watching this now, I don't know why I'm saying if you are watching this now, because I'm talking to you. And if you're not watching this now, you're not hearing me. But while you're watching this now, take the link from the YouTube page, slam it on your socials, pop it in your WhatsApp groups, your parents' group at school, if they'll be interested. Let's get more people joining in. And we will have the chat open this afternoon, so we're going to have a little bit of back and forth. Peace out, people. See you in a short while.
Tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be. So really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really, really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm on my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really, really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say you goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent, and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
We are straight back at it. Strap foiling action is upon us for the first time at this European Wakesurf Championships, I believe. I might get corrected on that. And it is Drew Denan, Nautique's own, getting some air time already. And the good thing about these foils is that you can use an awful lot more wave. They are so efficient that you can play. Oh, there we go. Upside down. Not quite upside down, or not enough air, in fact. There was more than enough upside down, just not quite enough air for Drew to get back round. We'll see that in the replay, I'm sure. Drew getting stuck in nice and early. I do believe we're going to be seeing Drew in the wake surfing action as well, little on this afternoon. This is the first of our pro action that we've got rolling for you. Yeah, we're seeing Drew in the foil right now, and then he's got no time whatsoever because he's going to be last off the dock in the next heat straight after this in the skim style. First of our semi-finals. So interesting to see how the straps are set up. Looking at these newer foil boards, the inserts are offset. Oh, Drew, that was crazy. Got bucked really wild on that. Oh, not coming together for Drew at all in that very first run. Starting to get into a few crowd, hanging out under the many gazebos because it is getting hot out there. Here now we hit the midday point at Bortaski. So a little bit frustrating for Drew, that first one. But there's only 3 riders in this particular category. Oh, no, I'm going to have to double check that because I'm always getting that wrong. Let's go over to Ride Line. And for those of you at home who are watching this with us, a few of you out there, let's just do a little refresh. Drew up on the back of the deck. There you can see the foiling action. That's an awful lot of metal floating around. Okay. Have we got some live chat now? I think we are live. So why don't you guys get stuck in? I'm going to just drop a line. Yeah, the live chat is going. So Wakesurf Juju probably getting in on the action. We've also got Wake and more. Forza Panak. Hopefully you are not saying any rude words in foreign languages right here. But please say hello on the chat. Give us a heads up on where you are watching from, what you're into. Is it wake surfing? Is it foiling? Is it skim? Is it surf? Maybe it's a bit of wakeboard. Maybe it's a bit of ski. Maybe it's something entirely different and you just stumbled across this and you're wondering what it's all about. Either way, we're happy to have you here. So say hello and I will give you a shout out back. Roland Skater, good evening from Queensland, Australia. We love the live feed. It's too cold to surf here currently. Oh, man. Well, cool to have people from the other side of the planet as far as you can get. Hello to our crew in the Southern Hemisphere. Roland Skater, the first of which. Okay, Drew Denan in the scoring zone. First pass did not come together as he would have hoped. So a little work for him to do. Oh. No, Drew. Going down on an air. His body weight was all over the place, like leaning way out to the wave. He got really, really deep. In order for him to come back on, he could have got his pump on, but because he had so much momentum carrying him away from the wave, and because the foil was so low, the board was down shallow, well, almost submerged, it stuffed him. So Drew has put the pressure on. There's only 3... I was going to double check that, wasn't I? I'm going to go to my Ride Line app, go back to our schedule. So for those of you here on the stream, on site, watching the stream as well, if you're not quite signed in to our Ride Line app yet, do that now. And you can see exactly what's going on. Okay, so there's more riders that were on the original list. I'm glad I checked. We've got Drew Denan and Simon Nicholas Boucher from Canada. Alex Hudkins, who we saw earlier on in the youngsters. Chad Carlson and Noah Flegal all taking part. Chad, Drew, I've met before. He's come over to the UK for his sins and come wake surfing and hanging out with us at Scotland Nautique, a lot Lemon wakeboard. Simon, Alex, new to me. Chad Carlson, I believe you were at that WWA event in Phoenix at the start of the year that I was at. And Noah Flegal, obviously everyone knows Noah Flegal, but we cool to see him riding in the rest. Go on. No, not to be for Drew today. I mean, I think he got to the point where he was thinking, you know what, it's not coming together, so I might as well just have another practice at this. Looking fairly comfortable, just cruising around as you'd come to expect. This is him winding up, just not getting the pop. Almost kind of taking off, like initiating the rotation before he'd got that elevation, before he'd really let the foil climb out of the top of the wave. So that is frustrating for Drew. Hopefully though, he can dust that off and get himself in the right zone for his skim style entrance into the event. On to Canada though, from the US of A with Simon Nicholas Boucher. As Drew has to make the swim and the walk of shame. And just to keep you guys abreast of exactly what's happening when it's happening, we are in strapped foil class right now. Semi-final time with every rider Excuse me, that was a perfect timing to cut back to me. Hello, everyone at home. So I'm just reading off the list. I'm not just playing on my phone. See, there we go. That's our list of categories. We are on strap foil right now, but it is, as mentioned by Alex, our stalwart dot marshal, this young lad, Simon Nicholas Boucher, who was very impressive in the skim style earlier on today. Or was it the surf? I lost track already. There's been that much riding. Yeah, getting a pop. That's a lovely view from the front of the boat, from the Paragon. Pulling power behind the weekend. Simon, our one and only Canadian representative, can he get out of that hole? Oh, almost got buckarooed. He managed to do it. Came in a little deep nose heavy. Tail grab as well. We've already seen, was it the Indy or the Weddle earlier on, just getting a little tweaked out with the back leg straight. The 360 wasn't coming out of that. Went way, way screwy. Let's see if we get a replay. It'd be good to see all of that once again, just so we can break it down a little bit more. Straight on the strap foil, we're going to be moving into our first actual proper qualifying, where all of the riders so far are moving straight through to the finals. In our next categories, is it crew change semi-final? Oh no, I don't believe it is. I think everyone's going through. So we've got semi-final one of the open. No. Pro Women's Skim is up next. Pro Women's Skim, everyone's going through, but. Then we are strap foil, and then we've got open foil with Alex Hudkins, Drew Denan, and Noah Flegal, so no straps whatsoever. Then we're going to go into Pro Men's Skim, where people are actually going to have to fight to get themselves into the next round of riding. Before we do, okay, watch this. Look closely at feet. Back foot is out, which means we're going to have a one-footer of some description. Nice, that's cool. So much can go wrong when you've got a great big impaling device dangling off the bottom of your board. Gets his back foot in. So now Simon can start attacking things a little bit more. He just wanted that one-footer. Coming to the end of his pass. Is he going to just let it bleed out? I think he is. Delivery from Mr. Scotty Broom. Absolutely slaying it in the surf earlier on today. Feel happy with your surf set, Scotty? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why don't you get stuck into the foiling as well, just for a laugh? Scotty delivering food. Yes, loving the 1 foot. That's a replay. That's very cool, isn't it? How scary is that? Yeah, you could literally lose a limb in this particular category. Well, this, more so the next category, if they start going skybound, are we going to see a 3-shove on a foil from Noah? That would be insane. Yes, if you've not seen it, that's actually happening on foils. Air 3-shove. Little frontside shifty Indy from Simon. You going to sit and eat? Oh, the flying squirrel gets the rocket air there. 2 hands on the nose of the board. Then a little bit of surf styling, or foil surf styling, as it were. Going up again. Oh, the backside 3 was not to be for Simon. That's his first fall, though. I don't know whether he's got enough time, but we get a replay of what we saw so far. Few sharp, steezy, aggressive curves. Love that. Double grab on the nose. Simon getting stuck in once again. Oh, that was dope. Big old slash. Full breach. Yes, no. It's almost as if he's rotating too soon on that. The foil's just getting left behind. But I love it. Hopefully we're going to see a replay of that last really aggressive slash. Yeah. Passing on from Simon of Canada to Alex Hudkins of the USA. Let's see what this cat's got in his bag of tricks. Strap foil. As I said, we've got open foil, so I didn't see that at that last event. I keep mentioning this one at Phoenix where we had strap foil for the first time. Just 3 riders, one of which was Chad, who's riding with us now in this category shortly. All right, there's the first air. Getting a slop grab. Front hand, toe side edge, right in front of the front foot. Oh, can he get out of it? Can he get out of it? Just too deep. The actual roll from Alex then was really clean. Just landing that little bit too deep, needing that bit more height. Here we go. We're going to watch it again. He's winding up. So just actually what it was, pushed out way too wide. So we went off the lip of the wave. Probably could have let that foil climb that little bit more, but pushed out and back and landed a little bit too far back. So he didn't have as much breathing space to get his pump on again. Okay, who we got out there? Ben Alford, yo Matt. Debbie from Extreme says hi. Hi, Debbie. And Matt, you know what? I'm going to try and convince the missus, because we're in Spain. I know I'm in Spain, but I'm traveling down to Malaga on Sunday. I'm just having a private conversation, don't you guys mind, with people on the chat. The point being is we're going to come and see Debbie and Matt and the whole crew at Extreme, because it's been far too long. They haven't even met my kids. That's 11 years. Ben Alford, watching from under the shade by the side of the action. Lovely, 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 lovely. There's the rocket air, double grab, both hands, nose of the board. So gone down on the back roll, back flip. Oh, didn't quite land square on that foil. It kind of bent off into the wave with his body heading off in the other direction. Love that. Okay, let's have a little look at this again. I think maybe his foot slipped off, actually. His foot kind of slipped out of the strap. You never want that happening with a foil. If you're just joining us, well, on the stream, I mean, you can see what it is, but I'll read it out anyway. The 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships here at Boteski, just outside Madrid, Spain's capital, providing the goods, the goodness on which for us to play. This place is gorgeous, amazing. If you get a chance, you're in Spain, you're traveling around, or you're from this part of the world, come along and have a ski here with these guys. It's stunning. We're trying to convince them to do a little bit more of a wakeboarding, wakesurfing action. We've had the European Wakesurf Championships here before. It went down so well. We're doing it again. Oh, Alex getting himself very deep across the top of that wave, almost losing it. Here we go. Oh, mini method. Gotta be loving that. Getting the tail of the board, or sorry, the base of the board up so we can see it. Big old turns there. That's sick. Breaching the bottom of the foil out of the top of the wave and controlling it. So difficult to do. Front side 3, get out of there, go on Alex, yes he does. Does that cleanly, really, really nice. I'd imagine that the front side 3 is a little easier. Oh, that was clean. 2 back-to-back big hitters from Alex, he's starting to find his flow. Stale fish, stop it. Then the backside 3 off his toes, it's all coming together now. Was that in time? By a gnat's whisker, maybe. Is he just going to pump all the way in? Go on, go on. Get all the way in. Alex Hudkins, absolute belter of a second pass. Killing it. Here we see the replay of all that went on there. Some of my favorite stuff is is this big old breach. So method, boom, that's cool. So a little shifty, full-on method. You want to be getting the board right up so we see the base of it, but I loved it. Between the heels. Here we're going to see this big out-of-the-water slash. That's sick. So this is us watching the replay for those on the stream but not here on the site. For those on site, we have got our next rider ready to go. Chad Carlson of Washington about to take to the water in our foil strapped category. We're going to be having some foil action without those attachments in a short while. Straight after, we've got pro women's skim. We've got Sofia Polishchuk, Yulia Leviev, Jody Grassman, and Bailey Dunn, who's who of women's wake surfing, skim style. Before we get there, though, Chad, what you got for us? Some big old turns. Oh, yeah, giving it some beans. Loving it. First of our airs. Arguably some of the biggest air we've seen so far in a straight grab. Really finding the top of that wave. Oh, then goes the rocket air once again. Serious amplitude. Lots of daylight between the bottom of that wing and the wave. Front side three. I almost called it front side three. Getting the grab in there as well, which would have added plentiful amounts in terms of scoring from our judges. Looking good so far. Loving that carving. You can just be so much more aggressive with so much less wave. Obviously, we're seeing our surfers do all of that on the wave, but our foilers can get out wider, can get further back, can of course go a little bit bigger as well, and upside down and round and round. That's where it went a little amiss for Chad. That front side three is going to be needing that again, because with Alex, our previous rider, we saw the back roll, we saw the front side three, we saw the backside three, a whole variety of, grabs. Alrighty then. Chad getting into his groove once again. Pumping up, building some speed up. Oh, that's Kahuna's right there. Straight into the trick that he just fell on, and way, way clean. Backside three. Back-to-back spinny winnies. Does that count? Was that in time? He's just out of the scoring zone. Here we watch the build-up. This is the very start of his run. Getting a lovely tweaked out frontside Indy. There's the rocket air as well. This is where he fell. And you notice in a very minute way, the foil just got stopped behind him. So as he came round, the foil was behind his body as he landed so that he couldn't get it underneath him and start pumping away. But the second one he did, he waited that little bit more longer before the rotation, which is key. I mean, anybody who's been doing any of this sports knows that once you're getting up into the air and you're trying to do something, you do have to get up into the air first, where rotations are concerned. Flips, rolls, slightly different because you're using the trajectory of the water to initiate that rotation. Oh, lovely. Weddle grab. Tweaked out. Just wrapping around the knee. Oh, the method as well. So easy. Such an amazing add-on to what we already do with... Oh, he had a breeze. Wow, he did well to not get buckarooed right the hell out of there then. Came down a little bit short. Pumped the back foot. Oh, we're going to go 1 foot. Back foot's out the strap. Yes, the 1 foot. Maybe not quite as much extension as we saw from... Who was it that did that? Was it Alex? No, it was Simon, sorry, wasn't it? Gets on the whirly bird, the foily bird. So the back roll with the full backside 360 to round things off for Chad. Man, he's been working hard since I saw him back in May. Here's a replay of all that we just witnessed. Building up to... Yes, the drop knee, the front drop knee, the wraparound front hand into that weddle grab between the toes. The method as well, tweaking that out a little bit more. Removes the back foot. Oh, doesn't remove it. Does the back roll first. See how the front wing almost breached it and buckarooed him right off the board. Here he removes the back foot. Here comes the 1-footer. Lovely, gets that board down. Now, if we've still got time, the back roll, the back mobe, or the whirly bird as it would be in wakeboarding, or the foily bird, as we're now going to call it. Boom! Big. But once again, there's a rotation in there as well. So with the back roll, while you can initiate it maybe a little bit early before you've got that full sort of perfect trajectory out of the water with the foil, you can whip it round and it comes down straight. You can kind of pump your way out of it. Because there is rotation, you need to get up into the air before that foil rotates, or otherwise you won't get the speed you want. Oh, has he got time to do this? Is he going again? Oh, can he? He's in. He's in the pocket. That will count for Chad Carlson. What a way to finish. Maybe not the cleanest landing, but with foiling, you can get away with a lot more and get yourself out of it. So he was fully submerged, but just because, the skill is also in getting that board up, that foil up and flying again. So full props and a crazy, crazy difficult trick. Chad Carlson setting down the challenge late in the gauntlet for our next rider, and some appreciation from Noah on the dock. Noah Flegal, arguably one of the forerunners of everything that's happened within surfing and foiling, and you'll have been seeing, you people at home, maybe you guys who are here watching the stream while you're watching it through your real life eyeballs as well, been watching the Nautique advert with this cat, wakeboarding too. He is your true waterman in every sense. That was almost my fault. That was commentator's kiss of death as he got really, really squirrely to start things. He was just toying with us. It's all part of the drama. Making sure those straps are secure. In the scoring zone, Noah Flegal wrapping up a crail shifty right there. Then the method. Got to make sure it's not just the trickery, the gymnastic side of things, that we add that surfing flair too. Oh, gets the grab in there as well. The melon grab on the back roll, and arguably one of the cleanest we've seen so far. Cheeky little tail grab on the way through for that toe back 3. Front side 3, gets that board round. That's full cable style, skate style there. The board came round before his body did. The board and foil, that is. Getting a grab in there as well. Oh, my word, no! The foily bird. I'm sure someone else has thought of different words that we can call it. It's a back mobe, basically, but it's a backside back mobe. Oh, we're watching a replay of this foily bird, just to compare. Crazy thing is, the way in which Noah landed that whirly bird, that back mobe, whatever we're calling it, was way, way cleaner than we saw from Chad. Chad managed to claw himself out of the hole. Noah's weight, his body was just leaning way too far over his heels. And why not? Just for the kicks of it. Noah Flegal just dropping a little back roll to finish out of the scoring zone. 4 won't count. He's going to get himself ready for the next round of riding. Done. So we should have our ladies ready to go straight after Noah's done. Back foot's out. We're going to go one footing action, making sure that front foot strap is secure. That's the third one of those we've seen. Back foot back in. Honestly, wearing straps and doing all this sort of stuff. I mean, doing this sort of stuff on a wakeboard would scare me. Never mind having big old guillotine right there. It just disappears completely. Found a hole. The actual amplitude that Noah got on that foily bird, or whatever we're calling it, was a lot more so than we saw from Chad. Both times looked like they were good. The trajectory, the lift off, the height, all they needed. But maybe just pushing, he actually went quite far backwards on that. From where he started, he landed a little bit further back, gets swallowed up by the mush of the curling wave. Rocket Air, locked in. The method as well, just adding that little extra tweak. Is he going to be going for this back mobe, this backside back mobe, this foily bird? Stalefish in there as well, seeing that from Chad. He wanted a bit of stalefish action. No, the whirly bird, the foily bird, the back mobe wasn't to be for Noah Flegal. Everything else looking really, really nice. Obviously, it's Noah Flegal, of course. And that is our strap foil category done. And our ladies are on the dock, waiting to go. We're going to be moving straight on to our pro women's skim. Sofia Polichuk, originally from Russia, but one of the many wake surfing crew taking up residence in the UAE, more specifically in Dubai. Joining us here in Europe for this European Championships, which is awesome. We are not done yet with Noah Flegal. That is his first fall on this second pass. Plenty of time still to come, or just a little bit at least, for that. Obviously, those first two were just mind farts, because that could not have been cleaner. And he's just going to pump his way off onto the next lake and go catch a ride on another wave somewhere. Great work from all of our strap foilers. Noah Flegal done. We pass on to our ladies. Sofia Polichuk of, well, Dubai, formerly Russia, or Russian, now in Dubai, is about to start things off with our pro women's skim. Sophia comes into play. Not quite sure whether this is Sophia's first European Championships before. She's a new face to me, which is always welcome, seeing new people taking on all of these big events. As we were saying from Greg Maloon talking earlier about these competitions, that maybe competitions aren't your thing, but getting stuck in and being part of the family and the community is well worth it. Already Sophia looking good, getting the shove in. Oh no, diving. Her feet were far too close to the nose of the board as she came round, and her body weight just drifting over the nose too. We're going to see that in the replay. Starting off really nice and confidently. Getting the shove, that was no problem whatsoever. That's locked in. That is noted by our judges. This nice and casual, getting a feel for the wave, which is sensible. Nose over. Nice bottom turn, tail out. Gets the shove up. That's really clean. Now look how close her left foot is to the nose of the board. There, as she dives down. She kind of needed to carve back towards the boat that little bit more as opposed to going out away from the boat. And hello. Just checking that you can't see the mess of my food and various other assortments of things on the table. Welcome to the Nautique European Wakesurf Championships 2025 here at Bortoski in the heart of Spain, just outside Madrid. Who else have we got? Dave, Ben joining in the action. Hi from a cool, damp Derbyshire in the UK. We've loved watching so many skillful folk, but most of all, our lovely granddaughter Bethany, competing in her first event at 14. Yeah, she did really good, by the way, Ben. Really, really good. Okay, back to Sophia in action. Going down on that rotation. Oh, the three shove. Get on. Did she just give a little shaka there as well? Extra points for that, please. Is she trying to hold back this? Oh, the backside varial. Getting very technical, Sophia. I wonder if we're going to see the replay and just zoom in on that shaka. So the three shove was super clean. Super, super clean. First of those that we've seen today. It will not be the last as we move into the pro ranks. Now, watch the hands. Boom, shaka. Extra points right there. Now going for this backside varial. I mean, I keep trying to nitpick these guys. I do a little bit of coaching of wakeboarding and wake surfing. I'm nowhere near the level of these riders out here, but you can sort of see what does and doesn't go wrong. The thing with wake surfing that makes it so difficult is it's so much a feeling, and it's different for every rider. It is really a feeling as opposed to do this, do that, which you can more easily do with wakeboarding and certain other sports. If you do this here at this point, you know that this will happen. Wake surfing, it's like surfing. You can learn some specific things and add some specific techniques to learn some specific skills. But it's also just an awful lot of falling and swimming and having a patient boat crew to come back round and get you. So fair play to all of those boat crews who have been supporting these riders to get to this level that they are at. Sophia's first pass done. We're in pro and skimming. She's the first rider off the dock. She's going to be coming back at us. Oh, we lost a board. Back in action is young Sophia, about to have at it on this second pass. Staying on the right-hand side wave, the right wave. So she's right foot forward, front side attack. There's that drift, a butter slide. Love that. Pulls it back and then tries to go the other way, but that does not work. Oh, that's gutting. I mean, even on a wakeboard, it is more difficult going that way. You're always more likely to catch that edge, which is exactly what happened there. And what you're dealing with is a whole bunch of different angles. You've got the wave going up to her left, our right, as we're looking at it. And then it actually goes up to the right as well. So the trough is the base, the lowest point between the wave and the flats out wide. But it does tend to go up a little bit. It lips up, it gradients up outside of that trough as well. And sometimes you can get your board caught in between that, particularly in situations where you're finishing off a 360 and the nose and tail get caught between the wave and the outside raised area of water. But she just trying the backside butter slide there, scooting her tail out, and that was her undoing. Here we go again. Let's see what she's got for us. The remainder of this pass. And we just catch a glimpse of that stunning, that beautiful Ridiculous brand spanking Paragon G23. Yes, yes. She fell on that rotation the first run. Oh, slides that 180 out front side. Now she switched, fin and front on the backside. That is difficult. Dragging the hand to bring it back round. Yes. Oh, no. So that was going to be the 540 big, I think. If we watch that again, does a 180 and then rotates and gets the board to rotate an extra 360. Let's look at that a little bit more closely in the replay if we can pop it up. Here we go. Up, down, back. Lovely. 360 solid. Then this little drifter, really nicely done. So let's have a little look how many rotations we're looking at. She goes round 180. And then trying to do a full 360. Yeah, so the bigger spin, the 540 big spin front side. And the board almost came round. It was just shy by like 90 degrees. Really nice. Maybe a little bit more of a kick will bring that round. But generally, for a burst outing, knowing that all these girls go through to the final, so as with previous groups, which will soon change. We're going to have to start some qualifying rounds soon after these girls are done. But with this group at least, seeing all of our ladies go through to the next round. So they're just battling it out to see who goes where in the running order for the finals. Okay. Wait Juju, who is joining in the chat on the stream, is now on the water. Wait Juju. Yulia Leviev. Wait, Juju. Taking it on. She's after a little bit faster. Now, these youngsters and these girls who are not so tall, look how big that wave is. It's ridiculous. So to her shoulder. Yes, the shove. Juju got a nice aggressive style. Really, really intense. Then the shove out. So two tech tricks, two bangers already done early on the halfway stage. 3 shove. Wasn't to be. That is unfortunate. I mean, those couldn't have been any cleaner. Oh, but the 3 shove. That extra rotation, needing that little bit more height, even more precision in the way that it is initiated, kicked, and caught. Oh, that is a shame. Pretty gutsy stuff for her to just go straight into that same trick again, the one that she'd just fallen on. I'm sure that with Juju, and having seen a good amount of her online actually, she is really, really rather handy on the old skim style. That 3 would be a day in, day out kind of a trick, and 9 times out of a 10. Unfortunately not this time round. That is tough for her. So that's the first run done, but as with all our riders, as you guys know, here watching on shore at Botaski and also the live stream as well. Who have we got? Any more takers? Please get in on the chat. Juju's contemplating her next pass. We mentioned Dubai. I mean, anybody in wakesurfing knows. I mean, lots of amazing wakesurfing happens all over, not least, of course, the States. Plenty of lakes, plenty of big boats, plenty of people at it, just riding to ridiculous levels who aren't even here at these big events, and still just weekend warriors who are absolutely amazing, who have blown most other riders out of the water. But Dubai has just exploded. I started going out there back in 08, 09, and there was like one wakeboard school in the marina. Now you go out there, and it's 10 wakesurf schools with 2 boats each. Absolute carnage, but so great to see the sport having grown so much out there. All right, Juju, let's see if we can put it together on this second run. Big old slashes. Now that is amazing. Anybody else would think, you know what, let's just not bother with that 3 shove it, it's not happening. The backside bigger spin as well. But then she gets a 3 shove in, then backs it up with that, then backs it up with another frontside bigger spin right after. Staying right foot forward in the pit of the wave way back. Gets a nice little air out of the top, not in quite a critical part as well. Combines that with a big slash. Oh, what? So much going on there. Did she get the nose grab before the fall as well? I think, was that the 7 spin? I'm going to have a look at the board because she kind of caught it and twisted it around with her feet as it landed on the water, going for that extra rotation. But let's look at this incredible flurry of maneuvers that she's just put together in this second run. Here we go, the 3 shove. Anyone else would be like, nah, it's not really working today. Let's not bother. Then 3, 2, 1, bosh. Thank you very much. Told you could do it. Super easy. So yeah, like a backside bigger spin up onto the top of the wave. Then she combines it with the front side. Bigger spin, getting that board back round into the place where she wants it. Fin at the tail, right foot forward, gets her air. Let's see if I can count how many rotations are going on here with this particular thing. Bigger spin, backside. So she did the normal big spin, just going that little bit extra, getting that board to do a full 540 while she does a 180, it looked like, and then landing and scooching it around that little bit more. And here's a young lady who's rather well known in the world of surfing and across our sport. She's been around since day dot, just being one of the best and continues to be. And we've got here the Europeans, which is amazing. And as weird as it is, having the Europeans and having so many from not Europe joining us, it's awesome too. Why not? Jody in play. What you got for us? Asking for a little bit of a change in the wave, I think there, saying up to 2. Getting some airs, getting some slashes. Nice wide bottom turn, getting way away from that wave. The more the width, the more difficult it is to stay on that wave and keep the speed, so the judges will love that. Getting a 360 in, air 90, rotating the rest out. Big old shove, almost finger shove, catching it mid-air before dropping down. Front shove to come back to get the board back in the correct place, so it's fin at tail. Not that she's reusing a fin, tail at tail. 3 shove, too easy. Dusts off the brow. Then the fall comes and the backside big. Let's have a look at all of this again. There's that big old sort of ollie 180, then rounding up to 360. Finger shove, corner catching it, nudging it around with the hand. Front side shove back the other way to get that board pointing where she wants it pointing. 3 shove, caught nice and early, just dropping back into the wave, no problem whatsoever. But it's this, the backside big, that causes her the mischief. Catches it well and drops back in like she's on it, but it looks like her heels feet a little bit too far to the heel side edge of the board, as was her body weight. little bit more time on this first pass. Ollie frontside 1. Slides it round, just looks over the shoulder and whips the nose around. Beautifully done. Loads of smiles from Jodie Grassman. Just demonstrating exactly why, even at, I'd say, like 80% intensity for her, out of what we know she can put into it. Still, just schooling the rest of the field. Remembering that we've got Bailey Dunn left to come. All right, people, penultimate rider on the water on her final pass in the semi-finals qualifying. Our ladies battling it out for running order in the final. We got Jodie Grassman coming into play. A little bit of 1 foot action, just picking that back foot up and off the board. Ollie North out of the top, front foot coming off this time. Oh, pretty much the 3. So basically Ollie in a 270 round. Not quite getting the full 3, but a bit more than we saw before. There is that shove with a nudge. Just sliding. Oh! I was about to say so easy, but just sliding that frontside 1 around in a really weird place and just making it look like nothing, like a change-up on a wakeboard, which obviously, if you're good at wakeboarding, is quite easy. Not the same on a surfer at all, just to slide it around, and you got nothing to hang on to pull you around, and you got all this wave that you're dealing with, and of course, obviously, no attachment to the board. Made it look easy until it wasn't. So Jodie just taking her first fall, so she's still got time to throw something else in. Maybe a little bit more to pile the pressure on, well, the rest of the ladies, but particularly Bailey, who's still not yet to ride. She'll be out straight after Jodie done. Andy Kolb and John Ackerman on judging duty with Raymond Colhoun at the helm. Here we go. She's winding up, winding up. Oh, in the flats. Get on. That was cool. So she built up some speed and then used the power of the wave to push her out wide to throw a 3 shove in a totally different place. Problem is, you stomp down the board so hard out of that 3 shove in a place where there's no push. You've got to get back in there real quick in order to catch up with the wave. And it was all a bit too much going on. Cool. Want to see that again. So that sort of thing, doing a trick where it's not normally done, making things that bit more difficult, that bit more technical, is what it's all about. Those are the sort of things that the judges will be picking up on. Getting a few more spectators. This is the friends and family crew just hanging out on the side, starting to build up and just making sure they're hiding from that bluebird day that we've got. Not a cloud in the sky at all. Such is the case in this part of the world. It gets toasticles here in Madrid. Bailey Dunn in play. Shove straight out of the blocks as her very first trick. No warm-ups in sight. Then shoving out the back of it, getting that board the correct way round. Ollie 1, surface 1, making the 3. Then goes rotation the other way with the frontside surface 1. She swings in and out to get that rotation happening. Love the way that happens. 3 shove as well from Bailey. Backside bigger. Finds a hole, disappears. See the board pop up, as does she. So the backside big spin causing our women a little bit of mischief here in this category. This is a replay of how it started for Bailey's shove. Easy. Next shove. Just as easy. Then 3 shoves coming straight after. Oh no, sorry, that big old ollie backside air to surface one. Love that. Calves out on her toes really aggressively to then swing the board back in a frontside rotation the other way. Then the 3 shove. That's the cleanest we've seen so far of that ilk. And that looked like it was good, but just landing. And I think very similar to what we saw, was it from Sophia? Landing square on top of the board, but then just dropping in with her feet far too close to the nose, making it nigh impossible to get her weight in the right place and not see that board dive. Here we go again. Bailey was disappearing. Oh, my word. That is credit card if ever I saw. Is she okay? I hope so. Yeah, that front foot slipping. Yeah, shaka bra. I mean, that's not usually the sort of reaction I get to credit carding myself. But luckily, Bailey coming away unscathed. And here we are, Pro Women's Skim last Friday. Hello to all of you just joining us. Anybody saying hello on the chat? If you're not, get involved, including you lot who are here on site with us, just down there on the spit, watching the action while I'm stuck here in my hovel, talking to everybody who's on the stream. So everybody who's on the stream, thank you for joining us. My name is Matt Crowhurst. This is the 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships, exactly as it says on the tin or underneath the screen that you're watching. And we're here at Bota Ski for the second time ever with this event. It was so good. It was such a perfect place. It went down so well. Then why not come back again? And here we are in the heartland of Spain, in the nation's capital, Madrid, or just outside rather, the southeast by 30 minutes. Really beautiful spot. If you're ever in the region and fancy some water dancing, then here's where you should come. And the dancing is being done behind that beautiful thing. Oh my word, just look at her. Take me home is what she's saying to me. I don't have the means by which to doing it. I certainly don't have the baggage allowance for that. Going back to the UK or on the train down to Malaga, is that what I'm doing? Beautiful, beautiful brand spankadoodling. Super Air Nautique Paragon G23 is the pulling power, the wave-making machine behind all of the antics that we have been seeing so far today. And just over our halfway stage, we're going to be following up after Bailey with the first of our proper true qualifying rounds. Bailey coming in there. Oh my gosh, that is so cool to see. That was the trick she went down on. She went down on the backside big, then drops the backside big, and then falls straight after on what I think was the frontside big or another 3, just in a different part of the wave. I missed it. Here it is. Shove. Gets that board where she wants it. So the tail at the front. Backside big. That allows her to end up with the nose at the front right now. Trying the 3 shove in the flat. So kind of similar to what we saw from Jody. Jody actually caught clean connection and catch. Easy for me to say. Out wide. Bailey opted to stay a little bit closer, but just didn't get that connection with the kick and the catch. Oh, the varial backside, just about getting her foot in the right place. Then the front side big, almost as a filler trick, which is mental, because that is not a filler trick. Yes, gets the front side only 180, a little bit more aggressive than we saw from before, almost ollieing it down the top. Oh, the backside bigger, and she gets it round. Oh, my word. Bailey Dunn coming up with all the treats at the very end of that second pass. Amazing job from her. Amazing job from you guys choosing to join us here on the stream. Oh, see that? Every time that happens, every time it just locks in here, our numbers go up. Thank you. This is nice. Where are you on the chat, though? All of you people at home. In case you are not on the chat, just get tippity-tapping away on whatever device you are watching this with and say hello. Say where you're watching this from. Say what's your tipple in terms of playing on the water. Anything, as long as it's your jam. Even if playing on the water is not yet being the operative word, your jam. It soon could be, and hopefully this is a little bit of inspiration. We are now moving on to the non-attached form of the foiling that we saw earlier. Open foil action right now. Moving on to Alex Hudkins, Drew Denan and Noah Flegal, all three of which we saw in the strapped foiling action. As we get a little bit of a John Ackerman derriere right there on the camera. And our girls wrap things up. Well done, that young lady, Bailey, and all of the women we saw take part. Drew Denan getting himself ready. He's going to be second off the dock. Alex Hudkins, who we saw before. I am intrigued to see how this plays out because obviously you can still get air on a foil if you're not strapped. Obviously, it's that bit more difficult. So we're kind of blending the wake surfing with the foiling now. Wake surfing not being attached, of course.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say you goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really, really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be. So really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm on my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, saying your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women.
Here we go with our next heat of action. It is open foil, so you notice the foiling? Minus the straps. Alex Hudkins starting things off. Intrigued to see how this plays out. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more carbon and surfing action than there was the aerial activity from the strapped-in version, but are we going to get that foil released? Looks like we're going to try now. Yeah. Keeping it a little bit more tame, but still there was daylight there between the wings and the water. And then getting that grab, that indie grab, or almost into a crail grab, shifty. As you see, similar trick to we see on the surfers. rocket air, 2 hands on the nose of the board. Then Alex starts to carve around. Beautiful shot just from the side with a totally different angle. What? That was about to be dope. I can't wait to see that in replay again. Alex Huggins going for the 3, and it wasn't quite a release 3. It was just de-weighting the wings, so they're kind of in the water but floating in and around the loose stuff, the fluffy stuff at the top of the wave, in order that he can rotate it around. That I've not seen before. Few big slashes as he gets to the end of his first contest run. Now just going to ride it out. Oh, being sure not to stove into the back of the boat, because that thing's worth a pretty penny or two. Alex, nice clean first pass. Good few maneuvers in there. There's only 3 riders in this category, so as with the previous category where there was only 5, everyone makes it through to the final. Straight after this, as we watched a replay of Alex in action, are we going to see that floaty 3? No, we're just going to see him just tear it up towards the end. Straight after this, we move on to, well, what is the last category on this sheet, on the first sheet of running order? It's the semi-finals for the Pro Men Skim. We've got Lee, Height, Ryan, Dees, Olivier Skogert, John Ackerman, and Drew Denan. And it's Alex Hudkins on the water in the open foil class. No straps. Seeing how far back they can go. Seeing if he can get some air and get out of that hole, which hopefully he can. Yes, he can. So making use of every inch of the wave. It's just like with wake surfing in terms of what our judges are looking for, but kind of amplified as far as the area in which these foilers have got to play. They can use so much more of the wave. Yeah, the Ollie North. Not quite an Ollie North. The Benny Hanna is the grab in the back foot. The Ollie North is just without a grab, so I'm not sure what that is. Oh, that's crazy. I can't wait to see that again, because you see the front wing just getting up and skimming over the top of the water. That was good. Gets out of there. Gets it pumping again. Back in action. Interesting to watch where these guys place their feet for all of these tricks. Foot was far forward then he shovels it back. Mini air. Now this is the 3 coming up. What's that wing? What does it do? Not there. Coming up now. Apologies. So yeah, he's popping it up and it's fully getting out of the water and just kind of trying to turn a 90 or a 180 so that when he lands the wing, it naturally, when you're starting out on a foil, doing a deep water start, you don't have the board straight, you don't have the wing bang on straight, but then it just pulls straight as you get up. And it's the same with some of these airs. The actual wing itself, when it connects with the top of the water, if you've got some air, it softens the landing and it wants to straighten up. But if you're too directly over the top of the board when it wants to straighten up, it's just going to buck you out. So you kind of got to resist the way in which that foil's going to turn. Oh, that was close. He's actually doing a full 3 in the air, man. Or 270 at least. Great work from Alex Hudkins. That was so close. He's going to be needing that if he's going to be wanting one of the top spots in this category of 3 riders in the open foil class. So Drew Denan back in action for the second time. I thought it was going to be the skim that was going to be his next time out on the water, but he's got 3 rounds of riding. asking for a little bit more speed. Looking at the differences of boards, that deck, the board on which Drew is on, just looks that tiny bit smaller. Lovely big wide calves. I don't think we saw enough of that from Alex. He was focusing on the aerials and the technical. Not enough of this carving. Drew manages to skip that board up into the air and get that foil working again. He got a little bit deeper, a little bit low, a little bit way back. Back in the game. Oh, that board disappeared completely. There was no pulling that back from underneath him. The difficult thing is you start to rotate, you start to give that board energy and start to push it away from you, and that just doesn't work when you're not attached to it. Obviously, I'm sure you guys could have gathered that. So what these guys are having to do is kind of bring the board around, but kind of push it ahead of them. So which way was Drew? He was riding on the left, and he was trying backside, which is even more difficult because you can't front side. This is me left foot forward. You can see me getting it up in front of me and pushing it around. Backside, it's much harder to do because your body doesn't bend and fold in the same sort of way. So anybody who rides a skateboard will know that doing an ollie frontside 180 is far, far easier than doing an ollie backside 180 because you can get your leg up and sweep the thing round, but you just can't do that in the same way going backside. And they're choosing this backside, which makes sense because they're on their toe edge as such, facing the wave, so it's the more natural way of doing it, which is why we learn 360 in that direction on a wake surfer as well. It just makes more sense, but it is crazy difficult. It'd be lovely to see, pretty awesome to see any of our foilers getting some. Oh. Drew just going straight in for it, not even wasting any time. Got a little bit further around. The board didn't disappear so much. Maybe we can see a replay. It'd be good to understand exactly what's happening. I mean, the way that we saw Alex doing it was less of a pop and a rotate. He was kind of scooching the board, the surfer out, and kind of turning with the foil kind of in contact with the water as opposed to airing it. That's all she wrote then for Drew's very first pass, leaving it all to the second pass, which is exactly what he did in his attack on the wake surfing side of things. Sorry, not the wake surfing side of things, the foiling side of things, where we saw him earlier in the strapped foiling. Drew back in action, does a little switcheroo. Just not really worrying about the wave too much, just blasting straight the way through it, making it look easy. Are we seeing an air? Makes it back across. Oh, no. Drew is done. Taking the full halfway down that second pass. Making the switcheroo look nice and easy, though. Drew cutting across. Oh, the problem is with when you do that cut across, there's so much turbulence underneath the water, and obviously the wings are using everything underneath the water to get them flying. And if you ever got up on one and just tried to stay behind the boat, where the rooster and all of that mess comes straight out the back of the prop, that just affects the wings so much, and that's what sent him under on that particular weight crossing. He's back in play now. We're going to see the 3. I think we probably are. He's setting himself up for just a little air, getting him back in play. And see ya. Board disappears one again. So that is all she wrote for Drew Denan. Alex just looking really on form for his run, and not quite coming together as Drew would have liked. And we go back to Noah Flegal, who was out with us not that long ago and is going to be out with us again in not too long as well, taking on the surfing action too later on today. Ooh, loving that first wobble when you set off on your foil, when you think, oh my God, I'm a complete beginner again, until it gets settled. All right, Noah, we saw School It in the strap version. Just not waiting around, not wasting any time whatsoever before starting to try the real technical stuff. Unfortunately, not panning out as intended. I think if they're not careful, the likes of Drew and Noah are having the youngster, they're all young, depending on who's calling them young, obviously. Alex Hudkins is looking very, very handy. And we've got Scotty Broom, Raymond Colhoun, and Andy Kolb and Gil Graz. Scotty operating on chief judging activity, just floating around with a clipboard and a high vis, I'm sure. Raymond Colhoun on the driving duty, but Andy, Bailey, Gui in these categories doing all their thing. Bailey being trick corner. We got Alex Gardner and Vala Shashkov. Scorer, Doug Starter, all of the team helping out. Even that we're seeing, just taking the wing past the lip of the wave. Lovely frontside air, getting the Weddell grab, almost into a crowd grab. Rocket air, grabs hold of it nice and tight, comes away from it, super smooth. Yes! The Benihana. Oh, I'm going to get qualification on that because I'm not sure it is. Oh, there we go. Wow. That's the Noah Flegal we know. Then, oh, you're joking. That's mental even how that happened. And then another one-footer. Absolutely insane stuff from Noah Flegal. If he wasn't wet, you wouldn't have broken a sweat. And now we can't tell because he's wet whether he has or he hasn't. But you get the idea. Making it look easy right the way through that second half. Falling really early out the blocks just to add to the theatre of it all. And then just laying it down, something chronic on that remaining part of his first run, and just his first run. I think with everything that we've seen in that first run, unofficially of course, as I always have to add that caveat, it's probably enough to pip the rest of the boys, Drew and Alex, in their 2 runs. Right, wait for these 3s again. Let's have a little look. The old one-footers coming through thick and fast for Noah Flegal. Here comes a 3. Doesn't kick that board away like we saw with the other boys. Here's the other 3 just at the bottom. And the foil actually doesn't spin a full 360. It lands at 270 and then just Noah muscles it around, making sure that his body's directly over the top of that wing and not leaning one way or the other. That's amazing. And then the slash is still to finish. Here it is from the sideline as he comes back towards us. Oh, both feet. That's awesome. Grabbing the nose and kicking both feet in opposite directions. Back foot, back, front foot forwards. Staying wide. Winding up for something, maybe? Oh! The scariest trick on the planet. Surely it has to be. Whoever would have thought that a 3-shove would be possible on a foil? There's so much that could go wrong with that. A 3-shove just on a skate or a surfer is not the easiest thing. Then you've got this great big dangling guillotine right there to just come up and swipe you. Looking forward to seeing Noah get up and give that another go. It came round. He was just a little bit on the back of his foot. So in terms of waiting and being patient, that's the key to a lot of tricks and a lot of action sports is separating the elements. So for a spin, for example, on a wakeboard, off a boat wake, you've got to get up and then rotate. For the shove, like a proper shove, especially if you're doing the bigger shoves, especially if you've got uneven surfaces like you have with a wave, compared with wake skating on the flat. Wake skating on the flat, you can get away with shoving it and it being in contact with the water, or it landing and then you catching it afterwards. You can get away with it far less. Wake surfing, when you've got this dynamic of this wave and this plateau and this trough, add all of that to a foil system set up where you've got this huge metal thing just dangling out the bottom. And here we are going to possibly be seeing it again as Noah sets himself up. Needs a bit more height. Didn't quite get all the height. He ended up a little bit bunched up underneath the board, so he couldn't get over it and take control of it once it had done the shove. So close. So close. Even helping it round with a little bit of a hand action, nudging action. That is insane. Let's give it up for Noah Flegal. As we move on to our next round of riding, it is Pro Men's Skim qualification, which means we are very much in the business end of proceedings of this very first day of the 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. Then who do we have? It is semi-final. Top 4 go straight to the final, which is tough because there's 5 in this category, so just 1 is going to miss out. Lee Height, Ryan Dees, Oliver Skoget, John Ackerman and Drew Denan, and 4 of the 5 go straight through to the final. The remaining 1 goes into... Oh, hang on. No. Let's have a look at our ride line app to see who's where. Before we do, let's just make sure we got the right rider coming out next. This should be Lee Height. Okay, A game on for these cats on skim. Locking in that switch backside position. 3 shove, easily done from Lee. Foot's almost off. That backside bigger spin. Catching the board, and then, like the Gumby shove, so the body rotating one way, the board just rotating the other. Then a 3 shove in this left foot forward position. Front side big. Staying switch, backside. Oh my word. Thought he was going to sweep the board then, but he actually just did a 360 varial with a hand in the water. Oh, was that a 5 shove? I think it was. Board's the wrong way round. Then he does Gumby shove the opposite way. So 3 shove with the board, body 180 as well. That's some handy action for a very first outing for Lee High, piling on the pressure of the rest of the riders to follow. He disappears off as the boat does a whip. He'll get picked up for another hit. Clean first pass for our very first rider in this first semi-final qualifying round for our Pro Men Skim. Still left to come today. We've got the women's surf 19 to 39 age group, the pro women's surf semi-final. Men's surf 29 plus semi-final, and then pro men's surf semi-final, taking us right through till, well, possibly 4:35 by the time we're done. Oh, yes. Oh, almost managing to improv his way out of that with a cheeky backside 180. He got the full 3 straight out of the blocks. like getting his knees tucked up around his ear rolls and just forcing that board round, like loads of Daniel Grant style-esque technique right there. Watch this. Full three. Then just lands on the top, drops into the wave, pushes his body out, and in order to try and combat that, he just carries on spinning like a top. Lee getting some airtime now, winding it up. I think a 540 big spin right there. It's hard to keep count. Then the 540 shove. Then getting a big old backside big spin. Getting a grab in there as well just to nudge that board into place. All the rotations. Basic filler trick 180 shove. Building up speed now. That's the 7. That's the 7 big spin right there. 2 complete rotations of the board. I mean, I'm thinking it's that. I might get corrected, but either way, that board was doing some spinning for days. Here we have it again. We're just watching him getting started out with his second half, building up the speed. Lovely air. So that's crazy. That's like a blind big spin, but just catching it in a really funky way. More big shoves, full rotations. Right, this is the one. I'm not going to sure I'm going to be able to count everything in this. Setup, filler shove. Yeah, that was a 720 big spin, which is just goddamn ridiculous. Amazing stuff from Lee. So these riders battling it out for those top 4 spots in this class. Lee Height, an extremely impressive young chap. That was a tidy couple of passes. Ryan Dees, what have you got for us? Lovely, lovely, lovely. Floaty backside air into that rotation and the street shove caught nice and early, super clean. Building his speed up, winding it up. Oh, the bigger spin. So 540 rotation of the board, 180 with him. Then the big spin to bring that board back round, still with the back at the front. Front shove 180 to get the board correctly pointing at the boat. Didn't quite see that last one. Then the varial from backside to front side at the top of the wave. Board's gone, gets a cat catch. That's the equivalent of the nose grab. Was it the 5 shove, I think then, or the 3 shove? I'm not quite sure. Here we have a replay of all that goodness leading up to that point, though, from Ryan Dees. Second man off the dock in this Pro Men Skim semi-final. Making those threes look super easy. 3 shove. Another of those threes he's making look easy. 5 bigger. Then the big spin, which brings it back round to a full 3. I'm seeing 101. I've got my mic on and off switch right here, and I keep on flicking it off to make sure we don't get any unwanted sounds. Then my man here, one of the guys looking after us, one of the Border Ski crew looking after the stream, just telling me, yeah, Matt, you've got to turn your mic on. Yeah, it's like my first job. Who knew? Ryan Dees at the end of his first pass. Gathering together his thoughts after an incredible run from Lehigh. This is where the judges, not that they don't earn the money with any other category, but obviously you've got to have your game face on. And after a full day so far, how long have we been going at this? Let's have a look. I mean, I know it's not 8:37 right now because we've been up since Sparrow Poop. Half 2, so that is 6.5 hours we've been going right now. Oh no, 6 hours of wake surfing, so a lot of action. Love that. Melon poke, backside 1. Set up shove, backside rotation. Here's where it gets serious. You see him winding himself up. Oh, getting a 3 shove in the flats, just building that speed so he'll have that to compensate the landing. Ollie frontside 1, backside 1, making the 3. Getting to the end of this second pass. Ryan D is going to give it some beans. Oh! 5 shove. Basic 5 shove. Thought that might have been a 7. Good work. Doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be pushing it. Oh! Proper credit card. Are you all right, Ryan D's? Woo! That is Taco Tuesday if ever I saw. Right. He's swimming. Might be speaking a couple of octaves higher. Going for that 360 varial. Impressive stuff from Ryan Dees. Really up into the ante and just throwing it straight back on lead height, who came out the blocks firing on every cylinder under the sun. Not making it easy for the rest of these riders. Another new name to me, Oliver Skoket. Hopefully I'm saying that surname correctly, Oliver. But Olivia, there's an extra E-I in there, so there needs to be an extra inflection. I'm working on it, okay, but I'm sure you'll score me later. We'll go with Ollie to start with, shall we? Keep it nice and simple. Here we go. Backside air. 3 shove. Super clean. It all has to be that way if these guys are going to compete. Backside big. Slides around. Fill a shove. Just get that board correctly pointing where he wants it. Oh, was that a 5? So that's the 5 bigger. Ooh. Gumby, I think. The board went the other way to his body varial. Oh. And then the last varial, full 360, his undoing. Ollie coming out on fire already, locking in a serious catalogue of maneuvers for our judges to contend with. The replay looking just as good. Second time round. Or the action looking just as good the second time round with the replay, just to make sure I'm not doing double exaggeratives. Oh, that was clean as well. This is the thing with Ollie. There hasn't been a wobble, not a flail. No indication that he might be bricking himself, which I'm sure he's not. But the point being, seems to be very cool under pressure out there, and nothing is facing him whatsoever with that clean pass. Oh, it's time to get up on my feet to stay involved in this. It is really heating up, not just with the tempo of the action, but the actual temperature outside, as we'd come to expect from Madrid. I've been out before and sweat my particulars off before out here, so I don't know why I'm surprised. Okay, back in the action. Ollie. Oh, I like a bit of that. That's a true Ollie North. Ollie, no grab, front foot off, and then the backside 180, full 3, then an extra 180, and again manages to stop it. Don't think that was intentional, but it worked. Front shove, on shove, out, in and out we go. The full varial 3, or the backside one that was. Then he's adding the bigger spin with the varial involved in with that board rotating 540 degrees. Then the 3 shove front side. That is not easy. You're kicking the board into the face of the wave. Oh. No, I couldn't see what that was. Need to have a look at that again in the replay as well as everything else because there was so much going on. As predicted, skim style action, holding up. We did say that, didn't we? Incredible varial action. So it is all of our skimmers in this. It's not 2 separate heats, but I believe it's just going to be top 4 through, and then we'll have an LCQ. And then it will be the, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the top 2 go through from the LCQ, making a 6-man final. Is usually the skit. Don't hold me to it. Now on to one of our officials crew, who's also rather handy on a surfer. It's John Ackerman. He's been at the helm of the G23 Paragon for a good number of categories, and now it's time for him to get wet. 3, first trick, then a big old spray. That's so dope, just almost coating everybody in the boat. Getting that nose grab with a little 1 foot into that backside 1 aerial. Oh, yeah, then we're talking about the bigger spin. 540 rotation of the board, 180 of the body. Now he's cranking up for what? Oh, that's what you were talking about, Greg Maloon. The ollieing on, ollieing out. So ollieing onto the top of the wave, ollieing out 180. Oh, 540 shove, backside varial. Yeah, so they're pumping it forward and then ollieing onto the top of the wave, ollieing out into a 180 and then turning into a 3. Backside bigger, board's all funky. Tail at the front. Front at the back. There we go. Another 5 shove to get it back the right way around. His body didn't turn that time. And that is John Ackerman literally not breaking a sweat. Even after all that riding and not being able to think about his riding, that is something impressive indeed. Okay, who have we got? Michael Dunn. I'm assuming that is a relation to the Miss Bailey Dunn. Giving you, Bailey, a bit of props on the chat here on YouTube. One thing that you can do, I meant to try and tell you this before, is just have a little look at the Boto Ski Instagram page. I'm going to get that up and just try and find it for you guys. Then you can see exactly where we are, but you can also see the lengths with which these guys have gone to make this site ready for this event, because a month ago it wasn't so certain. They had complete flooding. Oh, John Ackerman's not going to get out of that. And that's all she wrote for him. See, I don't know whether they're on the page, but go and have a look on their Instagram page and you'll see. But the entire place was flooded. None of what you see there was visible. It was up above the spit, up into the clubhouse that you can see right at the other end of those flags. Just the lake was gone. Through some river bursting and some other lakes letting water in. Either way, just a total mess. But the reason I mention this is just to emphasize how committed these cats are at Boto Ski to this sport in general. They are a little bit more water skiing focused, but they have had wake surfing events here before, just like this one. All encompassing, all welcoming, and just offering an incredible facility to get out on the water, and there would not have been a facility at all if the family hadn't plumbed together and also plugged the issues with a little bit of money in order to get things done, and then make sure that it was all done so that we can be here watching John Ackerman just drop shove 360s and backside biggers and filler shoves like they are hotcakes, just dropping them like they're hot constantly. Now he comes in for, oh, stop it, please. That's ridiculous. And then the shove straight after. He only goes and does a shove over and top of the wave and into the switcheroo. And now he's doing it all on the other side and still managing to get away with it with a healthy amount of window widening. He's in the pocket. At last, someone took him down, or something rather, out of the scoring zone. So that's John Ackerman's job done. Looking forward to the replay of this. Okay, he's in the mix. He's a righty. So getting lots done in the lead up. Boom, 3 shove, easy. Then he gets the backside big, maybe bigger in the flats. Shove out just to get him set up for the next trick. That's crazy. Backside 3 shove, up and over. Then another shove backside. Then he spins it round to left foot forward, front side on the wave. Oh my word, how did he catch that? Then the big spin, left foot forward. So awesome. Adding all the 3s, and then that one shove too far was his undoing. Mental from John Ackerman. Oh, let's hope that this cat, Drew Denan, finds his flow a little bit more than he had done on the foils. Looking good already. Don't let that be the kiss of death. Touch wood. Catching everything early. The first time I saw this guy ride was actually up at Loch Lomond when he came over to support us for a couple of days. And it's mind-boggling what he can do. Like all of these riders, like just being able to throw that thing around like it is stuck and choose to alleviate that grip as and when you see fit. And then throw in all these ridiculous tricks in between times. Drew Denan back in action. That kind of Drew action is the sort we come to expect of him. The wobbles that we saw in foiling wasn't nice to watch. I'm sure it was even less pleasant for him to experience. So good that he's finding his flow here in the surf. Skim surf style. Oh, that was definitely my fault. That was 100%, 110% my fault. Just go easy on the predicting and the emanating vibes as opposed to just saying what you see, Matthew. Just say what you see. Drew falling foul for a second time in that first pass. As with everyone, he'll get picked up and he'll go again. Here we go. Drew's second run. Just stabbing the board right over the nose. That's cool. Loading at the front foot and going backside butter slide through the trough. Poppy little shove in. Poppy little shove out. The front side big spin up onto the top of the wave, out of the back of a big old bottom turn. Cool combo. Mentioned it before, worth mentioning again for anyone out there watching, just to see how what our judges are looking for. But if you can move from one trick to the other smoothly, as in there's no stops, there's no stutters, it seems like one just continual flow of manifest thought of your ideas on surfing just coming through your feet into that board. That is what the judges are looking for. If it looks like you're not thinking and you're just feeling it and you're moving from one trick to the next, that is what's going to get most people pumped. Of course, we mentioned before, because this does bear repeating too. Our sports, action sports, are subjectively judged sports. When you put them in a contest format, there are still opinions involved on what looks good and what doesn't. Those opinions are bracketed, are guided by some very strict parameters and understandings of our judges, but still, it's an opinion. There's that backside three, nicely done. It's still opinion, so when you get a close call, it's what one or two judges may like more than the other, and there's no getting around for that, because we don't want to be a points per trick kind of a sport. All she wrote for Drew Denan, he's down. That shove in, shove out combo is tight. Similar to the use of the wave, like a bouncing, like a mini trampette that we saw from John Ackerman, just bouncing on, bouncing off. Last trick wasn't to be. Frontside big spin up onto the lip. Maybe sort of frontside big spin 270 to land in that lip slide in that 90 degrees position. Chad getting in on the skimboarding action. Already seen him kill it in the strap foil. What can he do right here in the skim style? Fighting for one of those top four spots. El Clasico, that ollie backside one air into a three. Shove down pat again, just popping the round. Then the three shove, lovely combo there, just not a breath in between, keeping that rhythm and tempo very high. Then the backside bigger spin, getting pretty deep, but manages to keep control of it. Shove to get that board exactly where he wants it. Ready for the next trick, which he's going to wind himself into right now. Building the speed. Whoa! That 540 big spin, the bigger spin, backside. Locks that in. Board still in the good place. Then goes for the 540 back shove. Wasn't to be. Yes, Chad. What have you got? Okay, I got a little bit of info. Now, big air is what he's got to start with. Oh, the old 1-footer. Is that a Benihana? I'm going to have to look that up. I think a Benihana, as I've mentioned before, is grab and hold the board with your backhand and the back leg going out. Finger shove there, just tapping it into place. Can he get going? He's almost caught up. Yes, he has. Working those cannons, getting those legs pumping, getting back in the zone. Ollie backside one into the front shove. El Clasico combo. Whoa, nothing El Clasico with that, and just all kinds of crazy difficult. Backside bigger spin, getting that board rotate 540 degrees. Chad Carlson, one of the few cats in our lineup, I think. Just having a look through. Heralding from Idaho, Hayden Lake, Idaho, Spokane. You can see shade is very much needed at the moment. Look at that sky. That's redonkulous. Running out of scoring zone for Chad. And he's on to our next rider. Who could that be? Strong. Noah Flegal back in action, starting off strong, powering through these first few hits. Shove after shove after shove. Air, Ollie North as well, getting in there too. If he gets away with this, actually no way. That's not possible. His feet were nowhere near where they should have been. Didn't get that big spin round. Okay, he used up all of his tokens on that one before. Can't wait to see the replay of that. I mean, it's a massive wave that's super long, but he was way past the point of no return. And even before there, his feet were all over the shop. So we're going to watch all of that again from Noah Flegal in that very first pass. Pretty good, only falling right at the end. Getting that backside 180 air with the Ollie North. Backside big spin, getting the shove in there with a grab on two. Frontside big spin here. Look at that. His feet were all over the place. He'd added an extra 180. He's way past the curl point. Still somehow gets in the mix. And our last rider in this group. Let's see who's out next. See what interesting tidbits I have about them, courtesy of you guys filling out your rider bike forms when signing up. Women's surf. We got Shelley Walker in the house. Nautique's own. Going to be following Noah. Back in the game, Noah Flegal rounding off our pro men skim semi-final or qualifying rounds. Top 4 from this group going through. Rest into an LCQ. Grab 1 foot. Full backside 3. 1 foot the other way, so kicking his front foot out to the toe edge of the board instead of the back. Oh my word, going for a backside 5, pretty much making it, maybe more like a 450. Frontside bigger spin, grabbing hold of the rail as he drops in, switch backside, a squirrely place to be. Then the bigger spin back the other way. Can he do it again exactly as he did before? Yes, he can. If a cat could wake surf it, this would be the number of lives a cat would have. Ah, it does not stop the varial out of the shove. Oh! Was that a 7 shove? Either way, it won't count. It was big, though, the 5. I think maybe the 540 shove. Potentially, you need to figure out which way the board is pointing first, because that's the only way you can tell. They spin so quick, you can't actually count the rotations, but you can just see which way the board started, which way it ended up. Was it pointing, or was it the wrong way around? There's that big old ollie 1 foot. Backside 3 of his toe edge. Not easy at all. Then that 1 foot through. No. That was the 5. Is this coming up right at the end where he tries to get that board going 2 shoves? Oh, ridiculous. Oh, does he try one more here? So which way is it? It's the wrong way round. It's the correct way round now. That's pointing at us. Does he go for the 7 shove? I think he did, you know. Looking at the way the board landed, it looked like it landed pointing in the same way, which could only mean either a 3 or a 7, but not a 5. Okay, we're going to have a little fuel break, everybody. So if you could all sit tight, we're going to go with Shelley Walker very shortly in our next category. Sit tight. Yes, Lauren. I know this young lady, the better half of Ed Slater, one of our Lake District crew, coaches at Ullswater Wakesurfing, and also rides with Ed at his school on Windermere as well. Ullswater is another one of those lakes in the Lake District. No, taking a swan dive, just trying to get the tail out. Front foot slipping a little bit too far forward. It's early on. It's her first outing. As with the other categories, let's just double check this before I say it. All of these girls in the women's surf, 19 to 39. We've obviously blended a couple of groups right there. Usually we do 19 to 29 and then 39 to 30. So we've got like the intermediate age going up against that kind of master's age as well. Lauren heading out straight after Shelley. And then we have got Fortini. Need to go back to my Rideline app. Once again, you guys at home and also you watching on the stream, if you're not joining in on the Rideline app, do so because it's got the full rundown of everything. Lauren back in the game, chucking that rope. Getting some nice up and downs. There was the Hello Sailor, getting that back foot up in the air at the top of the wave. Knee is dropped, controlling that push forward as well. No worries with that. Oh, getting the tail out, trying to get the nose over too. And doing it more aggressively, getting even more angle, working her way back, making sure she's using the full length of the wave as well as the height, the up and down, the width, the left to right. Go on. Oh, she dropped into the pit before she got enough of the board round. Talked about that a little earlier. If you get around to that last 90 degrees needing to happen, and then the nose gets caught out to the wide of the wave, and then the tail's still stuck in the wave, you get that stuffing position, that stuffing situation where both ends get caught. We'll watch that again right now. She just needed to finish off a little bit more or wait in that switch position before whipping it round. So here she goes, working her way back, doing all the right things, moving forward into the three, goes up. Yeah, so she either needed to finish more of the three up on the face of the wave or stay in that switch position, left foot forward on her heels, just to grab the edge of the board into the wave, which would then pull the nose off as she finished it. Oh, that's annoying. One of those classic 360 finishes. Lauren getting ready for her second pass, as I say. Riding with, well, one of the best in the UK. And vying for his chance to be one of the best, or recognised as such in Europe. That's Ed Slater, who's already ridden in the surf category, the surf style category. Lauren doing the same here for the women in this category. All of the women making it through to the final. As with previous categories, they are just battling it out for running order off the dog. Lauren looking good on this second run. Right, she's going to go for this three again. She's getting towards the end of this second pass now. Not much time left. Yes, yes. No! She done all the hard work. She got the three done. Like she was always listening to me. I mean, not that I would have been any help whatsoever. She knew exactly what she needed to do, and she did it. But then just kind of overcooked it a little bit, as is often the case with the threes. Has she got a bit of time left? That was her first four. We're going to watch this again. We've got a few different angles. So looking good, getting all over the wave. Just getting that front foot in the air, getting a little slash on. Mini little ollie at the bottom of the wave. That's good. Mixing things up. Now, works her way back because she's going to power forward to give herself some momentum into this three. Hands go in the water. Does that bit. Ah, yeah, but she just kind of carried on turning and then dropped into the trough, caught her heels. That is frustrating. Is there enough time for her to get picked up again? Yes, there is. Straight back into that three, Lauren. She can write it out. Oh, you can see where the end of the scoring zone is. She needs to chuck that line straight away and get into this three and get going. Go, 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 go. Get into it, Lauren. Go, go, go. Powering forward. Yes, yes. No, no. The frustration of the three on a server. That's as much for me as it was for Lauren, because I feel it every single time I try it. Still, I've been doing them for years. Still, I got it done consistently. Pow. That's what we want to feel like doing. Hello, everyone at home. Let me go back to our live stream just to see where we are. Have we got any more takers? I know what we need to do. We need to just log in again with the old phone. Thank you for joining us, for those of you who are. Thank you for joining us, for those of you who are here on site at Border Ski in Madrid, also watching the stream, just to keep pace with things. Maybe joining in with a few people who are watching from home, friends and family who can't be here with us. We've got 79 surfers across skim and surf. We have also got foil strapped in and not attached versions of that have already happened. You are joining us. Let me just double check my schedule. You are joining us at the women's surf 19 to 39 category, and we are on Bettany, who I believe that's the case. I'm just going to go back to this, which is more accurate. The Ride Line app, Pro Women's Surf. No, we're not there yet. Women's 99. So we're going to be on the Pro Women's Surf. Yes, lovely floater there from Bettany. Yeah, Bettany. Oh, wow, there's a surname. Tiringos. There is a surname and a half. Looking good so far, though. Bettany, nice and aggressive. Getting all over that wave, moving forwards. Oh, love the little spray, just exposing the tail of the board. Just stabbing that back foot into the wave and lifting that front foot. Trying to get a bit of air. Getting air. And then getting a nice old top hit ollie. I'm trying to... Bettany. Okay, she comes from Vulengami Beach, Vulengami, Greece. John from Lolo Ski Center is the person she trains with. Fell in love with Wakesurfing the moment she stood up. Now I can't get enough. I dance a ride a vibe. Sometimes all at once. I feel I get back up with style. For me, it's not just about the tricks. It's about the fun. Well, that could not have been put any more perfectly just reading Bettany's biog. Here we go with the replay. Oh, see the heel come up there. That's that classic fall when you're trying to do the nose over the board slide. Gets an ollie. Pumping away up and down the wave, out back, coming forward. That's nice. Stabbing that heel side edge. Moving forward again. Remembering this is the replay for Bettany. Yes, gets the air. Smiles non-stop from this girl as well. Oh, nicely done. This is a great first pass out of 2 for her. Winding up. Hand is ready to get plonked. To belly flop. Getting stuck at that 3/4 stage, as so many people do on the old 360. And we've got they've just hit us with all of the surnames in this particular group. Tatiana, I can handle. Let's go this. Agrio Polu. Who I'm also going to look up. That sounds maybe potentially Greece. And then Jaden Harris, a little bit easier to roll off the tongue. To round things off in this women's surf 19 to 39. We're going to be moving to pro women's surf straight after this. Opting for a different kind of a wave. She's going backside right now. Getting rid of that rope as quickly as she can. Winding it up. Nice and loose with the hands. Trying to feel that flow through the whole body. Little ollie on that side as well, which is canny. Floater hovering up top on her heels. Easy to slip out as you go up top when you drop down in your heels. That's a classic fall when you're surfing backside. Okay, is she looks like she's dead set focused on something. Oh, she was. Locked in, and then thinking about that varial. Just with the varial, you've got to push off evenly, because obviously you push too much off your toes or your heels, the board will dip on that side, which I think is kind of what happened then. We're going to look at this. Let's have a close look at how she pushed off. And you have to, as you push, almost leave your front foot behind you so that the board doesn't pop up and turn with you. I think she may have pushed down a little bit too hard on her front foot. Yeah, she kind of ollied into it. So pushing off the back foot to the front foot, and the board climbed with her. And as soon as it climbs with you, the moment you move your feet in the air, it will move with your feet as well. It's a funky one indeed. Great that she was trying it. Hello again. This is us in our studio. This is what I wanted to say. If you guys go to the Botta Ski Instagram page, I think somewhere on there, you'll be seeing photos of this place being underwater. This entire room up to the first floor. And that was Ricardo, who runs the whole show here, along with his family, just showing me that their live streaming studio was all finished and done and beautiful. And it was just everything that you needed ready, which came as part and parcel of these guys running so many big events. European Championships, World Championships here all the time. Whoa! She kicked that board away. Oh my gosh, Montini going for the burial again, right at the last minute, and not quite coming off. So yes, we almost did not have this Europeans here at this particular place. It may not have even happened because finding a venue for these events last minute is difficult, and we're all set to be here. They were all set. River burst its bank, and then another lake nearby kind of let the water out, and everything above to the top of the ceiling was just cooked, caked, water flooded. So Ricardo, bless him, such as he, the sorts within the sport that you need, spending a serious arm and a leg to understate the fact to get this place back operational, not just for their day-to-day business, but to have us here hosting European Wakesurf Championships with Nautique. So we're very appreciative to Ricardo and the Botta Ski team for, well, working their behinds off and spending an awful lot of money to do so, and that they're back in play. Because beginning our event, this is a serious proper home for water sports, with water skiing and wakeboarding and wake surfing taking place here. Well, water skiing mainly, and then wake surfing are the last forms. We're trying to convince him of the other in terms of events. We'll get there. And we are at the final rider stage. No, we have got this young lady, Tatiana, whose surname, Tatiana Agrio. And I'm not sure I can see her on rider's list with a little bit of info about her and who she is, what she's up to. But we can do all of the talking in the form of the walking, or rather in the form of the wake surfing. Here she is, surf style action. Notice how she's got quite a long board, but this is good for you guys at home to take note of. But that front foot is quite far back. Obviously, you don't want much more than a shoulder width apart, if at all. You want shoulder width apart on a surfboard, which might be different to a wakeboard, because you're loading the back foot a lot more, certainly in surf style, and it gives you that much more control, and you can really drive that tail to get what you want out of the board, which is what Tatiana's doing so well. Dragging the hand, ready for the 3. Oh, she got a little under 90. Not aggressive enough, not turning up the face enough. And certainly when you've got those bigger fins, you need to put a little bit more in terms of the initiation of the rotation and where you try and make that rotation happen to release those fins. Up until that point, though, she was looking really comfortable. Just flying all over every inch of the wave, getting them nice and high. Big old slash. Turning the nose in for an aggressive toe side approach, which then allows you to throw it back the other way, sort of counterclockwise. Winding yourself up in one direction allows you to release in the other direction massively. If you watch real traditional surfing, you'll see if they're coming up and they're doing a big old frontside slash spin release, they are cranking it on their toes super hard. The harder the fin release and the slash at the top, the harder, the more aggressive coming into it. If you only drift, then you're not building up any energy that you can operate against in terms of the yings and yangs of things. Okay, she's still got time in this first run to get going and have at it again. There it was. Oh, she got the fins there a little bit more, but kind of just got stuck. She did the 90 part well. Problem is, with any backside rotation, this applies to all sports, sideways standing sports, when you turn backside, the inclination is just throw it all with your body, with your upper body, which you do kind of have to. But if you bend over too much, you end up slipping out or stopping the rotation or ending up losing the board behind you. So that when you do come round, there's no board on which to land or ride out. So with this backside rotation off your toes and your toe edge on that front side wave, when you're Wake surfing, you need to get down low and sweep, but try and keep your chest up because you need to be looking over your shoulder back at the boat to finish it off, which is where Tatiana just got stuck. Okay, she's at the end of that run. She's going to be coming back in for another. She's going to pop into view at the bottom of our screen somewhere. Where's she hiding? Back in the game, surfing backside this time. Hang on. This is switch. She was just surfing left foot forward, front side. This is amazing. So really mixing things up. I'm assuming this is switch, not the other. Oh, what was happening there? She got the nose grab in though, making sure she doesn't get flushed. So surfing switch backside, that's a nice little addition to her run. Tatiana, after that fall, which way is she going to set up? Going back to left foot forward toes on the same wave. Rope out the way. Oh, I like that. Ollieing off the top. Yeah, she was definitely switched before. This is a more comfortable way of riding. We're going for that three again. Go on. Oh, she was there. She just stood up. She needed to stay down and keep sweeping the knees and the hips and the shoulders to come round. She'd actually done the hard part of it, but still, in amongst all of that, lots of tidy stuff from Tatiana. And we move on to our last rider. So, Jaden Harris will be rounding things off for our women's surf, 19 to 39. Then we're going to be moving on to pro women's surf. And then, well, just 3 more categories. There we go. We have flown through. What a day we've had. Expertly run by the entire team. Once again, I'm just double checking. You know, I'm looking at my Ride Line app. I'm not just blithely doom scrolling on my phone while attempting to talk to you. If I was doom scrolling on my phone while attempting to talk to you, I was doing a great job of it. I mean, the talking to you, not the doom scrolling. Hey, all of you people here on site at Butterski for our 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships and foiling, Wakesurf and foiling championships. Thanks for coming along. Well done, wherever you travelled from. Great job. And all of you at home joining us, thank you also for joining us. If you are on the stream and you have dropped some comments, here we go. Let's go, Tati from Cat Blondie. Hello to you, Triponos, Agropolos. Let's go, Tatiana. So Tatiana getting some love. I'm sorry I didn't get in there first. What happened there? Jaden Harris, women's surf, falling very early. That is a shame. Okay, but hey, here's the flip side. Falling early means you've still got a long old run left in which to So it does still mean Jaden can get stuck in to the rest of her run, having fallen only just really early. I think that was kind of almost as if as soon as she let go of the rope. Here she is. There looks like a smile on her face. I hope so. Okay, on to our next category. So it is pro women's surf. We've got Donnie Kangjanapas, Lily Anderson, Bailey Dunn, and Jodie Grassman. 4 riders before we move on to our remaining categories. All right, here we go. Jaden Harris now getting back into it. That was just a weird blackout, a mind whoopsie. Gets the hello sailor, back foot up in the air on the top of the wave. Moving all over that wave as well. Oh, that was cool. That was dope. We actually just cut shots there in between that tree. She did a big frontside 180 on the top of the wave and then spun it back out. Oh, 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 oh. Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. Come on, come on, come on. How she's done that. Go on, girl. Woo! That's going to get a little bit of a leg quiver burn on. Then pops a little float away back. There's that 180. That is dope. Oh, and a cartwheel out. That is the most points awarded for the best dismount ever. Can't wait to see. Can we get a replay on that, guys? As much as I know everyone wants to look at this beautiful face. So I'm actually just watching the YouTube live stream because that's obviously delayed, and that makes things confusing because you'll hear that when you actually watch it live as well. Look at that cartwheel. So we are joining with Jaden Harris, who had an early fall but then pulled it together in the latter half of that run. Anybody else out there on the chat wants to say hello? Tell me where you're saying hello from, where you wakeboard, wake surf, water ski, whatever it is. Play rugby, football, I guess, if that's your jam. Or any kind of other action sport, skateboard, BMX, whatever it is. Come and say hello. If you're watching this, you're welcome. Good for you if you're watching now. I love it all. I love it all. Why not? Hey, honestly, Ricardo, I want to go for a slalom. Yes, yes. Or a trick ski, either or. I'll go. Yeah, okay, cool, that's a deal. So we're just having a sideline chat with the main man here, Ricardo, just seeing all his water skiing action, and then and then Greg telling me about the new Nautique is getting me excited to go. Are you excited about it as well? Really? Really? Records here as well, I would imagine. Have you got yours coming? Nice. Exciting. Okay, that's exciting. Okay, very. Tell Ricardo's excited about that. Okay, Jaden Harris, get yourself back in there. Let's go. So she had a good first run. I love her style. It's really intense, really aggressive, kind of similar to what you see of, Ed Slater. I love how he's really, really intense and aggressive with his riding. Oh, everyone's riding I love, but obviously we all have our favorites, and she's just got this really full-on riding style, which we saw, including that awesome air frontside 180 that was going to turn into the full three. Now she's on the opposite side of the wave. Going backside. Boom. Cranking those shoulders in the opposite direction to the way that she's turning that board just to get maximum rotation in whichever direction she's trying to rotate. Getting the tail out, shaking the tail feather on top of that wave. We thinking about that she's going to drag? Yes. Oh, no. Ah, it was there. It was there. Jaden Harris coming up with the best falls every time. So let's look at it again. We're watching the replay now. So this was all nice. Dragging that wave, having to huck that. Now she'd made it, but her weight, she just couldn't get her weight over her toes. Back off her toes. Her weight was too far over her toes. She's got to do it again. She's got to do it again. So yes, these lakes that you're looking at, there's a little bit of water skiing going on, and I'm keen for a little bit. I came from that. All of it's good. Love my wakeboarding, cable, boat, wake surfing, foiling, skating, all of it. But there's nothing like a swerve as well, just to tell you cats out there. Anyway, we are moving in to the last part of Jana's run, which is the final part of this women's 19 to 39 category. We blended a few categories. Oh, there we go. Getting a little bit of yoga action in. Downward dog with one leg. And then getting into the actual proper surfing. Yes, get back in there. No, she'd done it. She'd done the hard work. That is such a cool trick. Oh, I've got to watch this again. So get that up on the replay. I want to see it again because she'd done the hard work in terms of getting up and over into that frontside 180. I say the hard work. All of it's hard work. But then she was trying to drop in. Here we go again. Missed it. Could we rewind that a little bit? We might have time. Anyway, amazing work from Jaden Harris. All those girls go through. Lots of good stuff in there. That will have her relatively high up the seeding, which means she'll be relatively low in the running order, as in last off the dock or near there, thereabouts, I would say, unofficially, of course. I'm not the one judging, so it doesn't count. It's unofficial whenever I say it. It's just general opinion. And it goes in one ear, out the other. I'm like a goldfish in terms of what I see in the water. Let's see who we got out next. So that is the last of our categories. We are on to the Pro Women's Surf. And if you've got your Rideline app, you can see absolutely everything. So type in WWA Rideline, and not only can you find out all the information about this event, who's riding here, a little bit more about them and their profiles as well, but also every other WWA event around the world, whether it's wake surfing, whether it's cable, whether it's boat wakeboarding, all of the above, whether it's the Nautique Regatta series. And Corey, if you're watching, we really need to get on sorting those flights because I'm quite keen. Just need to figure out breaking it to my wife. Maybe I'll get Scotty to break it to my wife, Sophie, that I'm not coming back with her on holiday and I'm flying straight to Canada. We still yet to figure that out. So, you Nautique crew, if you're watching this, you surf lot, I might be coming to Vancouver. I actually have family in Vancouver, I think. Anyway, that's a by the by. It'll be an in and out, so I'll have no time for anything other than the events, which is much part of my travels. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Alexandra Tsar, Martini killed it, was so comfortable on the waves, and she was smiling so much. Brava! That is what we like to see. These ones, Cheshire Cats, ear to ear, as much as is possible. Obviously, when we get to finals time, tomorrow, it becomes a bit more serious because people are out here. They're not coming out here to not do well. Some people are at that position where they are just chilling a little bit and not going too hard and just love being involved. Some people are here to take the goods home, to take that title. So we're going to sit tight. We've got a little bit of a break, refueling and swapping around of crew. They're giving a little of the Paragon. Just look at that Paragon. Oh, my word. She is beautiful. The pulling power behind our weekend. We're going to let her have a little rest, and we'll be right back with you for the finale, the last 2 heats of action, or last 3 heats of action, sorry, with our pro women's surf. Then moving on to our pro men for the action done on our first day of proceedings here at the 2025 WWA European Wake Surf Championships, as pulled by these people emblazoned behind me, Nautique. Who else here at Botta Ski? We'll be right back with you. Sit tight, cut to a few.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, saying goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be. So really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent, and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm on my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
It's really, really special to be here with my daughter and see her.
Donnie Kangjanapas is our first rider now in this pro women's surf category. There you can see the vista that we're dealing with from the shore. Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, the pulling power, the might behind this magnificent European Wakesurf weekend, courtesy of Nautique International, and also this particular spot that we're at, Botaski, is a home of Nautique. Always has been. Just chatting to Ricardo, the owner, how he's very excited about the brand new Nautique ski boat, the upgrade to the ridiculously successful and the world sport leading 200 that exists already, that they already have here. And we're moving on. So hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Are we going to get any of you in the chat? Let's just see if we can refresh this to see if there is more of it. And we're moving on to Donnie from Hong Kong. Here at, I'm assuming, I might be corrected later, at her first ever European Champs. She's waiting in the wings, about to take on her, let's have a little look at tidying this up. Taking on her first pass. To recap, we are in surf style. So, what is as close to surfing out in the Great Open Sea as can be, really, compared with skim style, which is like skimboarding out in the open sea. Here's Donnie. She's going up one, just giving a little communication to our driver, so that might be speed, that might be the surf system. Oh, wow. Donnie straight away into the groove. Oh, my word, this girl's killing it. So she goes to frontside 180 like it's nothing, then just spins a backside 3. Too easy. Did she just do a shove there as well? Yes, she did. Now 7 switch backside after that shove. Oh my gosh, Donnie really just connecting all the dots, and then the shove out to get that board back round with the fins at the tail. Asking for a little jack up of the wave by 2, so you've got from 0 to 10. You can have it a little bit steeper. Maybe she's looking to get some air. Oh, wow. Backside big spin. And a surf style board. I mean, surf style riders are doing some of the many similar tricks that you see on a skim board, but it blows my mind because you've got those whacking great big fins and the board's so much bigger, so much points, so much more cumbersome compared to the skim style boards, but doesn't seem to affect Donnie at all. What a killer first run. Look at all of this. Shoving onto the top. Now she's got pins up front. Spins a backside one to end up backside, right foot forward. So goofy position, which is switch, then a 180, then another backside 180, and again just forcing it round. Then the shove to bring the board back round with the fins at the tail. Left foot forward, a more comfortable stance. Ask for that wave to be jacked up. For all of you here on side, this is me watching the replay. Now she's going for the backside big. Kind of catches it. It was there. That is nice stuff from Donnie. Amazing stuff from her. I'm going to try and tidy up the shot here a little bit. I hate having a messy shot. Hopefully that's a bit better for you guys. And she's still got some time left. So Donnie's going to get picked up right now. You're joining us as the very first rider, if you are just joining us, for our women's pro surf or pro women's surf, which is an open category. Anybody of any age can choose to ride in this category. Donnie having a killer first run to start things off. Seriously impressive, just not holding back at all and just going guns for blazing straight out of the blocks. Obviously that fall at the end was right at the end, so there wasn't time enough to pick her up and go again. Every rider getting one fall. And Donnie drops into the water. Let's have a little look who our judging crew is. You lot out there. Hey, Dan Sham. Little bit of Donnie cheering squad. Man, Dan, she rode so good. Did you ride with her? Wow, what a treat it would be to ride with her when you've got someone inspiring you like she could. Trying to reconnect the chat. Ooh, I'm running out of power on the old Bat2 res. Okay. Donnie back in the game for pass number 2 of 2. So she's going front side. Oh my word, that was clean. That was ridiculously clean. Backside, but just popped, just stuck. Oh, what? Get on Donnie. She gets the 3 varial as well. Now she's serving backside switch, gets that 180 in. Then the front side shove. It's an excellent dismount that has to be said as well. I just want to see if you lot out there are joining in on the chat. Just got to hook up the internet once again. Here we go again. Just look at this. So she's winding up with the trick that she fell on. Look how easy it was. Boom! Catches it like a foot above the water. Drops in without a wobble. Just a flick of the hair to carry on. The 3 varial. So clean at the top of the wave. Not a wobble of the board. Technical. Front side 180. So this is a setup trick for her. Looks like she had it. That front side shove to get the board back round again. Let's just see if we can refresh my screen to see what all of you guys think about what we just saw from Donnie. I'm blown away. That was ridiculous. NW getting into the Donnie. Here she goes again. Last little bit of a lake, little bit of real estate that she has to stamp her authority all over this initial qualifying round. All of the girls, I think all of the girls will go through because there are limited amount. So they're all just battling for the running order in the final. Backside shove, front shove. Oh, similar fall to that what we saw on exactly the same trick. That is Donnie's job done. But man, that is impressive. So good to see surfers, riders, of which there are many across the world that I don't know, that are incredible, I'm sure. But still, turning up to a new place for a new event. Well, an event that I've hosted before when it was in England, actually at Liquid Leisure, which is where we had a big event called Plastic Playgrounds. We also had this a couple of years running, the European Wakesurf Champs, that actually ran at the same time as the WWA Wake Park Worlds a few years ago. There was a lot going on. Anyway, coming to this event in a new place for the second time and seeing riders like Donnie and the many others that I've not seen before absolutely kill it. Thank you, Donnie. Top job. So she set the bar rather high for the rest of the riders to follow. Lily Anderson from Canada is about to go. And we've got Bailey done. and Jody Grassman, whose running order positions are the opposite to what we saw in the skim. It was Bailey off the dot last, Jody second to last. So that could be relative to seeding and to overall points on overall events throughout this year. It's Lily Anderson from Canada's job first. Winding herself in. Rope is gone. We're in the scoring zone. So let's go. Asking for that speed a little lower. Oh, big old slash with a Y. Kicking up a wall of water. Monumentally so. Backside ollie 1. And then straight into the full 3. Winding herself up. Frontside 1. Drops out of that 2. Then back the other way. That's a combo. Didn't leave any breathing space whatsoever between those tricks. Frontside 1. Staying switch. Oh, with the frontside shove out. Now she switched backside. This is a great setup. Great combo so far from Lily. What's even more impressive, well, not more impressive, but equally impressive, is how coordinated that entire outfit is, that vest with the board. She goes to 180, then shoves out of that backside to get the board back placed. Oh, the backside big. She's killing it. The girls are going crazy, and then just casually plays with the tassels. Oh, my gosh. I love the end of that, like she'd done absolutely nothing and was just out there playing with her hair when she could not have slayed any harder. I mean, I don't know Lily, maybe she can slay harder, but that was impressive to me. A whole list of bangers in that first pass. Clean stand-up pass. Easy as you like. Great work, her. All right, what are you lot out there saying? Any of you guys out there watching, maybe know Lily? What time are we on back in Canada? I mean, it depends where Canada. It's a rather large country. I do understand that. But are any of Lily's friends out there in action? Here we see the replay of just some of the goodness. Frontside 1, backside shove out. Oh, then the backside big, just catching it right on top of the wave and dropping it after. And then just, oh yeah, that was nothing to round things off. Super impressive. Hey, there's a good few of you watching. Thanks for joining in. We started 7 hours ago. That's a lot of talking. Yeah, exactly. I hear my stream team in the background just laughing about how long we've been doing it. 7 hours. Okay, dust it off. Here we go. Lily Allison's second run of 2. Frontside 180, gets it round, slides it back round, and then straight into the 360. And another one, loving how she's combining these maneuvers. Yes, the ollie backside 1, holding in switch, then the shove out as well. Just grabbing hold of her hair for extra stability. A comfort blanket while she's riding. Oh, love it off the heels. That switch for her. Oh, my word, what a combo. So going for the 2 frontside 3s of a backside switch position, then into the shove out. Absolutely loving it. Lily, wow. I mean, I know that we've got Jody and Bailey still to come. We're obviously up there in the ranks of all women's wake surfing on whichever board you're picking. But man, these two absolutely slaying. Lily and Donnie. So here's the replay. There's that frontside 3 into another frontside 180 and then the shove out. So not the 2-3. So almost basically doing a 540 right the way through that. Getting a little bit to push too far across the top of the wave. And then not managing to drop back into it. So the shove just pushed her even further away as she was slowing down. So a difficult place to be doing a shove. You don't want to be doing a shove when the water's soft or popping up. Catching it maybe, but not popping it, because you just get bogged down. And it's soft and mushy at the top, as you all know, if any of you wake surf. Lily's back in the game. Big old air. Big old slash. Yes, the shove, but dropping too wide right at the end. You know what though, Lily? That is all good. That was a killer run. Just up in the ante even after what we saw from Donnie. Amazing, you girls. Killing it. And on to a Donnie, a Lily, onto a Bailey as we watch the replay of her just tearing it up. I think sometimes, and this is not necessarily with these girls, and it's obviously dependent on the category you're in. You're going to be surfing against the people in your group, so these girls will know how each other surf. I think sometimes with surfing, what I think I'd like to see more, and this is me thinking of a little bit in the UK scene a little bit. Everyone's thinking just tricks. There has to be some surfing in there as well. Proper tearing it up. proper walls of water, proper lip slide, proper aggro, in amongst all the trickery and the flow together. We can all get bogged down in learning new tricks in any of these action sports and forget the flow, forget the feeling of just being on our board, tearing it up in terms of carving. That can be just as much fun. All right, Bailey done. What's she gone done? Boosting in airicles. Nice bottom turn. Keeping it smooth. This is what I'm talking about. Some actual surf action. Lovely floater. Then just carves off, peels off, back into the pit. She's going to be winding up, getting some speed. Ollie backside one, front side one. Then driving forward. Oh, the varial right in the flat, right in the trough at the bottom part. That's where it's most stable, so it's a good place to do it. That's where it's not stable, at the top of the wake, and she just pops a varial back the other way to end up right foot forward. Powering through. This is all looking smooth, so a little bit of a falter. Not a falter, sorry. She was stalling, setting herself up for that trick, so it was the shove. Not the right words for me. Not a falter. She was just pausing, getting herself ready. And it's noticeable because everything else that led up to that point flowed one into the other. There was no real stopping. There was a nice transition from one trick to the other. Or rather, you couldn't even see the transition because it all kind of joined. But then she's thinking about that bigger trick, like she does here, popping up into, well, a big varial and then a lovely bottom turn. And then she's just setting herself up. Honestly, I think the way Bailey seems to operate from what I look is that she's just good banging them all together. Don't do the pause. Leaves you too much room for thinking. And for me, thinking just generally doesn't work very well. So Bailey done in on her first run, first fall, getting a good number of tricks in. But it's by no means a done deal in terms of Bailey or Jodie getting ahead of these other girls, Donnie and Lily, who just rode so well, getting a whole cluster of big maneuvers in there, spliced in between some just nice general surfing. There, Bailey getting her surf on, dropping that knee, getting her head in the pit. And she's done. A little bit of practice as she gets to the end of that first pass, and she rides her way out and just gets taken out by the lip. Always smiles from her, as have all of our riders, women and men, boys and girls, youngsters, olders. Everyone seems to be pretty happy to be here. How could you not be? Look at this weather, look at this lake, look at that boat and the wave is kicking out, and just a good crew of people hanging out and watching us do our thing. And with me just whittering on about it non-stop all day in their ear rolls too. So excuse me, welcome, hello. Anybody else joining in the chat? You've all gone a little bit quiet. I'm going to refresh your calls that again. How about you guys who are here on site, perhaps watching the stream, offer your thoughts on it. Shout out to back home, wherever back home is from. And I will give that shout out as well as you adding it into the chat. Please get involved. It adds to the community spirit. Yes, it does. What do you guys got on next wherever you are in the world? Will any of you be going to the WWA Worlds at the end of the year in Miami, where we have boat and cable alongside each other, exactly as was the case in Australia on the Gold Coast, where they had boat and cable Waypark Worlds operating together? I am lucky enough, privileged enough to have been asked to join the WWA Park Worlds, Boat Worlds team, so I'll be out there. So if you are there, then you can come and say hello. Meanwhile, Bailey gone done, get into her second run. Big old in the air, winding herself up with a little bit of speed. Backside one, which we saw before, lovely. Gonna need a shove. We haven't seen it off her yet. We saw quite a few of the other girls. Oh, she was thinking about it then and then stalled. Oh, there it was. Then the backside one. She's now switched backside. Something needs to happen here. What's it going to be? Is it going to be a big spin coming round? And then the 360. Oh, she's on the cusp of losing the point of no return as she gets back in the pocket. Then the varial off the top. Another shove needed, maybe of some description. The big spin, the backside big spin, which both Lily and Donnie came up with. Now, if you're comparing tricks, Lily and Donnie came up with some really, really technical tricks in terms of shoves. But then you just look at the flow from Bailey, and there perhaps was a little bit more there. It wasn't trick, stop, trick, stop. I'm nitpicking here. What do I know? Once again, our cats in the boat, our judges know far, far better. I'm just offering some thoughts on some differentials as I see it. Not to say that one is better than the other, just some differentials. It's far easier for me to just chat and wax on about it than it is to pick it apart in a judging sense once I'm making that decision. Either way, all three of those ladies just blowing that two passes apart. And it's our last rider in our pro women's surf. Before we move on to our pro men, is Jody Grassman about to take to the water. Let's go back to our running order and see what we have left. So we got we got men's surf. Oh, 2 categories. Here we go. Quick crew change. 3 riders: Nino Locatelli, Vlad Gorbonstov, and John Stamatis. You guys should be ready. Waiting in the wings, ready to go. And our pro men's surf. Well, Jody Grassman on a much more traditional looking surfboard. It looks like a shortboard, like you would ride out in the sea on normal swell, natural swell. Tearing it up, some big bottom turns, ollieing it at the top. That's a nice bottom turn. See how aggressive she came out the wave, which allowed her to be more aggressive off the lip. The ollies look good as well. We saw fins, which means she's getting that board tail out of the water. Frontside 3, smoothly done. Tries to move smoothly into the next hit, which it was. Big bottom turn, big smash off the lip. Then getting a 1-footer off the top as well as she gets there. Getting a little bit closer to the boat now working her way back. You see the nose come up as she breaks. Then that rear foot coming up, the hello sailor off the top of the wave. Not just with the foot, but with the air as well. Ollie backside 1 onto the top, slips out, coming back round to finish the 3. Beautiful first hit from Jody Grassman. An awful lot in there that she could be very happy with. Not least those bottom turns. How sick is that bottom turn? Then hard smash off the lip. And again, you see that wall of water just getting kicked up. Pausing on top of the wave, diving back in. Hucking that board really hard. There's another floater and an ollie back in. Loving all of this hardcore traditional surf style from Jody Grassman on this very first pass. Getting the airs out of the top. Yeah, it doesn't get it. This is what you would do out on the water, out on the open water, seawater. 3 as well. Could do the same out on the sea too. Big bottom turn, big smash. Just getting that board full 90 off that lip. 1-footer out the top. I think there was the 1-footer rear foot on the next one. Yes, it was. And then going for the shove. Or was it the shove? Or was it the 360, I think? Yes, the 360 was her undoing. So amazing stuff from Jody Grassman. Let's see who we've got coming in. Oh, we've got heats in the Pro Men's Surf. Look at that. So there are 8 riders. Top 2 advanced. So Julian Prudencio, Nami Lung, Joey Harris and Chad Carlson. Heat number 1. Tuna Gebbers, Drew Drennan, John Ackerman, and Noah Flegal in the second heat. Just the top 2 go through. The remainers into the LCQ. Out of those, I think it will be pulled. Well, there'll be 4 going into the LCQ. Then the top 2 will go out through that, making a final of 6, which is generally the number that we have in finals. Coming back the other way now, Jody Grassman. Yeah, proper getting that board sideways with a bit of front side rotation, slapping down on the lip. There's the varial. She's now switched backside. Varial off the top, similar to what we saw. Well, actually, the same as what we saw of Bailey in terms of a combo. No. The front side, the backside 180 onto the lip was her undoing. But the technicality there before was really, really tight. The 2 combo varials. Maybe sometimes a little bit easier to do a varial on a surf style board just because it grabs hold, those fins, lock it in place a little bit more. But also, surf style boards tend to be not light, a little bit lighter, weirdly. They're a foam construction, like traditional surfboards, where we've got a mixture of different constructions with skim style boards, compression, molded carbon, etc., etc. So some of them are really light, but those skim style boards tend to be about the same weight. So maybe the varials on the surf style boards work out a little bit better as Jody swims herself back to the handle. We're going to have a boat crew switcheroo because John has, of course, got to be riding in our pro men. That's going to be happening very shortly, so he needs a bit of time out of the boat to get his head in the game. Jody getting up. Frontside wave. Goofy footed. Getting herself to the back of the wave. Up. Oh, looking for the switcheroo. Done nicely. Perfectly timed. On her backside now. Not literally. I mean, her backside. Whoa! Big old back 3 shove out of the top of the wave. That is Tekka Doodas right there from Jody Grassman. Did not come off, but keen to see it again. And for you guys at home, if you got your own surf boat and you're looking how to make the old switcheroo happen, get the one finger up and then count it down. That's one way of doing it. The other way that we sometimes do it is have your hand in the air. Just hold it there for a while until they see exactly what you want. And when you drop it, that's when you want them to hit the button to do the switch. Here is that backside 3 shove. That is a lot of board to be thrown around. Just shoves on surf style boards don't make a lot of sense to me. On the skim style boards, you can start to shove them before the board has completely cleared the water because there's no great big hook fins holding onto that water to stop it rotating. Surf style boards, you've got to get them up in the air first, and then you get them up into the air, and they tend to just catch the wind and just disappear behind you, in front of you, which way, into your face, into your shins. Yeah, they do tend to catch the air, so anybody doing any shoves, like those first 2 girls, Donnie and Lily, just incredible stuff. From all 4 riders, that is our Pro Women's Surf. Done. I want to say done. I don't mean that. I mean, just it's finished, that they've done all of their riding. We are going to be moving on to, as I check my app, it is Men's Surf 29 plus. So give us a moment. We'll be right back with you. First of our riders. Hopefully I got a little bit of information about this cat. Let's just see who it is. Nino. No information about Nino. Little bit of deliberation from our judges. I'm assuming on the previous group. Just wanting to make sure all is as it should be as far as results concerned. We don't move forward until our judges are sure of the placements of the positions. We're now on to men's surf 29 plus. Nino Locatelli. No information about Nino, unfortunately. No, nothing. Here comes Nino. So it looks like he is out on the right-hand side of the wave. By the way, the boat is dipped. Right foot forward for him. Front side board or nose over, however you're going to cut it. Drop knee. Oh, onto the belly, working onto his pop. Textbook pop. Definitely need to practice that at home to help my pop in the actual surf. Put me on a wave, I'm fine. Popping onto a wave, not so much. 360 for Nino in the bank. Oh, had a little bit of a fit there. What happened? Just got his wobble on and then swan dived out of nowhere. That is strange. Right, all you riders need to get on your Rideline apps and fill some stuff out. Because you're not helping us MCs any. Nino just kicking back and waiting for his ride to turn up. And what a ride it is. We do hope that all of you cats out there can join us tomorrow throughout the day. Obviously, we're going to be going flat out. Howdy from Texas, Chad Hudson. That is exactly the sort of hello I want. Very on brand considering where it's coming. So thank you for that. That's just made my day, Chad. I take it you are a relative of... Let's have a little look. Of course, there's been a few names today, so... Nino back in the game. No, taking a fall again. I thought there was a Hudson, but there's a Hudkins. We're going to watch that replay. So Nino just taking a dive out right at the end of that run. Hopefully we're going to see the replay just to check exactly what went on. Hello to everybody at home. Shout out to, I know Ben Alford is actually here. But Dan, Alexandra Tsar, Cat Blondie, Trifonas, Wake and More, Wakesurf Juju. No, she is actually here. And there you have it. Roland Skater, and a whole bunch of others. Thank you for joining in on the chat. Very good of you. Now knocking at the doors of 8 hours of chat here today. As you can hear in my voice. Just looking at that boat, picking out a few of the features. Some of my favourite are the headlights. See those strips along the bow on either side there? Those kind of triangular strips. Those are the headlights that look just amazing. I mean, obviously at night time, but at dusk as well. The telescopic tower, the ridiculously sized JBL sound system. Just all of it, just glorious, glorious. If you ever get a chance to just go sit in one, any of the Nautique range, of course the Paragon, if you can. I mean, that's the, exactly as the namesake, the unrivaled, the next level, the unbeatable, the incomparable. That's why it's called the Paragon, because it is very much that. And that's why it's kicking out a big old beast of a wave. No! Taking it to the face. Nino falling early after that transfer. Once again, looked like he'd done the hard work. Then the momentum forward wasn't enough to counteract the braking force of him jumping and landing on the wave. If we watch that again, you either need to be in a very specific part in the wave, which is why doing it on the top of the wave, as we saw from Bailey and Jody, kind of works because you catch it and then you drop back in to build speed. Yeah, he had just wobbled just enough, and he'd done it out in the flat as well, so he was already slowing down, and then landing in the flat where you slow down even more. That impact on the board will bog the board down to slow you down that little bit more. I mean, I'm saying it like, obviously it's easy as pie and I can do it all. I can't. I mean, that I can on occasion. But he had a little wobble, didn't get his feet down correct, and that just drifted him off on toes. Wasn't to be. So first fall and only fall in each pass for our riders, and that's where Nino is right now. So now he's got to pull it together. Everyone goes through. There's only a small number in this category, but they're battling it out for positions off the dock in the final. And if you last at the dock, that can be of some use, depending on what the riders do before you. Yes. And he's good. Switch backside. A funky place to be landing. Then goes for the one off the top, a la Bailey and Jody. Didn't quite work. All she wrote. For Nino. Locatelli. Here's the replay. That was good. Let's see how this works out. So he chooses to go up to the top of the wave. Oh, it looked like he had it. Maybe some softer legs would have sorted it. Vlad Gorbansov. Have we got anything on Vlad? Don't think we have. Don't see anything down with V. This is my rider profiles. Men's Surf 29 plus is what's out on the water. Pro men coming up. Bailey, a quick change around to jump in the boat to help us with the judging. Thank you, lady. Vlad we saw earlier in the skim, I believe. I think I'm remembering right. Taking a plunge, which is no bad thing when the water's lush and it's hot as hell out here. Starting to cook in our little room. That's your man, John Ackerman, who's just been in the boat judging this entire time. He is going to be swapping out ready to get himself ready for his final ride of the day. Vlad Gorbansov now ready to rock. Conclave there under the shade on and in and around the dock here on our contest lake at Bota Ski. No! There's a classic fall as well. The big old slash, but you don't get the nose of the board back round in time and you get swallowed. Classic. All right, you lot. Who's joining in on the chat? Have you got your ride line outgoing? Chad is there. Howdy back to you as well, Chad, from Texas. No. And if you are joining us, hello. Let's see if we've got everything from John Stamatis is our last rider in this group. John Stamatis is from Vouligiemi in Greece, Lolo's ski center. So I imagine that's a shout out to Lolo Ski Center. If anybody from that particular part of the world, that club, that park is now watching, hello to you. So let's cut back to see where we're at with our next rider. He's getting picked up. I wonder whether that will count as a fall, because it was kind of out of the scoring zone, I think. Oh, it is getting sweaty Betty in here. Here we go. He's back in play. So Vlad is our current rider, not John. He will be our last rider, asking for a little bit more speed, or is that wave? Maybe a bit more speed. Nose over, looking good. That frontside board slide over the peak of the wave. Then a mini floater, then just carving around, finding the sweet spots, getting the feel for it. Oh, that was looking bad from the start in terms of that 360. He'd stove the nose as he tried to apply pressure to that front foot and toe edge in order to get the board carving up the face of the wave. Stoved a bit too much, but managed to save it. And this is the replay of that action. Managed to save it, but then by that point it was a bit too wobbly. Ollie was good there in the replay, as was the nose over. So this first little flurry was great. See the nose get caught, kind of dragged his body forward as the board slowed down, which is why he fell towards the boat up on the wave as well. Back to the action we go. Vlad up on the water. No more falls left for him. I'm assuming that that fall out of the course they didn't bother counting, which is very kind of them. From the other side, getting a good old view of how big that wave is. Just Vlad disappearing behind of it. Yes, keep that tail up. Keeps the tail up and then takes his time on getting the board back round. That was nice to squeeze in right before the end of the scoring zone. Vlad back in the game. Oh, opening that board out. Easy to slip out when doing that particular move off your backside. Then the front side 180. Have to be aggressive. Back round, waiting for those fins to bite as they do. Still serving backside and looking good. Oh. Drops one. Does an S drop and managed to pull himself out too. So this is all switch for Vlad, I believe. Oh, was not as aggressive as he was the first time of asking with that particular trick. Maybe seeing a replay of that action because it was nice up to there. Serving backside, we mentioned this before, or I have. It's a lot of fun. It's difficult though. It's difficult to get your head around it. And once you've already started surfing, you feel comfortable. And also, if you're in a part of the world where you got limited time on the boat, it's hard to spend that time doing something even more new than what you've already learned, when you could just be tearing it up in the ways that you've already learned and know how to do. But it's well worth persevering with these other positional techniques. So surfing backside for one, surfing with your least favorite foot forward, front side, then combine the worst two, surfing switch and backside. Doing all of that, surfing with the fins up front, both feet on your toe side, surfing with the fins up front, both feet on your backside. Because then once you cover all those bases, then you've pretty much covered every single different position you could be in. And the more comfortable you are with each of those positions, the easier things will be coming. And there's also the way in which you'll be able to save yourself too. Vlad taking a fall on an ollie backside 180 at the end. We're moving on to our very last rider in this heat. The camera, just as I'm not looking. Thanks for that. Saying hello to Scotty and Ricardo coming in to join the sweatbox. I mean, there's a sweatbox out there as well. Probably put that on, might be nice. Yeah, the aircon we're talking about. John Staviatis is the last rider in our 29 plus surf style category. John Stamiatis rounding off as men's surf 29 plus. What has he got for us? Nice little floater to get in the swing of things, as I always say. Tail out. No. Oh my gosh, pulled his head out of the water to save himself on that. Nose over, front boarding it. Can he get the tail out a little bit better? He tried it before. Little surf slayish with a Y. Ollie at the base of the wave. Now he's getting into his swing after that initial wobble. Yeah, then getting the air time. Stove in the nose. Scotty knows all about that. This is more like it. Getting into the swing. It's all been good. Now we're going to need some sort of rotational activity. Oh, right on cue. Wowza, Rooney. Great fall. There is John. After that first fall, all right, John. A little bit of time left to throw something in the mix. Maybe that 360 is worthwhile. Oh, ran out of time as the boat starts to turn. John Stamiatis now going switch backside, you crazy individual. Just the most difficult thing you could be doing. I mean, apart from adding tricks to it, but it's not easy. It is wobbly as a one thing, but he's actually looking all right, bleeding the speed, just stamping the tail down to get back in the rear pocket. Oh, some good old top terms. And getting a little floater in there as well. Yes, no, the board turned as it often does when you go for that varial. You tend to push and it goes one way or the other. It very rarely stays straight. Which is why looking at Donnie, oh my gosh, Donnie, trick of the day, I have to say. With that the backside 360 varial was ridiculous. I'm just talking to Scotty while also talking to you guys here as well. Our contest director just hanging out, making sure I'm looked after. I thought he was standing up then, but no, he was just sat on his board because that would have been worrying. Hello. Come on, Scotty. Come and say hello. So not only did he surf really, really well, I mean, not to his standard. He would like to surf better because he's an actual surfer, inverted commas. But you're also running the show. How's it been out there?
It's been wonderful. It's been a really, really good turnout from 2023 when we were here. We were like well and truly over double competitors from 2023 here in Spain, and more than last year as well when we had the championships in London. So good. Just stoked to have everyone out there having a really good time, and the conditions here at Botaski are the best. So really we're stoked to be here.
Ricardo doing well. Right, getting back into the action. Thank you, Scotty. Go and do some contest directing. Oh, John Stamiadis going down right at the end. So we're going to cut back to that replay, hopefully, and we just talked through exactly what went on. But that is our men's surf, 29 plus, 29 over. That's their job done. Now on to the pros, the last two heats of the day. Because we've done, now we've broken 8 hours of chat. 8 hours, man and boy, blazers for goalpost. Who'd have known? So Nami Lung is our second rider from Hong Kong. Let's have a little look. Alexandra Gardner, our stalwart of a dock marshal. She's hiding under the shade, which is fair enough. Can't be having her getting cooked on the dock. First rider in the first heat of pro men is Giuliano Prudencio. Is that a Prudencio or a Prudencio? He is from the south of France. Prudencio. Near Cannes as well. So riding on the southern coast of France, the Côte d'Azur is rather nice. That's a beautiful part of the world. We'll be there in a few weeks' time in September for the Monaco Boat Show here with Nautique. Scotland Nautique and Nautique in tow there. Rides at Wave Azur Sport de Glisse. His second WWA competition after the Liquid Leisure event. So last year was his first WWA event. Joining us for the second time. Building the speed. Loving that little skip to the loo. Building the speed, popping a backside one, sliding that surface frontside one to finish it off. Then goes for the full, more traditional 360. Great little combo from Julien there. Ollie frontside. Oh, if he came out of that would have been dope. That was proper surf style-y. Drop knee, back in the water, pull yourself out of the mush. Not enough mush there to afford him that, but a big old frontside 180 off the lip. I want to see this. So there is the service 3. See him bleed the speed to get back. Bosh. That was cool. Like it a lot. He's got to go for that again. Very much enjoying Julian's style early on in this category. And we're nearly there. So we're back to Pro Men Surf. There are the crew under the shade watching the big screen and all the action. That's just a few of the people on the shore. Many of them are surfers, friends and families, our wags, wives and girlfriends, or can you say bags, bars, boys and husbands? None of that makes sense. We'll move on. That's a work in progress. All right, what you got for us, Julian? Just edging his way back to the very point of no return to build as much speed as he can. Oh, get on. Beautiful backside big spin, catching it nice, riding out of it smooth. Then the varial, getting a bit of pop on that as well. Keeping the board straight, all important, which is why it looks so smooth. Now we switch. Oh, yeah. Big old fronts. No! What? Was that my fault? I said, yeah, too soon? Maybe. But I wonder if the judges are going to score that, because he landed it, was in control, and then rode out of the scoring zone. Maybe that was the point. Let's see this. Okay, so now he's going to edge his way back, and then build the speed, pop this big old frontside 180, which is dope. Then he just stays, and where did the boy pop up? Was he out the scoring zone? That'll be tight. Of course, our riders in this pro category, it's not just for placings in the final round. They've actually got to qualify. It's the top 2 going through out of these 2 heats of 4. The last 2 will get a second crack at the whip. It's the LCQ, exactly as the name suggests, or the acronym suggests, last chance qualifier. Is that an acronym? It doesn't spell a word? I don't think it is. It is just some letters in a row. Last chance qualifier where the top two have to battle their way out of the 4 in that heat to join the previous 4 already qualified to make a final of 6, clear as mud. So there are some good surfers still left to come in this category. So Julian, first off the dock, has to lay it down. I wonder whether he does that again, whether he's going to go the big old frontside 180 off the lip and then just slide into that backside one to ride it away. Maybe that's the option. Who knows? I can't do any of this stuff. I can talk about it better than anybody. But doing it? All right, Julian back in the mix for his second run. That supercharged beast of a 630 horsepower engine in that Paragon, that brand spanking Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, used just for this event. Managing to get all of that weight, which is now into the 5-ton mark, because they're going to use the supplementary ballast as well. It's 1,100 kilograms to start with. Yes! Big old chucking around on that board for the 3 shove. Yeah, so it's 1,100 kilograms with just the normal ballast, which is over a ton. That's enough. Or is it? Not for our big surfers. There's supplementary ballast, which takes it up to 1,600 kilograms with a dry weight of 3.5 ton in that boat, and the fuel as well. That whole thing is way over 5 ton. And with the supercharge just popping out of the water like it's nothing, like a Tonka toy. Yeah, Julian, big old frontside air. Just squaring off, just tweaking it out so we see the board side on. No! Same again. So that was was that the replay? Okay, that was the replay. Was it? I am getting ahead of myself. I'm looking at 2 screens. I'm looking at the stream that you guys at home are watching, which is obviously a little delayed. Yeah, that was the replay. Okay. Now he needs to stop that 3 shove. There's the Jesus start, just floating above the water until we see the board. Our camera crew just making sure that that camera doesn't disappear. Then we need to go back to the action as much as the people do want to see this beautiful, beautiful face. Here we go. 3 shove coming up for Julian. Can he get a little bit more underneath him? Yes. Dolce & Gabbana, hello, that was dope. Oh, then the varial at the top. Get on, sir. Absolutely schooling the bejesus out of it. That southern coast of France riding seems to be working rather well. Frontside 180, then a frontside shove out. Sorry, a backside shove out. You get yourself back in the pocket, sir, and take a little breath, as will I. And away he goes. And a little varial to boot. Just rides that wave in the mush all the way in. That was some silly sick riding from the Frenchman, heralding from, and if you want to know where he got his skills, the Wave Azure Sport de Glisse, which is kind of cool, down on the southern coast, right near Cannes. Okay, next rider, Nami Lung, second rider from Hong Kong. He rides at Sao Kung Si, ocean rider. So, yeah, Hong Kong riding. It's not really lakes, it's all on the sea. It's an island, obviously, a small one. His first contest in Spain, has been riding for WWA for a few years. So also have WWA out in Asia as well. So plenty of WWA events and other events taking place over that part of the world. First time to Europe for a Wakesurf event, which is awesome to have him here. Nami Young. Let's see if there's any more info on this little thing that the team have been putting together for me. Yeah, Nami Lung. Okay, nothing more. Sponsors, Pure, Nautique Hong Kong, and Asia Yachting, tank protection, One Wakesurf. So is that the same as One Wake in the States, but out in Hong Kong? Maybe. Nami Young, next in play. Here we go, in the scoring zone. Now that will be Wave, wanting a little bit pokier, a little bit more to it. Now he's ready to go. Oh, the backside big spin to start with. Stop it. Switch backside now to follow through. Frontside 180, then that backside 180, making up the 3, ending up back in the same place he started. Switch backside. Are we going to see a shove? Yes, we are. Bringing that board back round to fins at the tail. Lovely seeing this different perspective of side on. Feels a little bit more like surfing on the ocean watching that with not being able to see the boat. And it could well be by the size of that wave. 3 shove. Took a few times for Julian to get it, but he did in the end. Nami only taking it once. Then you do a 3 shove like that and everything else you just did, and then you would imagine, just doing a surface 360, that would be easy. But they never are. Temperamental little sorts that they are, those 360s, and hard to lock in. Okay, almost at the halfway stage with this first heat. We have got another 2 riders left in this heat, and then we'll be wrapping things off with the final heat of Pro Men's Surf. As the Paragon pulled by Raymond Colquhoun of the Clan Colquhoun. I don't know whether he's of the Clan Colquhoun, but if you read his name, you wouldn't be able to pronounce it like that, depending on where in the world you're from. If you're from Scotland, you might get it. It is Culquoun. Go spell that. But I'll tell you, it's Colquhoun. Little poodle back to the end of the lake, furthest part from the dock, nearest to us. In fact, I can just see them as I look at my door. Can't believe I didn't put the air conditioning on earlier today because it is so much better with that on, considering the heat outside. Next riders to follow in this heat. Let's have a little looky who we got-y. Broom and Surf. It is Joey Harris and Chad Carlson. Chad, we've seen a few times today. Have we seen Joey already today? No. Who was it that mentioned that they rode with him? One of the other riders here today said that he was your riding buddy. Can't quite remember. All right, Nami. Second pass in which to throw down an awful lot of trickery on that surf stick of yours to prove to those cats in the boat that you deserve a place in the next round. I mean, that's a good way to start. Shove, shove. The first part was a good way to start. The second part, not so much. Going shove, shove, and the second shove was the one that did him. It's his first fall right at the start of this pass, so he does have time to get stuck in. Jody, only just seen. Should have got this in while you were riding. A belated happy birthday to you if you can listen to this on the live stream or on the PA here on site. Birthday 3 days ago. So, hope it was a good one. We can celebrate tonight. Oh, I don't know. I don't got the energy. All right, Wake and More. Go. Julian was our previous rider. Where is Wake and More from? Tell me. Where are you guys from? Let me find out. Or is that just your profile name? Nami back in the mix. Handle chucked. Yeah, big old slash. You can see the true size of that wall of water getting kicked up. Little floater. Shove onto the top of the wave. Can we change camera angle, boys, to the boat? Oh, then going with the shove right at the end there. Couldn't quite see. Cool to see that different angle. Wake and More. Just had a little look at you. Wakesurf Laga Orto, which is that. I'm assuming that's in. Job done for Nami. Wake and More is in Italy, as I've just found out, I believe. Yeah, just north of Milan, on these incredible lakes that I think a good few of the British crew are going to, just north of Milan, through the mountains, through the, are they the Dolomites? Yeah, they are the Dolomites. That is Nami's job done. Halfway stage now. Next rider. That next rider, Joey Harris, waiting in the wings to get a crack-a-lackin'. He's seen exactly what he's got to do, so basically Joey just has to do more than what he's seen before from Julian and Nami. They came up with a lot, so that's no easy task. He's got a little bit of a tall order on his hands, having not seen Joey ride before. I don't think. I can't remember whether he was at the surf event at the start of the year, but certainly not fresh to mind. We have got Ricardo, main boss man here, jumping in for a hangout in the boat before we move on to our next rider. Just a little bit of a tweaking. Oh, okay, so that is why we were not getting the feed from the boat, because the signal has been interrupted somehow. We've obviously got signal boosters and antennae on the boat in order to get that freehand cam belting that signal, that imagery back to us here in the studio on the shore. So Ricardo just in there sorting things out. So bear with us, folks. We're going to have a few moments. Joey deciding to take the plunge and cool down a little bit while Bailey dips her feet. We're going to be back with you very shortly. Might be worth us cutting to an advert just while we get the boat sorted. We've not got long to go. So if you're with us on the live stream, continue to stick with us if you can.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, saying your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Joey Harris in play. Oh my word. Big old booster calls backside 3 to get things going. Then a huge frontside 180 and revert. Backside big. Catching it so far above the wave. This is tidy stuff so far. I mean, coming out with those bangers in the first half of his run. Then the 3. He gets it. This is dope from Joey. So I was wondering what this cat could come up with, and apparently it's quite a lot. Frontside big, varial back just to smash them out in quick succession. The flow is amazing. Then we get that finger shove. The flying squirrel almost looks like he was going to do a sushi roll when he grabs hold of it with that rocket air, then just chucks the board around. Geez, Joey, that is something else. Fair play to you, sir. So that is Joey's job done on that first run. This is us just watching his replay. He's going to be coming back into the mix, which I imagine he'll be hoping for another stand-up pass of some description. Oh, that is sick. Almost like a method of his backside hit. Yes, the 3 shove going backside as well. This is some stellar surfing from Joey Harris. Oh, the backside 180 into the wave and then slides it round. Still left foot forward, fin to the tail. Backside big spin, then pops it round again. There's so much going on here. Am I going to be able to catch this? Gives that big air, grabbing the board. Last trick. Whatever it was dope. So apologies for the fact that we can't see from the back of the boat. We're having a few issues with the signal from the camera there. So it's going to be a little bit of just dealing with it for now. We do apologize, but how good was that run? Those 2 passes from Joey Harris. I definitely haven't seen him ride in the flesh before because I would have remembered that. That was ridiculous. And unofficially, of course, I think that's got him on top so far, with just Chad Carlson, who we know can rip on a foil already. He's been in strapped and strapless, wait for it, foil categories. Now he's going to take on a little bit of surfing action in the pro men's surf, vying for those top 2 spots in this category. He knows exactly what he's got to do. Last rider, first heat of 2 in our pro men's surf. Before we move on to the very final 4 riders of the day, each getting 2 passes. So what's that? 10 passes left here today. Wow, that's maths, baby. About the limit of my maths, let's face it. I'm more of a linguist, if anything. Alrighty then, luckily on this way up, we have got all the action from the shore cam. We're going to see pretty much most of it. All right, the backside one, obviously. No, Chad, getting a fluffage to start with. That is frustrating for him. I mean, you don't get marked down for falling. You don't get subtracted points. But here's the issue with falling, is that you lose space in your run to apply that trick. So you've literally just lost real estate. So you've got to pack everything into the remaining part of your run, which is going to be a shorter run, which means you've got to make some choices between what tricks you do. So that's the only issue with falling, is that you lose time, you lose space, real estate in which to put all the things in that you want to guarantee the result that you're after, or more likely guarantee the result you're after. You don't actually get docked points for not completing a trick. So it's kind of positive scoring as opposed to negative, which is, of course, the opposite. Okay, Chad's going to have to go some right now. That was a trick he fell on before. Locking it in. That's sick. Going for the backside air, but the 1-footer, kicking that front foot out. Let me find out what a Benihana is. That's like the 4th time. The 4th time today I've been talking for a good couple of minutes without the microphone turned on. You'd think it was my first rodeo. It is not. Okay, what I was saying was we're looking forward to hosting everybody. That when I say we, I mean the royal we. I mean Batuski. As we get the message sent out to everybody, we hope everyone can hang out for a little bit this afternoon after the contest is done for a social, courtesy of the Batuski crew, where we're going to be hanging out, having a little bit of local cuisine, and getting to know each other, which is community, which is what this is all about. Yes, the being on the water, that's where it starts, because being on the water is what brings us together in the first place. If it wasn't on the water, then it would just be a general dry land social club, which can also be cool, but the sport, the action, the cruising on the water, on a board, stood sideways, doing anything stood sideways, really, is where it starts. But the community, exactly what Greg was talking about earlier, the family, the community. Get on, Chad. That's more like it. Huge front side 180 air. Then that backside 3, pretty much getting that all the way around. This is more like it. Don't you drift off the back of that wave while not concentrating. Then the push round shove. Little backside 180. Then the varial. The combos are insane. Go on, keep on adding the combos. Then the surfing action. Oh, my word. The front shove, the back shove. That combo is ridiculous. So whatever was happening on the first run, it seems... Oh, that was definitely my fault. 100% Chad. I'm sorry. I was saying all the wrong... Well, no, I was saying all the right things, and then I started to preempt things as well, just saying how well it's all going. 3 shove, takes Chad down. But watch the replay of everything up to that point. It was rather tidy, to say the least. Moving in. Boom! Frontside 180, taking his time to spin it round to full 3. Then he goes the other way. Backside 3, pretty much. Not a wobble in sight. Then we get onto even more techers. There it is. Then a little backside 180 to end up switch backside. Then a pop varial to end up in his comfortable frontside right foot forward goofy position. Then a huge shove back as well. That combo is ridiculous without a breath in between. That's the sort of flow from one trick to the other after. And then the crowning of the cake, the cherry on top, would have been that 3 shove. Now, I can't see exactly where he came in his run. Yeah, he's back up again. So he's got time for the 3 shove. Boom ting. Got to be happy with that. Time for anything else? Not really, if any, from Penny. So, Chad getting his surf on in the mush. As we move on to our next group, that is group number 1 done. We'll have to sit tight to see who comes where in those categories. Here we have a replay of the 3 shove. No, we don't miss the end of it, but we're just watching him just carve it left and right in the mush. Obviously, this kid can ride surf in any situation. Let me just tell you, I am with you guys. I am just checking my running order, and that running order is Turner, Gabers, starting things off in our second. Turner Gebers. I do think there was a little bit of something about Turner in here. Let's have a little look. Turner Gabers. Okay. Nickname T-Dog. All right. Going to Arizona State University for college. His home spot is Lake Roosevelt, Washington State. Kashmir, Washington State, hometown. Shout out to Canuck Boards and my dad back home. So there you go. Big old shout out to Mr. Gabers, senior. That sounds very old. No one ever refers to me like that, relative to my children. But anyway, big boss man Gabers. Your lad's doing great. Or he's about to be. Don't let that be the commentator's kiss of death again. Where's the hat going? It's all of askew. I'm not really a jaunty hat wearing kind of a person, so get it straight. There we go. Those days of jaunty hat wearing are long gone. All right. Turner Gabers next in the mix. If you want to see who came where, get yourself onto the Ride Line app. If you are with us and watching right now, and I'm sure you are. Yeah, there are a few people watching. Wake Moore saying, go Julian. Where's all the chat at people back home or wherever you are? Turner starting out his battle to become the European champion just in this qualifying rounds. Ollie backside 1, super solid. Then a 3 straight after that. Lovely flow combo. Wow, that 3 shove could not have been any easier, or so it looked. The way he made it looked is the point. Big bottom turn, big slash. They usually come together. Then the 3 out of the back of that as well, blending the tech with the smooth. Oh, that was floaty. And the Gumby, so the front side 1 and the shove as well in opposite directions. Then a cheeky little 180 front side while in that switch position, and the shove to get the board back where he wants it. Manages to claw his way back into the pocket where the push can be felt. Oh my word. I need to watch that again. So the board turning backside and him turning frontside in opposite directions. I need to check that again to see how much the board and he turned. Another one of these Gumbies. I think it's that. Some of these surfing crew might need to correct me on that particular thing. Gumbo? Gumby? Gumbo. One of the two. Right, let's have a little look. So here's all the spinny to winnies. There's just the basic shove. There's the follow-up shove with the varial. So the body varial and the shove in opposite directions. Now he's switch backside. No, he's fails up front. Now he gets the board set up. This is the one I was on about. Let's have a little look. Working his way up. Yeah, so it was the opposite to the previous one. The board, I think the board did a frontside shove. I'm going to have to watch that back. That was crazy. Absolutely mental. Amazing riding from Turner. Clean first stand-up pass. A really, really relaxed style as well. Love how floaty everything was. You know, some riders just have that floaty vibe against them, like they've just got some kind of anti-gravity situation going on. So everything looks light on landing. And some riders just have that really explosive, aggressive riding, which is also cool as well. Both of them are needed. But this particular rider just effortlessly light on his feet. Oh, can he get out of that? Yes, he can. Landing really deep and wide on that 3. Big spin, too far across. First fall for Turner. We're still going. Okay. Here is the replay. Let's just watch some of these tricks again. Huge floaty air. Oh, that frontside 180 landing really wide. Hands all over the place, but just, as I say again, doesn't seem to stress under pressure. And the pressure there on that big frontside 180 then into the 3 was that he was wobbly as a one thing, but he schools the hell out of it and just rides it away. The backside big was his undoing. Can he rectify that on this second and final part of his run? No more falls left in hand, so he's got to get something done now before the scoring zone is done, as signified by the big red Nautique buoys coming up quick. 360, 360, way out back, needs to power into it for this backside big. Looking at the front side 3 shove, that is a difficult trick. Front shove on a wake skate, I mean, I find them easier, but on a wake surfer, just there's so much more board underneath you, and also having that the rear fins bite as they would, it's much easier to get those rear fins to release with an ollie and kicking it backside than trying to do an ollie and kick the board forward with your back foot. It just doesn't work as naturally. Your leg obviously bends in the opposite way, so you don't get as much kick, and so often when you do those frontside shoves, on a skateboard as well, which I'm also not very good at, the board ends up behind you as opposed to in front of you because you can't kick it far enough forward. So doing a 3 shove frontside, pow, mental. Okie dokie. Who's got next? Drew Denan, who's had the most riding of anybody today, riding in every category from the very first thing today, this morning, right the way through tonight. No, in all seriousness, it's both foil categories, both surf categories. Here's skim surf rendition earlier on. Much improved relative to what went down for him with the foiling. Foiling didn't quite come together to get today for Drew, but everybody qualifying, so he will surf again, foil again. Big bottom turn to get things going. Going out super wide. Ollie backside 1. Surface 1. Building up speed. Front side. And then back the other way, reverting, as opposed to finishing off that rotation bagel, if we were using rail riding terminology. Backside 3 off the lip and into the pit. 3 shove was nowhere to be seen. That board had got a fast ticket to Timbuktu. The moment he kicked it, it was gone. Here we see all the goodness leading up to that point, though. That was nice, taking his time, reverts it back the same way, so, or the opposite way, pretzel. Big old air 3. Textbook from Drew. Now what happens here on this 3 shove? That is tough. I always find with backside shoves, I tend to concentrate more. I mean, if you're doing a 3 shove, you need to kick it something chronic, especially on a surfer. But I tend to think about my front foot a little bit more because your back foot kicks back automatically, but you got to make sure that the ball just doesn't disappear behind you. So I kind of place my front foot. I wonder if that is similar on a 3-shove. Possibly not. We'll talk to the gang about it so I understand a little bit better. I mean, and it was just a blackout, a brain fart, if you will, because that 3-shove could not have been easier. And he just double teapots his way to the end of the run. 1-4. That was good from Drew. I mean, I know he's going to be getting frustrated at falling on things that I'm sure are, as I mentioned with previous riders, a particular trick that's a day in, day out. We'll just lock that trick in no matter what's going on. There's some frustration for him for sure, but there is also a lot to grab hold of in there that is going to be putting pressure on the rest of our riders. I mean, Joey Harris will set the board kind of ridiculous high. Yes, Drew. Very off the top. Stuffs him at the bottom. So that is right at the start. Right at the start. I was actually worried that was his last boy because I had a little bit of a brain fart of my own on his second pass, but it wasn't. So right at the start, he gets to go again. No more falls in hand, mind, but he does get to go again to just squeeze those thumb screws, dial in those thumb screws on the rider still to follow, which is certainly what we saw from Turner. It was Turner Gabers that I was thinking of, and then Joey Harris in the previous run, other standouts we've seen so far. John Ackerman has been working hard all day in the boat. Noah Flegal has done an awful lot of riding as well. They are still left to come with this last part of his second run from Drew Denan to come. Up and away. There's an ollie air out. That was what he was going for before. Locking that in. Switch backside now for Drew. He's easy to get round. Here's a shove. No. Right on the cusp. Managing to save himself. Varial off the top. Now he's in his comfortable regular riding position. Wasn't to be. Was not to be. That big spin that way. Oh, that sucks for Drew. Really, really does. I think that's going to be him swim in. Here's the replay yet again. Let's see what did work. That lovely little poke, a little tap of that front leg. Then a spray to follow up, making the combos rife. Doesn't pause too long here before he gets back going again. The judges don't want to see you waiting and prepping for every single trick. You've got to flow. It has to flow. That's what it's all about. And this really is from Drew. I think that was in a bit of improv there. I'm not sure he meant to end up in that position. There it is. Kaylin West, here for the commentary. Hello, Kaylin. How are you doing? For some reason, I thought that John Ackerman had a barefoot jump ski suit on then. It just had that vibe about it, but no, there are two separate outfits there. Okay, so John's spending a lot of time in the boat today, driving and judging, but now, he just slashed way too hard up the wall right there. Uncharacteristic for this cat, but hey, happens to the best of us. Some of us far more than others. I mean, it was a big old smash off the lip. I mean, look at it. Bosh, gone. So there's an unnecessary amount of pressure on John now. He doesn't want to be going through LCQs. Anything could happen in LCQs to go wrong. He wants to give it the best possible crack that he can right here and now. All right, John. Away he goes. Waiting for that wave to form. He builds the speed. Oh, he's losing a lot of time there. I mean, he'd already had a fall. So, wow, that has not come together at all well for John. I mean, considering what's gone, this is going to have to be the most ridiculous second pass known to any wakesurfing contest ever in order to squeeze ahead of what we've already seen. Turner, Gabers, and Drew Drennan. I mean, Drew, I'm not as familiar with his serving as I'd like to be, as I should be, but I'm sure he felt a little bit frustrated on falling on a couple of things, but there was an awful lot in there that was ridiculous, amazing, tech, smooth, aggro, flow. Turner, much the same. So I would say the bar John coming up with anything really, really pokey on this second run, that might not be enough. We might be LCQing it, which would suck for him. And we wait for John and the boat team to make their way back up to the far end of the lake. A trip he's done many a time today at the helm and also judging. So thank you so much to all the cats that have been out there helping out. Guy, Bailey, Andy Kolb, John as well, on the driving duty as well as the judging duty. And Raymond Colhoun, who's been driving as well as competing. So thank you to all of them so much. I can hear that boat clock on again. So the unattached form of a sport in the surfing style Lee has got John Ackerman tearing it up. That is more like the John Ackerman we know. Super crispy, clean and floaty. Backside 3. And then stabilizing himself after that big 180 re-entry. Oh, that is a real shame for John. I mean, whatever he comes up with. So that is his first fall in the second pass, I think. That's the sort of stuff. Those big old ollie frontside 3s are ridiculous. There it is again. Little bit of time left for Ackerman. Tiniest bit of time. We get on to our ultimate rider, our final rider. Yes, getting the transfer air. Love it. What? That is crazy. Off the face? Ridiculous from John Ackerman. That spin off his backside. Oh, that was even bigger. The backside bigger spin, I think, to be more precise. I'm going to chat to him later and find out exactly that what it was. But the whole bouncing off the wall and landing it way out in the flats, that is really crazy, difficult stuff. Here's a replay of what we saw so far. Him airing across wake to wake, which is super cool. Got to have trust in your driver for that, which we do with Rundo. Going for it again. Oh, just about makes it. That 3 is there. This is good stuff. No, the backside bigger spin as well. So John Ackerman, you are done, boss. And we move on to our very final rider. Let's have a double checky doodah. Oh, they're not on there. Noah Flegal in the mix. Our final rider of today. Yeah, getting boosted. So much daylight under that board between the water. Frontside 180. Yes, solid. Good white knuckle grab on that board before he pushes it round into that shove, that handheld shove. The nose grab, 1 footer. Maybe a Benihana. We're not quite sure yet, but we're going to look it up. Oh! Oh! So that was an extra twist with the double hand grab, and then the front side shove into the backside shove. Or a big spin. Yes! Just loses the board entirely at the end of that first run. We're going to see a replay in a minute of that, I hope, or not. Okay, here we go, full replay from Noah Flegal. That's boosted. That wasn't even off the top, and I'm sure that's by design. All of our surfers at this very high end of the sport, high end in their ability, will have a real good understanding of what part of the wave and where and how will do what, as opposed to us boat riders is the water is the water and the feature is the feature, and so it can be fairly consistent, but it doesn't end up that way with surfing. You're permanently adjusting to which part of the wave and what sort of speed and where do I put this trick that I've got compared with putting this other trick. And obviously the likes of Noah Flegal know that inside out without having even to consciously think about it. Apart from that particular one, went and had a little whoopsie. Let's just refresh this page. See if anybody else is joining in. Nah, just Kaylin West. Thank you, Kaylin, though. Appreciate the big up. And for the final time today, just today. Oh, sweet. Just found some money in your pocket. Dope. For the final time today, that boat's going to be coming right at us. Right at you like Cleopatra. Okay. Double T-potting to start the day. Builds the speed, builds the speed. Boom! With the melon grab. Dope. Pauses again. And the board is gone again. Going for that backside rotation on that big old surfboard of his. It's often surprising, these surf style boards, how much long they are and how much they can still do with them. Blows my mind, that is for sure. It's his first fall. He'll get another go. Crew gathering in the various shade offered here at Botas Skeeter. Round of the day. What a day of riding it has been in all forms. From the surf to the skim to the foil in both its varieties as well. Locked in and not. Yes, the method of his heel side, of his backside edge with a backside air. Ooh, does a similar thing. Grabs hold of the board melon and kicks that front foot back. Then a little frontside 3, grabbing hold of the board 2. Starting to crank it up now, nearing the end. Yes. Full backside 180 off his heels, landing blind to the boat and then whipping it round to finish it off. Gets the finger shove, then slides it back around the opposite way to be riding switch. No. And there we are done, people. That is it for Noah Flegal. That's his second fall on his second run. I do believe, I should probably double check this, but that is the last rider of the day. I think it is indeed. That 3, I'm not sure he was, I think that was for the setting that he was after. Let's just catch that replay. I mean, still, the riding that he's got going in here is just amazing. Yes, with the frontside 3. Looking at a shove here. Was this the trick? After this, oh, that was a good combo as well, managing to salvage things. And then, of all of the tricks, just as something that he would just do in his sleep, that is the undoing of him. So, Windy Pops, pardon you, me, rather. Hey, everyone at home. Thanks for all of you tuning in and watching. We're going to sign off now because that's about 8.5 hours of that. I mean, and I know you probably be nodding your head down the screen vigorously going, yeah, Matt, we know. We had to listen to it. Sorry, but that's what I'm here for. Hope you've enjoyed the show. We apologize for the slight technicalities and the delay in getting started yesterday. It's kind of the case with these things. But tomorrow we'll be flying straight out of the gates. We'll have running orders and I'll know names and everything. Hey, and if you can, join us for at least some of the day. Just have that screen open while you're doing your chores, while you're doing any other kind of work, while just have the ears in so you just listen to how your faves are doing. And if you do get a chance to sit down at a computer or on your phone or your tablet or whatever device it is and just drop a little hello, tell us where you're from, who you're supporting, who are your favorites, and who you are pitching for the top. Who's going to take those European honours? And I think that's us just signed out. Oh, no, we're back again. Hey, I'm going to say, I think that's a hint. Just stop talking, Matt. Okay, bye-bye. My name is Matt Crowhurst. This is the 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships here at Ski. We're going to go for a Spanish social. Love you. Bye-bye.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm on my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be. So really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.